This is the irony of it all, and this is the trap. The Europeans began to manipulate history when they rose and began to expand into the broader world in the 15th and the 16th century because they had to justify the slave trade and they had to justify the colonial system that followed. And modern racism has its incubation in that period. You cannot enslave a man and say he's a human being, but he has humanity. Black people have never written any definitions of race, any definitions of what a people. They have never said that these people with these kind of traits belong here. Because modern racism had its development in the pseudo-scientific development of intellectual Europe after the 15th century. And they began to say that certain kind of people belong to certain kind of race, and they created the concept of race and racism itself.
You're saying, in essence, that there's no such thing as a race.
Oh, I maintain that race is the phoniest issue ever invented by the mind of man. The European invented, developed the concept of race. There's really no such thing as a race because nature created no races. Race is a man-made thing.
Could we say that being called black was a political term?
It's a political term and a term which indicates our self-awareness at this juncture in history, and I think we really need it. We need to really bathe in blackness for a while, but I wish we'd get the bath over with and go on to something a little more important. We need to really bathe in blackness for a while, but I wish we'd get the bath over with and go on to something a little more important. Black in itself is not an ethnic term. Black tells you how you look, but it don't tell you who you are. We are essentially an African people. Wherever we live on this earth, we're essentially an African people. And we relate to the millions of African people throughout the world, including the uncounted millions of Africans in Asia. The word Afro-American or African-American would probably be more appropriate and more honest and more in keeping with what we actually are. Because all of us are not positively, physically, real jet black. And so the argument now sometimes is between the supernationalists and the mild nationalists and blacker than thou. When blackness is a state of mind, a state of attitude, a state of approach to things that can exist in almost any of us, including from the blonde black person to the jet black. And the jet black can be traitors, and they can be patriarchs, they can be a whole lot of it. See, we've been everything in history from saint to buffoon. We are complete people, and we need to start looking at ourselves as a complete people. And I think that once we convinced ourselves that we're black and beautiful, we'll stop saying it and just go ahead and be black and beautiful and release a whole lot of energy for more important things.
Could we say that being called black was a political term?
It's a political term and a term which indicates our self-awareness at this juncture in history, and I think we really need it. We need to really bathe in blackness for a while, but I wish we'd get the bath over with and go on to something a little more important.
All right. There you have it. Greetings and peace to everybody. Appreciate anyone who's tuned in. This is your brother Wujau. Also, Sanet Emiket, Aku Kinshaya Kenyi. And you are listening to the Sesh. Okay, excuse me. I don't know why my mic did that. So, again, greetings. Hopefully everyone can hear me. And I don't know why I'm having these issues already from the start. Emikat, are you able to hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, I think the computer gremlins were mad at the live yesterday. They're attacking. But peace to everyone. In the chat, shout out to everyone. We have Zane, brother Zane is in the building, front and center. Robert Rand, peace. And so far, that's the only people. So whoever's watching it, again, appreciate you tuning in. Make yourself known, so we can greet each other and get the conversation going. So tonight, gonna keep it light. Basically, tonight is a whichever way the wind blows night, and just have an open discussion. And I want to kind of tease out the popular questions or questions that have been popularized on social media in regards to ancient Egypt. So, over the time, those popular questions, any questions that you hear all the time that are always asked and maybe discussed and things like that. Just kind of want to have an open discussion and see if we can even answer, at least in a concise way, answer these questions and maybe elaborate. All right. So just want to make sure that we can have that conversation. So actually, let me bring on Emiket. There you go. Now we can see you, Emiket. All right. So shout out to the brother Donnie. Donnie came through last night. Sax the Fiver. Peace. Yeah. So yeah, if you're watching, make yourself known. Share the video. Hopefully you already subscribed. If you're subscribed, make sure you definitely hit the notification bell and share the content of our channel. And we have a lot of information in the archives, and we're slowly but surely going back to the videos, adding timestamps in there, and may even retitle some of the videos so that it'll fit the content of the video, the discussions that have taken place in the videos. So that will help out a lot of people, because we've gotten a lot of feedback from people who are watching the videos in the archives, and it's really good feedback. But also at the same time, the lengthier videos, and we have a lot of them, thanks to, I guess, myself being MC Iron Lung, it's better to timestamp them, and so we're going back and going through those videos. Actually, Emiket is putting in that sweat equity and time stamping all the videos. So hopefully we'll have more and more done as time goes on. So yeah, just want to actually, let me just go ahead and turn on the chat right now. So tonight is just about having a discussion, engaging you guys in the chat. And maybe I'll post a panel link. Every time I do, we rarely get people on the panel. We were still trying to figure that out. To have, a conversation. But it's good. I'm not complaining. I'm definitely not complaining, because when people do come on the panel, we don't have like a large panel, because that can get very muddied up real quick. When you have a lot of people on the panel and everybody's, fighting for talking time, it can get pretty bad. Even if it's not negative or anything like that, it's just not productive if you get a lot of people on the panel. And I know myself, when I go, I may visit other channels and get on the panel, and if there's 8 or 9 people on the panel and you have to wait your turn through 8 people, but you want to address the first person that spoke, now you have to wait 7 more people that speak. You forgot what you're gonna say. Well, I do my best. I practice. I have like a note. So when people say stuff, I jot down. I have a mean bullet in shorthand game. So I'll write down things that I want to go back to and whatnot. And that's I don't know if you all noticed that, but I'll go back to something that happened like 20 minutes before me, and they're like, "Wow, the conversation moved on." No, it didn't. I just didn't have my turn yet. So, but anyway, the more people on the panel, it can get like that. So I'm not complaining. But anyway, so we're just gonna open it up with questions and see if we can answer some of the questions. If we have answers, if not, then maybe we can find it out. We could find out some of these questions. And so the questions I'm talking about are popular questions about related to ancient Egypt. Those popularized talking points, questions, and things like that. Like, did the ancient Egyptians have slaves? Were the Egyptians black? All those questions. You know, right now we could take an inventory of those and just try to quickly answer those. But I guess before we dive in, though, Emicat, do you have anything to share with our esteemed chat guests in the chat?
No, not yet. I don't know. I don't think actually I have anything. Who do we have? I forgot to look at the chat. Who do we have in the chat? Oh, yeah.
Well, I shout out everybody that I see
Yeah.
so far.
Okay. Yeah. So, um, no, I don't have anything to share with these people on the chat right now. I'll see how the conversation goes.
Okay. All right. Okay. So again, appreciate everybody tuned in so far. So, but I have a question for you all in the chat. And I asked this last night when I played Dr. Clark's intro, and some people came after I played the intro. They didn't hear it and may have never heard it because they don't come to, when we're live, they don't come on early enough because we play it as an intro. But I'm just curious to know, how would you guys sum up what Dr. Clark said in the intro that we played? How would you summarize what he said? If you had to write a sentence or two, what would be your summary of what he said? So, that's my question. What would be the summary of what he said? Because I'm not sure if any of you guys were here last night when I asked the same question. So, again, Dr. Clark's intro. Time to move on. Yep, time to move on. Sax says time to move on. Time to move on from what? Around here we got to be a little bit more descriptive. So, but yes, definitely. Accurate, on point, and ahead of the curve. Okay. Dr. Clark is accurate and on point. Okay. That's from Donnie. Yep. But there's some highlighted things in there, and as far as the color game. Yeah. There's some highlighted points that he says in there. Yep, from Blackity from Blackity Black, I'm just black, y'all. Right. Moving on from that. So Dr. Clark acknowledges the difference between a racial identity or the non-identity aspect of claiming a race as your identity, people identifying as a race, identifying as black. He explicitly says that that's not an identity. But yet here we are, a lot of people identify as black. Period. They do. And me, myself, I said this last night, over the years, I've asked people, why do you identify as black? And in my experience, when it comes down to it, they really don't have an answer. Really. But they'll respond. Some people have said to me that, if they're being quick, they say, I don't know. It's because, we all do it. I just do it because my family does it. My parents do it. We have that kind of quick answer. And then people that do give it a little bit of thought, they will say, well, that's because of how we look. That's how we look. We're black. We look black. Then I follow-up question. I say, well, are you the color black? Because I've talked to different people of different, skin colors. If we're talking about skin color, and say, are you the color black? They say no. Then I say, okay, then why? Why you call yourself black? And then it forces people to think like, wait a minute. Black is a color. It's a color term. It's a word that denotes a color, but yet I am not that color. So the term must come as a container for perceived physical features, and these features are lumped into a category called black, even though it's a color term. So it starts people down that path of thinking, and that's a good thing. And that's why I ask people that over the years. I just, when I get into conversations, sometimes I'll ask people that question. And I do a lot of social experiments over the years. I've done Facebook ones that I even shared on live. I shared social experiments that I did on Facebook, asking questions, doing polls. When Facebook started allowing you to do polls inside of Facebook groups, I started doing polls and social experiments. And it's very informative. It's very informative. So, we fell into, okay, so Robert Rand says, we definitely need more than a name to define us. We have to get our culture before it's too late, or fix our culture before it's too late. Yep. But now here's something that's interesting, and it's not something that I want to have, talk about at length tonight, but I'm just going to put something on the table for you all to think about. Let's see. Do I have it? I'm trying to see if I have it typed out somewhere, because I actually posted this on Facebook before and I don't see it. I was hoping I had it typed out already, but I'll just say it. Because Robert Rand, your comment made me think of this. And the statement, and this is something that you got to give thought to. So, and I made this statement. I said that we will never be successful until we define the we. Okay, so I said something along the lines of, we will never be, and I put in quotes, we will never be successful until, air quote, we define the we. And the reason that's an important thing to think about is because we is a first person plural pronoun, and it's very ambiguous, it's vague. And remember, pronouns in English, or pretty much in all languages, pronouns take the place of noun or noun phrases. So in order to use pronouns, you have to establish its what's called an antecedent, meaning that if I just come out the blue right now, if I come out the blue and say, he went to the store, to you all right now, he went to the store, you all will have no idea who I'm talking about, because he as a pronoun is just a third person masculine singular pronoun. It could be any male that I'm talking about, and you have no idea who I'm talking about. So if I'm having a conversation with you, I can never start a conversation with pronouns. I have to establish who I'm talking about first, then I can use pronouns. So I could say Robert Rand went to the store about an hour ago to pick up a few things here and there. He is late getting back. See, now I can use he because he is referring to the antecedent, which is Robert Rand. Now, something as simple as that is the basis of my statement that I've been making for a long time, and I posted this on Facebook. I said, we will never be successful until we define the we. Okay? So this we that we always said, and I still have Robert's comment on the screen, because it happens, all of us do it. And the limitations of the English language, or in this sense, we have to say the word we. But I'm telling y'all, it's a serious issue that needs to be thought through. We have to define the we, because you can't say we or any pronoun, as I just said, without first defining it. Where's the concrete? You know, it's too vague. So in doing so, this speaks to what an ethnic group is, what a collective identity is. Remember, we is plural, first person plural. And so what is that collective identity? And it goes back to Dr. Clark's statement that black is not an identity. So the we cannot be black people. So I hope y'all catching on. The if we're trying to define we can't replace we with black people or say blacks. That's not an identity. So, and see, that starts the ball rolling, or it should start the ball rolling in people's minds to really think about this. It's not something that you can just gloss over. Because if you do, and if the collective, whatever and whoever that may be, keeps doing that, then that collective of people are not going to be successful. Because you can't do anything as a collective if the collective itself is not defined. So I hope y'all understand. And, you know, so I'll have a further conversation in the future about stuff like that. So that's, but Robert Rand, I'm gonna blame it on you. Your comment made me think about that. But now, speaking of that, so listen, so I want to see some of y'all's questions. So remember, you know, I'm live. We're live. Myself and Emiket, we're live. We wanna talk about the popular questions that have been floating around as it relates to ancient Egypt. Okay, and I gave some examples. Are the Egyptians gay? Are the Egyptians black? Did the Egyptians have slaves? All those things that's been going on. You know, what are some different questions that are floating around that you see often? You know, not, you know, some popular, that's why I say popular questions and things. So you all get those questions ready, and then you know, in order for me to see them good in the chat, make sure you @ the Seshu. You know, type the @ symbol and then put the Seshu, like Sat12 just did, so that it'll stick out. We can see it. So before we actually, you know, start dealing with these questions, I wanted to ask Emiket to share something with you all that relates to the conversations that we've been having lately when it comes to race, when it comes to ethnicity, when it comes to the difference between cultural anthropology and all of its tools and things that it answers versus biological anthropology and what it addresses, you know, the tools within that branch of anthropology. Okay, so but first let me deal with what Sat12 was asking. Black in America, or statement, black in America is synonymous with African American. Sat12, that is not, I would not go with that. That's actually not true. There's a distinction that needs to be made, and a lot of people are aware of. So you have, because African Americans in recent history, African Americans are the survivors and descendants of people, of the real heroes of the transatlantic slave trade. And so you have, those are African Americans, and I'm just giving a very short description or definition of what African American is. An African American is a surviving descendant of the true heroes of the transatlantic slave trade here in America, in the United States. But then you have people who are considered black coming from all the different countries in Africa and even the South America and the Caribbean that will come to the United States and also be called black. But they're not African Americans. So we have to make that distinction. between the larger group of quote unquote blacks versus African Americans. Because, like, for example, Jamaicans, people who are Jamaican and they identify as Jamaican, they're considered black, but they're not African American. Haitians, people from Haiti, Jamaica, Trinidad, Tobago, and wherever else. So that has to be understood. All right, and so that has to be understood. So I just want to make sure that that's clear. That's very clear. All right. So there is a difference. It may not seem like it, but there's a difference. Okay, so I guess we jumping into the questions. So MK, keep your eye out. But I do want to ask you if you can share. Actually, so we're gonna get to all the questions, but MK, you still there, right?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, so because we're still kind of on this topic, and before I move to other questions, because
Yep.
I just want to address that one. So, if you don't mind, if so, I'm sure everybody knows by now that you're a Kenyan national. You're from Kenya, born and raised in Kenya,
Mm,
and you're from, or you're of the Luo tribe
yeah.
of Kenya. Okay, so, well, first of all, roughly how many tribes are in Kenya? Estimate.
Um, I'll say just roughly 45, give or take.
45. Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
45. All right.
There were
Okay.
42 indigenous, but then yeah, it got added a bit here and there. So 45,
Okay.
give and take.
Okay. So, do you know offhand what's the largest in terms of numbers?
The largest group would be between the Kikuyu and the Luya groups.
Kikuyu and Luya?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, all right, but here's the thing that I want you to speak on is, okay, so among your tribe, the Luo,
Mm.
what is the tradition or the oral tradition of how the Luo people came about? Like what not so much where, but like how did the Luo people become Luo?
Oh, okay. Yeah. So we have kind of like a story that is centered around two brothers. And the story goes something like there was a father who had two sons, and the two sons were named Labongo and Giper. And Labongo was the eldest son. So this is what encompasses everybody that was considered under the Luo community. So the father and his family with the two sons, Labongo and Giper. And because it's traditional that there was a spear that is always passed down from the father to the eldest son at the time when the father is almost passing over to the other side to become an ancestor. So when it was time, so he called his son Labongo, who's the eldest, and then he did give him the spear, and the father passed away. So, and Labongo would have the spear, and when he had his eldest son, and when it's time to pass on, then he would do the same. So now, um, at one point, one day, Labongo went hunting, which is something that he normally did, and he left his wife at the in the homestead, and then the story goes that the wife was screaming because there was an elephant that came through their field, and attacked because he was looking for some food. So when the wife screamed, and the brother who was around had the scream, came and with in haste took the nearest spear that he could find, and threw it at the elephant, and the elephant it hit the elephant's body, and the elephant was rattled obviously, and got out of there, ran. And so everything was fine. But then once Labongo came back from his hunting escapade, and he found out that the spear that was used, obviously accidentally, to to ward off the elephant, was the spear that was given to him by his father, that one that is always passed on from one family member to the other. And obviously he was furious, so he was red with anger, and he was like, so he wouldn't, and the brother told him, sorry, I didn't, it was a situation where I had to react quickly. But Labongo would not hear anything about it. So he was just upset. He told the brother, you need to go find my spear. I don't care. I need my spear. So Gipir had to go into the woods, all the way to the deep, deep, deep parts of the forest to find the spear. The brother told him, don't even come back until you find the spear. So he had to take this long journey into the deep parts of the forest to find this spear. And obviously, this journey, wasn't anything easy. So he had to. It was there was snakes. There's all kinds of stuff in the wild, and which he had to face, and was injured for the most part of his journey. So at one point, he was badly injured, in a bad state. And luckily, there was an old woman who lived into the deep parts of the forest that found him, and she cared for him. So she took good care of him until he came back to he was of health enough to keep looking for the spear, which he did, and he did find the dead elephant at some part of the forest with the spear. And so he got the spear, and then now it was time for him to come back home. So the old lady gave him enough stuff for the journey, and like foods and stuff, and also provided him some royal beads, really beautiful beads that when he arrived at the village, they were so beautiful. It was something that nobody had ever seen, such beautiful stuff. So that's what he was provided with. And he came back to the homestead, and he blew his horn. Everybody came, and he was like, okay, he's back. And then obviously he was enraged still because of all what he's experienced through the woods and the forest. And he threw when the brother came, he just threw the spear down on the earth and told him, there goes your spear. And he left. And so once he left, obviously there was still tension between the two brothers, but he kept to his own, and he was like, he's just waiting for a time to revenge. So then at one point, the brothers daughter, Labongo, the eldest son, the owner of the spear, one of his daughters, his favorite daughters, was playing around, where the younger brother Gipir was, working on his beads, and women sitting there and admiring it, and all kinds of stuff like that. So then she accidentally swallowed one of the beads. And so the brother Gipir was like, this is my time to revenge. So then he went to the brother, and he's like, your daughter swallowed my bead. Obviously I want my bead back, so I need it back now. And the brother was like, I understand. Maybe we wait until she goes to the to to do her number twos, and then we can see if she passes out the beads and whatnot. And the brother was like, nope, I need my bead right now. Obviously remembering how the brother treated him with the spear, because when he had lost his spear, the brother said he needed it right away and never to come back until he found the spear. So he told the brother the same thing. I need my spear right. I need my bead right now. So Labongo, the elder brother, the one with the spear, was upset, and so he cut off. He cut off his daughter, killed the daughter, and got the bead, and gave him the bead, gave Gipir the bead. And then at that point, obviously, there was tension, and they decided to separate and put an axe. Buried an axe where they were, and they separated and went their ways. And so these two two groups of people separating the elder brother and his family and the younger brother with his family. And so the elder brother and his the elder brother and his family became what is known as the Acholi people and also the Luo people that you have in Kenya, while the Gipir from the younger brother with the bead became the Alur people that you have in parts of northern Uganda, parts of Sudan, and parts of DRC Congo. And that's how the story goes.
What? You okay? Wait. All right. So yeah, you kind of ended. All right, because you built up the conflict. But okay, so say it again. So we were two brothers. What were their names again? Because I'm putting it on the screen so everybody can see it. So what are the two brothers' names?
Labongo, Labongo.
Okay.
And Gipir, which is Gipir.
Okay. So these two brothers, which one was the oldest?
Labongo is the oldest.
Okay, Labongo. So Labongo becomes, so after the conflict and the split between, Labongo becomes who again, or which group?
So you have the Acholi people and also the Luo people that you have in Kenya.
Okay, so is that right? Is I spelled Ocholi correctly?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Labongo, and what about Gapir?
So Gipir are the Alur people.
Allure, and where are they?
So you find
Congo?
them in Congo, Uganda, Congo.
Oh,
Or just put DRC, Republic of Congo, and then
DRC
yeah,
and Uganda.
Uganda and Sudan.
Sudan. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so just real quickly, so are these today, as far as today, are the Acholi / Luo a distinct group apart from Allure that's in DRC and Uganda, etc.? Are they distinct ethnic groups now today?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So all right. Well, that's good because that's what I wanted to you to share with everybody, because if hopefully everybody was paying attention to all of that, right? So here we have and it's an oral tradition that the
Yes.
story. Okay. So here we have a oral tradition where you can clearly see that two people from the same family, which means DNA or genetics would be the same. They're brothers, and they split, and they become two distinct people eventually over time. So what this means is it supports the whole what everybody in anthropology knows, that a genetic population of people does not equal an ethnic population of people. You can have the same or similar, you can have the same ancestry. You could be a part of the same genetic population, but you could be of a different ethnic group than somebody else who shares your same ancestry within that genetic population. And so people have to really digest this and understand the problems of trying to invoke DNA when talking about ethnic groups or groups of people, or what makes a people a people. And I keep saying this, what makes a people is not your gene pool. That's not it. What makes a people is answered through cultural anthropology, sociology, ethnology. You know, it's an ethnic group. And these are social constructs that emerge in the minds of human beings when there's a tacit agreement. There's an unsaid agreement where there's a sense of a collective self. where you feel like you belong to a group of people based on whatever criterions are exist that's of importance to you. So you can share is certain shared characteristics and behaviors and values of importance that you share with other people that makes you feel like you belong together, and that emerges as what we know as an ethnic group of people. And what's high, very high on that list of important features for this to take place is what? Emicat, what do you think it is? Was very high on that list.
Oh, sorry, could you repeat that again? I didn't hear you the first time.
Okay, I said a lot. I was saying that an ethnic group is a result of, it's a social construct. It's not a result of genetics and things like that. It's a result of a social construct that emerges when people feel like they share certain features that are of importance to them. And I was saying that very high on that list of the sharing part is what? I said, what do you think that is?
Language.
Yes, exactly. Language is one of the key elements of this feeling of belonging and this collective self identity. Okay, so anyway, so yeah, I wanted you to share that with everybody else, so that they can kind of hear from you as far as the story of your particular tribe on how this comes about, you know. And we could come back to this as well in terms of we can come back to this if another question comes up. All right, so
Okay.
all right, that's cool. So I want to, because people may have been, because I held my spot on Sat 12's question. So remember, so again, we're here. Welcome to the channel. Those who showed up, shout out to everybody. Appreciate everybody hanging out. And basically, we're going with whichever way the wind blows tonight. All right, so engage in the chat. Myself and Emicat, we're engaged in the chat. We want to kind of focus on popular questions related to ancient Egypt. So we can either elaborate on the questions, try to give concise answers if we know the answers. If we don't know the answers, you know, we can try to figure it all out. Okay, so we just want to kind of run through the popular questions as it relates to ancient Egypt. All right, that's the kind of goal or main focus for tonight. And you know, it's kind of laid back, open discussion. You about to say something?
Oh yeah, because I just saw what Donnie was saying. That so they were hating on the beat and people falling out over small things, and I guess the point is it's not like literal or whatever it is. The point I guess is just to note that that separation usually happens because of either tensions. It could be in like external or interior, or just conflicts in that sense. Because people stay together as long as it's necessary and they agree, and there's no disagreements. But or there's no forced separation as you have with slavery and things like that. So the whole point is just to have like symbolism of how separations occur, where people become distinct and things of that nature.
Okay. Well, before I go backwards, because you just shared that story, and I know people probably commented, because I'm holding my spot on the chat so I don't lose it when I want to go through any questions that people did put up there. But since you just went through that story, and the present comments may be related to that, let's go. So that's the Luo, right? So that's your personal experience. You can personally speak to that. But so here's another question along the same lines. Do you know of any other African ethnic groups that have similar outcomes where they became who they are today based on some kind of split or family split or whatever the case is? Do you have any examples of that?
Yeah, there are actually quite a few. So you have something else around the same area in southern Sudan. where you have the story that goes about a father and son dispute that led to like the split of those people. So you have something like I think the father is this is of the Shilluk people, the Nikang, the father, and the son
Wait, wait,
Dak.
wait. Because I'm gonna put it on the screen because this is good stuff to maybe reusable. So you said the what people Shuluk?
Yeah, Shilluk people of South Sudan.
Am I spelling that right? Shi.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
Shuluk. All right.
Yeah.
Now I'm familiar. That name. I don't know if is this related, but I'm familiar with what's called shaluks in terms of scars on the cheek. Like I know there's people in Sudan who have scars on the cheek, and I know them to be called shaluks. And they're part of the initiatory system in Sudan. So I don't know if it's from the Shilluk people and that's how it all ties in. I'm not familiar with that enough, but that'd be curious. So you said the Shilluk, and that's who they are today, right?
Yeah.
Okay, you said it came about. Okay, so go ahead. I'm sorry.
So this is more of a dispute between father and son. And
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, keep going. I'm just putting it on the screen.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So the father and son, and then the father is known as Nikang,
Okay, you definitely
and
gonna have to help me on the spelling.
Nykang, and then the son is Dak, which is Dak.
Okay. All right.
Yes. So obviously they had a dispute. I don't remember what it was all about, but that led to the split that created the different communities that they have among themselves.
Okay, but they're all considered Shilluk.
I think so.
Okay,
So it's that they
but
have
any
subgroups.
all right. So anyone that have a distinct like how you explain Luo. Any one of the are you familiar with anyone that has like a distinct split?
Yeah, so in Uganda and I think South Africa, those are good examples to use. So you have the Baganda people and the Banyoro people.
Baganda. Okay, so wait. Baganda. All right,
Okay,
and who?
so Banyoro,
Spell it.
Banyoro.
Okay.
So and this is also brothers, and no dispute, but there's two brothers, Kintu,
Okay, wait. Kintu. Spell right. Kintu.
yeah,
Okay.
just like that. And then you have Rukidimpuga, which is Rukidi. That's the first part. And the second part is Mpuga, which is Mpuga.
Okay.
So so these are distinct people and that created these are brothers, and Kintu he became like the first king of the people that are known as the Buganda people.
Okay.
And then the brother Rukidi Mpuga became the ruler of the Bunyoro people.
All right. So he came. Okay. So there you go. I'm just trying to quickly do it visually so everybody can see it. All right. So this is, and where is this again?
This is in Uganda.
Okay, Uganda. All right. Okay, so I think that's enough examples for now. So these examples drive the point home that the perception. So here's the thing, and this goes to what what all anthropologists anthropologists know, that see, we're the only one, like lay people, we tend to misuse these important and valuable tools within the different sciences and academic disciplines, because it may not be our profession, or We may just want to argue with somebody on YouTube, so we'll just look something up in passing and really not know how these tools are applied or whatever the case is. And so the same thing happens with all this stuff, and so people are trying to define a people based on what they learn about genetics and haplogroups and things like that, when that's not the tools to use for that. And so this highlights that, because in the minds of human beings and population groups, the way that the world interacts, humans interact with each other in the world, is done based on a social construct of those particular people. As I said before, it's the sense of collective self, regardless of genetic pool or genetic ancestry. So here you have, so these are enough examples. So Emiket shared the Luo example of two brothers splitting, becoming two distinct people, but obviously they were brothers. So that's one family. And same thing here, you have two brothers, Kintu and Rukidi Mpuga, if I'm pronouncing that closely. Mm-hmm. Together, two brothers that split and become two distinct people. And so it's not about the gene pool. All right. So just want to make sure that's clarified. But here's a question to you, Emike, if you know, Baganda and Banyoro, do they speak two different languages?
Yeah.
Do you know?
I'm not sure. I think they do, but I don't know if they call them languages or dialects down there. So I wouldn't say that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, how about back to your example? Where was that? Let me go back to that. Your example, the Luo and the Allure, are they different languages?
Yeah, they're different languages, but there are certain similarities.
Okay.
Between them, but there are different languages.
Okay. All right. So anyway, so there you have it. So hopefully everybody is satisfied with that, and appreciate MK you sharing all of that good stuff. So let's get into now, because I'm backed up on whatever anybody was saying, because I wanted to try to keep up with the chat, because this is, tonight we going whichever way the wind blows, right? So I'm gonna go down the line. So I see, so I'm way back here. So I'm gonna highlight the comments. It says, so people should stop calling Egyptians African American. Oh, wow. Oh, and then that's what Rasan was saying. Ain't nobody calling ancient Egyptians African Americans. Come on. Yeah. I don't think I've ever heard that either. I don't think I've ever heard ancient Egyptians are African American. But here's the thing about that though. I've heard people, kind of try to imply it, even though I never heard somebody say it outright. But I've heard people try to imply that though. Ancient Egyptians are our ancestors type of thing. Like, and they mean it more so in like, yeah, like that's one of their ancestors and whatnot. And then lo and behold, they go to 23andMe. They found out that they share ancestries right there, bloop, Nigeria, and whatnot. Then once they find that out, then all of a sudden, yeah, the ancient Egyptians, they migrated over to Nigeria. Yeah, there we go. See. Full stop. They just left. They the Arabs came in there, and then everybody just packed up and boom, got on some horses and camels, and they just came over to Nigeria. Yep. Bam. Anyway, so all right, that's that. All right, so Sat 12, I think I say she, but I don't know, because the word Sat is the word daughter, and that's the only reason why. And I know I say this every time I see Sat 12, because I'm not sure, but so Sat 12, I just keep saying Sat 12. The Sesh Smash mentioned you a couple of times in last video. Also said Ahmose Nefertari can be jet black due to deification, because the same scene has much lighter Ahmose. Okay, so so I guess I'm taking that as Smash is agreeing with some of the points that I've made, even if he's not agreeing with me per se, but he's saying the same points that I've made about Ahmose Nefertari in her depiction as being jet black. Yeah, but see, the scholars are not at doubt about that. Like, it's just known that she's deified. Like, that's the purpose of them representing her that way. And we just got to remember the artistic functions of these things. Why is she being depicted that way, and why is she in so many different tombs that's not her own? And then what position does she have in the funerary scenario? So all of these answers to those things I just said, it just points to the fact that her color is due to them conveying something about her divinity and deification and the afterlife and all that good stuff. All right, so but yeah, all right, I'm keep on going down. So Sachs was the next at that I see. A popular statement, not necessarily a question, that I've seen online is about spaceships on the tomb walls. Wow. Okay. Now that one has definitely been handled. Now I tackled that almost when I first came on the scene. So I came on the social media scene in 2009. So I nipped that in the bud myself way back, I think back in 2000, maybe 2010. I've done articles on it or blog posts, I should say. I've done blog posts on it. The old website we had, it's still on the website. It's still on our website. Matter of fact, let me see if I go. Amy,
yeah, I'll share it.
Yeah.
And then when you finish with that, you probably have to go back to the updated version of Sat 12's question, because I think it changes the context of what she was saying, or he was saying.
Okay. But yeah, if you can share that. So we're gonna quickly revisit this spaceship stuff, because now I tackled it many years ago. Man, I'm telling you, this has to be about 2010, and it's probably one of my first Facebook. That's when Facebook used to have notes. Like, you could put a note on your it's almost served like a blog. Facebook had a function where you could put a blog on your Facebook page. And this was back then. And I think it was my first post, my first note type of post like that. But anyway, the short and skinny of it is there's no such glyphs as spaceships. There's no such glyphs as spaceships or flying anything outside of birds. Okay. What it is, it's and I'm going to share it, but I'm going to say it because I'm trying to be concise tonight. We're going whichever way the wind blows, but I'm going to just be concise tonight. Let's see this. Yeah. Okay. I might as well just share. Let me share the screen. So I have it pulled up. Let's share. This is from the website. Our website, seshmedunetcher.com. Okay. So we have two websites. We have an educational environment, Sebaytdome.com, and then we have just all things strictly Egyptian and everything, which is seshmedunetcher.com, and that's what I'm about to share with y'all right now. So let me take your comment off the screen. Okay, so this is the blog article. Now this was posted in 2013, July 19th of 2013. But I had originally did it on Facebook like way earlier than that. So that's why I'm saying it's around 2010. But let me see if I can blow this up. That should be better, right? Can y'all see it better?
2.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this image here at the top right here, and I'm gonna try to be real quick because you all can go to it. Indicate it if you could post a link into the chat if you haven't already did it.
Yeah, I have.
Okay. Yeah, so you all can go read it for yourself, but I'm just gonna quickly give you all the gist of it. And see, what I like to do is once you read it, I'm just giving a short skinny right now. But if you read it and you got other questions or whatever, or you can identify some mistakes that I've made or whatever, all of that stuff is welcome. See, I like to engage in stuff like that. So if you have further questions, or if you think that I've erred in any way, shape, or form, let me know. But anyway, the short and skinny is that this is the picture that a lot of people invoke when they talk about ancient Egyptians had advanced technology. They had flying crafts. Like this one looks like a helicopter. This looks like a space shuttle. This one looks like a hovercraft. And so does this one. You know, people used to say this looked like the Star Wars hovercraft from the movie Star Wars. This looked like the space shuttle, Atlantis or whatever, the Endeavor from NASA. And this looked like an Apache helicopter. Okay, that's what people were saying, and they still say it to this day. And but it's not. It's just not true. What it is these are all glyphs, but they're overlapped. And what it is that this is called a royal titulary of two kings, father and son, Seti the first and Ramses the second. Seti the first is the father of Ramses the second, Ramses the Great. And so the royal titulary that's a fancy word for title. So the royal titles of these two kings were written in the same spot. And here's what happened. Seti is the father, so he's first. So he's building and commissioned all of the things in the temple in Abydos. This is the temple of Seti the first in Abydos. So all the decorations and all of the accolades and everything is about Seti the first. Then when he passes away, Ramses II takes over the project because it wasn't finished. So when he takes over the completion of the temple, in some spots, not all spots at all, but in some spots, he had the artist plaster over his father's name and titles and put his titles there in place. And so now here we are in the 21st century, in the year 2000s and stuff, where the plaster has fallen off, revealing both names carved into the stone. So that's what you're looking at. It's called, and technically it's called a palimpsest. Okay, that's what it's called. And so in here, I go through the whole thing. So I show the picture. I show a picture of Seti the first, which is here. And by the way, this temple, man, the artwork and the carvings here are beautiful. Really, you have to, maybe I'll share some more pictures from here. But here's a bigger, see now this is the picture that people be sharing around. And I'm sure y'all seen it. It's cropped, it's real small. So here I show more of it, where you can see more of this spot. So right here is where they crop. But you can see over here. See, they don't show the cartouche over here or the Shanu, where you can see both names. You see Min Ma'at Ra, and you also see Wasir Ma'at Ra Setepin Ra. All, and both of those are the two different names for the two different kings. So anyway, so I'll break it down here. What was there for Seti the first? You see the word Pasejet would be there. So what looks like a helicopter is really the top of a bow that would go along with a bow and arrow. So it bends down here and here. That's what it was. But they carved over it. So that would be the bow. But they carved over it here where you have the arm and then the quail chick and the arm together. So you have both of these side by side, which gives the appearance that it looks like a helicopter. So anyway, not to drag this out, I go through each of the sections. And then I show an untouched part where you actually see it to this very day. This is in the same temple. Oh man. Can you still hear me?
2.
Okay, I don't know. I think same thing last night. I think so MK, get ready to definitely take over.
Okay.
But let me finish explaining. So here is in the same temple, just a different wall or different upper portion where you see an untouched, the exact same thing, untouched. Okay, where you see the exact same thing, untouched. So you see the bow where it says Pasejet, which means 9 bows. Pasejet 9. You have the 9 strokes. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 9 strokes, 3 by 3. 9 strokes. So then you have the Nepti name. So you see that there. Anyway, so I'm gonna keep on going down. You all can check it out. So there's some different pictures of the whole thing, and then breaking it down. So here's a good picture of it. A nice, bigger, better quality picture of the whole thing where you can see both kings' names overlapping each other, and you see this column here. There's more that extends that way, and that's what this picture is. So if you were to put these two pictures side by side, you would see the whole thing. Is very long and it's along the ceiling. So anyway, you all check that out. So that's just real quick. I think that should be enough to address that one.
Yeah, I remember you had a full video actually going over this. That was in the older Amin Ra Squad YouTube channel. That was good.
Yep. Yeah, we went over that. Definitely. Okay, so I'm going on down the chat.
Or did you want to go over SAT 12's adjustment?
Well, I'm going down. I'm eventually. I guess I'm eventually hit it.
Okay.
Cause I'm just going down the list here. Okay, so Robert Rand asked a question for you. When you first came in contact with African American culture up close and personal, what did you think about? What was your first impression of us here in America?
Okay, so first impression.
Uh-oh, boy.
Well, this is
all eyes on Emicat tonight.
No, I don't know. Because first impression from far, without ever stepping foot to America, is just the same as everybody else. Is is something that wows people. That people would like to imitate and all that kind of stuff. That's But then I would say that my first coming to America, that was like I think 13, 15 years ago. I don't remember. It was a long time ago. And I actually, my first introduction to the US was New York. And I remember, being there and just, it was kind of overwhelming. My thing was everybody was loud. Not everybody, but like just Black people, very loud and very assertive, I would say. So that was kind of more of a culture shock, and I think that you will get from anybody who interacts with actually, I guess Americans in general, but it would be more pronounced with African Americans, I would say. So that was my first impression. It's like assertiveness with loudness, kind of like the best way to put it, like a certain confidence and whatever, that. And I was like, wow, this is very different. It was a little bit overwhelming. So that would be my first impression that I remember. And actually, I remember my brother telling me, like, yeah, you have to be, if you're here, you have to be that way. Where I'm from, it's kind of more like a cool, laid back type of attitude, which was very different from me.
Okay. All right. So Robert Rand, there you go. Okay. So Satchel, I'm going down the list, y'all. So quote unquote Black. Okay. I'll update Black in America means of recent I'll update Black in America means of recent That's what you were talking about, Emicat? That updated? Okay.
Oh, sorry. No.
Oh, no. Okay. Okay. So I'll update. Okay. A recent African descent, Caribbean and all that's been included. Recent ancestors lived in Africa no more than 700 years ago. Yeah. Now, to comment about that, right? What everybody has to understand is that the transatlantic slave Holocaust, we're going to call it, that horrific event or set of events is equivalent to, in terms of a stamp in time, it's equivalent to the supposed birth of Jesus. Now, what do I mean by that? What I mean by that is that the birth of Jesus, whether you believe it really happened or believe him to be real or not, doesn't matter. But what's being attributed to someone's birth is so important, or it creates a definitive stamp in the timeline that we start our calendars over because of it. So right now we're in the year 2024 AD, and it's supposed to be from the birth of Christ, and then BC is before Christ, or people like to switch it to common era and before the common era, CE and BCE, et cetera, et cetera. But regardless of all that stuff, there's a decisive event in history that marks a point in time in the timeline. So now the transatlantic slave trade does the same thing for us in how we talk about all of these things. And by that I mean that is that event in history where is our unrealized reference point. So when we say of African descent, we're talking about of recent African descent, because here's the thing. All human beings that are alive and breathing on the planet Earth today, every last human being is of African descent. Ultimately, all living human beings can trace their ancestry back to the continent of Africa. But we don't discuss it that way. We don't perceive it that way, because the transatlantic slave trade and that event, that time frame in history is our reference point when we say of recent African descent. So when we use the racial terms and say white people, although who people are being called white people, they have African ancestry. But we don't discuss it like that. It's all separate and everything because it's not recent. It's not recent African ancestry and everything. So it's a blur between speaking about ancestry in terms of genetics and how everybody's genes and biology goes back to the continent of Africa, but then it's a crossover into social definitions and perceptions where white people are not African. Everybody and their mother says that white people are not African. People say that in a heartbeat, but biologically they are, in a sense of tracing ancestry back. So when they say black people in America are African, it's all about recent ancestry. So I'm just commenting on that point that you made, Sat 12, that you have to say, obviously it's about recent ancestry, but people don't say recent ancestry. They say, of African descent. But everybody is of African descent. But the implied meaning is recent ancestry. And when you say recent, what is the time? The time frame is going to be that transatlantic slave trade. I'm telling you, that's where all this stuff. Listen, all our problems in trying to discuss these things are coming from that time period, because that's when the modern social construct of race was created and emerged, which is a problem. But we could talk about that another time. So I'm gonna keep going down. Now, I'm trying to go down the line. If I recognize a question, I'm gonna get it, but I'm not gonna click on everybody. So I'm trying to catch up. It's because I know how to chat. Y'all can have a conversation among yourselves as well. So, did the people of Kemet ever call themselves black, or is it only the land? If so, where is it written? Okay, so yeah, that's part of the recent popular conversation. Did the people of Kemet ever call themselves black, or is it only the land, et cetera, et cetera? So here's the short and skinny, and we talked about this for years and years. We got a lot of videos and all this other kind of stuff. The people of Tawi, because you got to remember that Egypt was called several names throughout its history. Everybody and their mother wants to focus on the name Kemet and not the other names. It was known as Tawi. It was known as Khenu. It was known as Idebwi. It was known as Tameri, and as well as Kemet. But everybody focused on Kemet because that's polarized, because people have made the claim that the kingdom's name that we say as Kemet, it means black people, that it's talking about black people. I even had people tell me that it's the equivalent of like saying Chocolate City, like how DC, where I'm from, was called Chocolate City, DC Chocolate City, or Atlanta, or Chicago, or whatever the case is, because of the blackness of the people. Because DC was all black, you know, and everything like that. Like, you know, when I grew up, I did not see what's quote unquote a white person. Never. I mean, you go downtown DC, yeah, you go down to the Washington Mall, you know, the mall where the monument is, the White House, Jefferson Memorial, Lincoln Memorial, and all that stuff, yeah. But outside of that, nope. Never. Never see it. You never see a person walking their dog or nothing like that, living there. None of that stuff was going on. So anyway, but the short and skinny is that the place name Kemet, which is a toponym, toponyms never refer to people. Never, ever, ever in life. Ever. Past, present, future, never. That's why they call toponyms. They're place names. They refer to places. All right. Now, the Egyptians refer to themselves as a collective of people as the Remech. That's just it. All right. And when referring to the inhabitants of this kingdom called Kemet, or the place called Kemet, you have a word called Kemetiu, which is a demonym, which we call a demonym today, which is a relational adjective. What it does, it establishes a relationship with a person or persons, plural, to a place. It makes the connection there. So it's the inhabitants of this place called Kemet. All right. So hopefully that answers the question. Now, the ancient Egyptians obviously had color terms for multiple different colors: red, green, yellow, and eventually blue and white, and so on and so forth. And they described objects and people, you know, different inanimate objects, animate objects, and people with different color terms, and so on and so forth. But collectively, the Egyptians did not call themselves black. So no, the Egyptians did not identify as black. There was no such thing as a race of black in the ancient people's minds. That is a modern social construct, and anybody who does that is an anachronist. And we had a whole show last night about anachronisms and things like that. Okay, so that's that. And let's keep on going down. This is from Donnie. What about the Green Sahara argument? Can you speak on that? Okay, you gotta elaborate on the Green Sahara argument. I'm you know, that's a little vague. So Donnie, if you're still there, can you just elaborate on that? What about the green? What is the Green Sahara argument? Maybe I'm not familiar with that. All right. Oh, so Sat 12 said can't be. Okay, so Sat 12, you're saying that, okay, you clarify your first thing, which was way up here. Can't. Okay, so
she
let me
has
go back to
the whole. Oh, come on.
yeah,
She
yeah,
has
yeah.
the
I
whole
see it.
comment somewhere down there.
So it's saying can't be jet black due to deification because the same scene has a much lighter ahmos. She can't be black due to deification. All right, well, that doesn't change anything, because that's just. I mean, anybody can say anything that she can't be black due to deification, right? I mean, there's nothing really to say about that. That's just somebody saying she can't be something. The deification. Let's see what else. I'm going down, going down, going down. Okay, I see. So Sat 12 said the same thing. Okay, yeah. So yeah, I mean, that's just nothing changed. Ahmose Nefertari is painted black. That's the artistic expression of something. They're trying to convey something. And it was definitely not to say that this lady named Ahmose Nefertari was identifying as a black person, or that she looked jet black. Same thing with Mentuhotep. So, you know, like I said, and I'm gonna keep on saying this. Matter of fact, let me put this on the screen. We had it. We talked about it last night. Y'all need to keep this on the screen. You all have to beware of anachronists. Anybody, I don't care if you blue, black, pink, yellow, brown, white, it doesn't matter who you are, male or female. I don't care how old you are, an elder or a youngling. It doesn't matter. Anybody that tries to take modern social constructs backwards in history and try to apply it to ancient people and ancient conceptualizations, they do so. They're committing anachronisms. And that's detrimental, because now you're making these people and things that you're doing that to out to be what you want them to be, instead of letting them be who they are and let them dictate who and what they are and how they thought and what their culture was all about. And that's just not the way to go. And it's understood. Like the Egyptological literature of today, and the reason why I have this on the screen is because my point I made last night was that people don't have to be anachronists. It's over. The consensus among Egyptologists today, the active Egyptologists today, not the elder Egyptologists that are in a retirement position, who may have put in work in their heyday, but the active Egyptologists of today, the consensus of what they discuss and how they talk about ancient Egypt, they will say that ancient Egypt was an African civilization and its people were African. So it's done, because that's the opposite of what was taking place in early Egyptology, which is why the pushback in the first place. Because remember, early Egyptologists were doing everything in their power to remove Egypt out of Africa, out of African context, out of the African people, everything. They were doing everything in their power to do that. And they were successful among the intellectuals around them, because all the literature was with that, and it went right into the whole Enlightenment movement, the views of African, the whole thing. But now that's changed. It's a 180-degree turnaround. And it's so much so that the scholars can't get around it. And the scholars there's a major consensus about that. So it's done. It's over with. And like I said last night, anybody who keeps arguing about that stuff, it's like you just don't know when you won. So take the trophy. That's why there's trophies here. I even put the diamond studded Ankh on the trophy. Make people feel comfortable. So ancient Egypt was African. Period. Let's just put a period there. And the people were African. Put a period there. That's it. It's done. It's done. Now, if you want to dive more into ancient Egypt and find out about the people and the culture, now you have to become Remech-centric or Egyptocentric. Put the Egyptians in the center of your studies. and allow them to tell you who and what they are. But in order to do that, you have to learn at least the basics of the language. And that's been my advocacy since water's been wet. From the beginning of my advocacy, I've been pushing people to learn the language as a method in order to get at the culture. Don't just try to get at the culture, because then you're gonna be a lookership, lazy YouTube armchair pseudo scholar, just looking at pictures and just guessing things. There are people out there that do that, you know. So anyway, I'm gonna keep on going down now. So let's see, I'm keep on going. Make sure I didn't miss anything. Clarify. All right, let's keep on going. Okay, so Sat 12, just to follow up, that this statement is just not true, because Afmos Nefertari is found, she's found in other people's tombs. And I know my computer's about to reset. Can I still be heard? MK, can you still hear me?
Yes, you're good.
Okay. Yeah, I got a feeling that my computer's about to reboot. I got too many things open, y'all. I should have started this afterwards. But anyway, let's keep on going. But Sat 12, no, this is not a definitive statement to make. I would caution against making statements like this, because Ahmose Nefertari she also appears in other people's tombs, and in other people's tombs, the actual deceased person is not black. So it's not a requirement for other people around her to be black, even when she's jet black. It's just a certain function that she is there. She signifies a certain purpose. That's what people should look at. And that's what I'm saying. All this skin color garbage is stopping people from really learning about the Egyptians, the ancient Egyptians. I guarantee you, you're going to have a short conversation with people who are all focused and preoccupied about skin color. They can only take a conversation so far. As long as you talk about skin color, they talk to you all day. But the moment you move past that, it's humada, humada, humada. You know, people only know the surface things about ancient Egypt and its culture. And the reason why is because everybody pauses and gets stuck at the race. What race were the ancient Egyptians? It's like, who cares? Because the racial classifications of how we classify people today is just a modern classification system. And in the United States, and we can have this conversation at another time, the United States enforces it, or where the rubber meets the road is through the census. And it changes. It's been happening since 1790. And that's the way the United States has been classifying its citizens. And recently, in the last 3 cycles of they call it a decennial, which is every 10 years, a decennial cycle, every 10-year census. In the last 3, the category switched up. So think about the implications of that. So, for example, and this is just an example. Let's say in 1980, you put yourself down as black. In 1990, there's other options there. So you put yourself down as something else. Does that mean that you changed? Like, did you change in 10 years? You became something else? No. You just switched classification. It's not an identity. It's just a classification that you acquiesce to. And so that's all that stuff is modern. Nobody in the ancient world did that. Y'all got to understand that. Nobody in the ancient world did that like how we do it. It's a modern social construct. Social constructs are always existing. Humans, ever since we've been a human, we've operated with social constructs. The point is that the racial construct is modern today. It doesn't match up with any constructs that people did in ancient times, although they had constructs. All right, so I'm going down. I'm going down the list. So we at Sat 12. No, so now just those who are just joining, if you have a question. So what tonight is about is that we're going whichever way the wind blows. Open discussion. I'm engaging the chat. So if you have a question, we're just trying to deal with the popular questions that's floating around. Maybe been floating around for years or whatever. Just kind of touch on them. If we have answers, just quickly answer it and things like that. Keep things moving. All right. So we're just kind of engaging, hanging out. All right. But I need y'all to do me a favor though. If you have a question, put at Seshu on there. Okay. So that way, or at Seshu will make it.
That's the issue.
Oh, sorry. At the Seshu. Yep. At the Seshu. That way it'll stick out. Okay. Or at Emicat because she's in the chat. It'll highlight any way to get it highlighted so I can see it. Okay, so Emicat, you have you or do you know of any comparative linguistics specific to Swahili compared to Egyptian? So that's for you, Emicat.
None.
Okay, so that was quick. So that was to you. So I won't answer that. Alrighty. But hold up, Sat 12. Had you asked me, I would say yes. But you asked Emicat.
Yeah, because I don't deal with linguistics, so. But I would say that some of the stuff that I've seen Asar do, especially when he does stuff with Chiluba and whatnot, sometimes he will mention what those words are, also in like what are also in Kiswahili and whatnot. When that applies in that sense, because there are also both are Bantu languages and some also have connection with each other, some words. So in that sense, yes, but not like a focus, like somebody who specifically focuses on that. That's what I won't say.
All right. Okay, so I think Black Academy, this comment is about the spaceship glyphs. Okay, yeah, check out the post with the link that we put in there. Everyone's okay. I'm trying to make sure I'm getting to the questions. Everyone's first impression of America comes from movies. That's true, especially nowadays. Social media, the movies, and everything. I'm going down. Okay, Donnie says Dane thinks transatlantic triangle didn't exist. Shame on him. Dane. Who's Dane? Oh,
they're probably having their own conversation.
Yeah. I think he's talking about Dane Calloway or something. He must be talking about the Aboriginals. That's the only thing I can think of about that. All right, going down. Sub-Saharan. Okay, that's how Sub-Saharan Africa got to Egypt, Green Sahara. Oh, so he's elaborating. Yeah, I was looking for Donnie's clarification on his question. So the Green Sahara. So I guess he's elaborating on the Green Sahara question. That's how the Sub-Saharan African got to Egypt through the Green Sahara. Well, this is what I recommend people to do. What I would recommend people to do is to toss to the side the Sub-Sahara versus Supra-Sahara. And I'm not saying super, but supra, which means above Sahara and below. Sub meaning below, above and below. That's all part of the confusion as well. All right. People just need to lose that. If you want to know more about the migratory patterns of human beings going towards the Nile Valley, look at it in terms of the archaeological record in terms of, for example, what would be a good examples? Give me a quick second here. Some good examples would be, I guess if you look at the different pre-dynastic culture, if you obviously you have to go before Egypt was Egypt, before Egypt unified and everything like that, and work your way backwards. You're gonna come across terms, and I'll just give y'all a couple of terms. You're gonna come across the Nakada will be a term that you definitely need to pay attention to. They break up the Nakada culture and the archaeological name for those cultures and those peoples and things like that. They just refer to as Nakada collectively, but they break it up into Nakada 1, 2, and 3. And I've also seen it where they say 3A and 3B. But the point is, just remember the term Nakada, okay? And it's very important. Also remember the Badarian culture as well. The Gurzian culture, because that's taking you back prior to 3200 BCE, where they say, Egypt gets its start roughly around about that time. That takes you, going backwards there, where they have material culture that's been studied. Then if you're keep going further back, you have an influx of people coming from the west, the south, and the east into that area of the Nile Valley. Also keep this in mind, that what we call the Delta was not always inhabitable for humans to live there and survive at all. It was at one point it was all water, underwater, or whatever the case is. It was like I wouldn't even say a swamp, but a huge swamp, and then over time, over a long period of time, as the Nile flowed from the southern regions dumping into the Mediterranean, it started to deposit a buildup of land to build it up. So the Delta is actually like, so when you hear the famous phrase that Egypt is the gift of the Nile, they're talking about the Delta, because the Nile produced the Delta's ability to be inhabited because of the buildup of the deposits coming all the way from the mountains down, near Uganda and Lake Victoria and the origins, the origins of the Nile itself, and all, white, blue Nile, the whole nine. It all comes and deposited right there at the Delta. That's where it finishes. That's where it completes itself. Okay? And I'm saying that for a reason. But that's where it completes itself. And so it builds up to where the Delta becomes habitable, to where they actually, it created these tributaries. So the Nile splits up and fans out. And I think it was originally 7. Somebody can correct me and keep me honest. 7, branches of the river that goes out to the Mediterranean. But now, obviously, they're not there anymore. The Nile doesn't behave the way it used to behave or anything like that. So anyway, the valley was where everybody lived, not the Delta. So remember, Egypt is both. So by the time Egypt unifies, they're claiming both. But way before that, prior to that, the Delta wasn't even inhabitable. All right, but anyway, so you all have to look into that. Those how does? But I don't know what the arguments or anything are. I'm just speaking on what you commented on, Donnie. So I'm not. I don't see an argument there or anything like that. I'm just giving y'all a suggestion to make sure y'all look into that, to call off a few things. So you got the Badarian culture, Nakada culture. Now, Nakada culture is A matter of fact, let's do this since that's being brought up. We have a video, and Emicat, if you can post the link to the video, it's called "The Mother of Egypt: A Lesson for Chief X." That's the title of the video. It's a 2-year-old video that we did, and I was addressing some statements that Chief X made back then, like 2 years ago. And in the video, I'm giving references, I'm giving sources and suggested readings on this kind of stuff. And a couple of things that I talk about in that video is the genesis or origin of the kingdom of ancient Egypt. And so one thing that everybody has to understand is that when you hear the word Nubia, it's really a big problem in all of these discussions. That's why I've been advocating for many years for us to stop using it and start using the indigenous terms for these places and people, because it keeps everything in alignment. But here's one reason why it's a problem. So you all have to remember that to the early Greek historians, such as Diodorus Siculus and, all the people like that, Egypt was the delta, pretty much the delta. Everything below that, they considered Ethiopia and Ethiopians. And so what happened is you have this convergence of this word swap. So Ethiopia, in that sense, becomes Nubia. And the word Negroes also become Nubians and Nubia. The land of the Negroes is Nubia, and then the people were called Negroes, which got changed to Nubians. So here's the problem. Nakada, and I need to show this on the map. So let me pull up this map. All right. Hopefully this will interest some of you all enough to look more into it. Okay. So I have this map here. I'm just going to use this map. This is the map I always use. I always use this map. But I'm going to use it because I'm going to show you all something. All right, so if I go down here, right, you see this arrow here? I'm pointing to the word Nakada on the screen. Is that big enough? Emicat, are you able to see it?
2.
Okay. So here's the word Nakada, okay? Now, this is more so an archaeological designation for this area and people and culture. That's why you see Nakada 1, 2, and 3. All right. Now the ancient Egyptians called this area Nubt, where we translate that as gold. So this is the city of gold, or gold town, gold village, however you want to call it. That's what the ancient Egyptians referred to this area as. And so in that sense, if we Romanize the Egyptian word Nubt, we would get the word Nubian or Nubia as a place. Nubia. But what I want you to understand is that this is inside Egypt. But now here's the thing. When everybody talks about Nubia today, everybody's talking about down here, past the cataracts, past the first cataract for sure. So when you say Nubia today, what comes to people's minds is this area down here. All right. So that y'all need to pay attention to that. But this area, to the Greek historians, from Nakada all the way down to Kustul, the area of Kustul, which is roughly, Kustul is not written on this map, but it's roughly in this area here, where the Nile River bends back on itself. Like you see how the Nile flows down, because the Nile comes from the south, right? So the Nile is flowing down here, it's flowing. Then all of a sudden it makes a U-turn. It has a sharp turn. Then it turns back on itself pretty much, and then turns again, and then it goes up. So this is a huge S, or a huge zigzag of the river. So right around in this area is where Kustul, roughly where Kustul is. So from this area all the way up here to Nakada is a region that's called Nubia to scholars at one point in time. All right, and y'all have to understand that. Now, what I mean by region is there's no country called Nubia. All right, get that. Everybody needs to get that in their head. There's no country called Nubia. Not today, not yesterday. All right. Nubia is a region that's the same kind of region as when we say Middle East. So when we say the word Middle East or the phrase Middle East is not a country. It's not a continent, it's not a country, it's not a city. It's the name of a region that we just simply designate. Okay, it's a region. So Nubia to certain scholars was this region from Nakada down to Kustul that I just said. But what I said before that, it's important to know that this portion of that definition of Nubia is actually in Egypt. So it actually is in Egypt. Okay. So now Nakada is near Waset, which the Greeks call Thebes. You see the Egyptian word Waset. So Waset is right in the same vicinity as Nakada. And the Nakada culture, Nakada 1, 2, and 3, the Nakada culture is a major seeding culture to what later develops into ancient Egypt. And so I'm discussing these things in the video that I told you, and Emiket posted a link in the chat. So I'm talking about all these things in the video. So, but it's important to understand that, because when people try to make the Nubians and Egyptians the same people, they do so in error, because the Nubians that people are thinking of when making that statement are people down here in the south, not the region of Nubia that encompasses from Nakada to Kustul. So that whole area is the seeding area and people that forms the genesis and the incubation of what later becomes ancient Egypt. Then it spreads. So they spread downriver, and they actually spread upriver. They go in both directions. They had a harder time convincing people and synchronizing people with their efforts. And I'm being very, I'm speaking very summarily in summarizing. But in trying to unite further south, they were met with more resistance and things than going downstream in this direction to eventually taking all of this territory. And because this territory from here, from Mennefer or Memphis, from this point upwards, is what the Greek historians refer to as Egypt. Now we know that the word Egypt itself comes from Latin Egyptus, which is from Greek Egyptos, and the Greeks is just a transcription of the major temple inside of Mennefer or Memphis, which is Hutkapata. That's why they named all of Egypt Hutkapata or Egyptos, how we say it today, Egypt. Because this was Egypt to them. Just this area from Memphis down here, like this big area here, was Egypt. And this is the gift of the Nile because the Nile River dumped its water and life-giving soil, nutrients, everything here. It's here where all of that happened. And so that's the gift of Happy. If you read the hymn to the Nile or the Dua Happy, the adoration of Happy, you'll see all of that. Okay, so now what happened is the people that didn't get down with the program down here were left out and seen as others. And that became the territory that the Egyptians called the region of Nehisi, called Ta Nehisi. And so Ta Nehisi in scholarly works is being translated now as Nubians. And Nubia, Ta Nehisi being Nubia, and the Nehisiu being Nubians. But that's not the same set of Nubians to the early history writers that were talking about even within the borders of Egypt that became Egypt. So that's why people are confusing and trying to say the Nubians and Egyptians are the same people, but they're doing it under the context of this whole black of the black thing. They're trying to play the anachronistic game of this whole racial thing when it wasn't like that at all. So these are the things that we have to understand. And so you'll find in your research, and I encourage everybody to research Nakata, the Nakata culture. You're going to find all of the organizing and how they set up more solid, definitive organizing structures and stuff comes out of Nakata period, Nakata culture. Then way down in Kustul, you'll see evidence, and we discussed this in the video, you'll see evidence of pharaonic or dynastic Egyptian iconography, such as the white crown, the king sitting on the throne, the Sarek, which holds the Heru name of the king, and so on and so forth. So between these two areas is what seeds, what gives way to a lot of the things that we now know today as ancient Egypt. All right. But by the time that they come down here, the ancient Egyptians, the Remech, as they refer to themselves as, they came across a completely different environment. When you travel down the Nile River and you get to right around about this area around Memphis, your entire environment transforms. And so they saw this as a different type of land, a different environment. And they refer to it as Ta Mehu. And you can see the word here. They refer to Lower Egypt as Ta Mehu because it was different. So drastically different. It was wide. It was plentiful of water, plenty of flatlands. It was flatlands galore. But when you come down here into the valley area, it's very, very narrow, very narrow. And they refer to that part as Ta Shema'u. And so when you put Ta Mehu and Ta Shema'u together, you get a dual, Tawi. And that's why the original name of ancient Egypt was called Tawi, to signify the two perceived regions. And they left the third region out called Ta Nehisi. So Ta Mehu, Ta Shema'u, and Ta Nehisi. Ta Nehisi did not get counted within the unification. We don't have Sema Ta'u. It's called Sema Tawi, the dual, not the plural, which would be Ta'u. That's also reflected in the names that the later names given to ancient Egypt, where they say Ta Meri versus Ta Seti. You have that binary again, that two. Ta Meri and Ta Seti. Still, Ta Nehisi still out there as a other, as a foreign place. Why? because Ta-Nehisi and its people did not get down with the program. So they were seen as other. And remember, the ancient Egyptians, they used the word Nehisi as a umbrella term, because they were also aware of specific ethnic groups within the Nehisi region, such as Wawet, such as Iram, such as Yam, such as the Magi, the Innu people. They were all inhabitants of this Nehisi region, but there were specific ethnic groups that the Egyptians dealt with and, engaged, traded with in some form or fashion, even fought, even asked for help from, such as the Magi at certain points, such as, coming into their armies, to help do this, that, and the third. But they were seen as other than. They were not Egyptians. They were not the Remech, the people. And you got to remember that the word Remech means people. But who it was used for changed at different points in time and different contexts. Because the word itself means people, and we see today, okay, people are people. So that means it means human beings. Like, it means everybody. So everybody is a Remech. No, that's not how the Egyptians used it. In certain contexts, the Egyptians only used that word for themselves. Whenever the Egyptians wanted to compare themselves to other people that they didn't see as themselves, they kept the word Remech for themselves, and they called the other people by other names. And this is evident in the so-called Table of Nations, or the four races of mankind, in the Book of Gates, where the Egyptians kept the word Remech for themselves. They called the East people the Amu, the South people the Nehisiu, and the West people the Chemehu, covering the cardinal points, north, south. Not even north, but it was east, south, and west, in that order. It's in that order every time. They always started with themselves, then they go to the east, then they talk about the south, and then they talk about the west. Themselves, east, south, then west. And so we have to understand the Nehisiu are ancient Sudanese. And that's how we have to word it. If we're going to say the word ancient Egyptians, we need to start saying ancient Sudanese for the people who live south of the ancient Egyptians. We got to stop using the word Nubian, because number one, the Egyptians never used it to refer to people in that region. That's number one. And then two, there's no country called Nubia and stuff. And it just causes all kinds of problems, because it was used different throughout Egyptology. It was used differently. And it was really just a word swap for Negroes. That's where the confusion comes in, because early scholars called everybody below the first cataract Negroes. The word Negro got swapped for Nubian. And, I've shown that. Matter of fact, here it is right here. So you can see the word Nehisi to the Egyptians, because these people here, the Magi, the Iram or Imam people, you see Nehisi here, you see Wawet Nehisi, you see the Kau Nehisi. So you see Nehisi mentioned after each one of these ethnic groups, because Nehisi was a general term to the ancient Egyptians to designate a region that was south of them. And they were aware of different ethnic groups that inhabited that southern area south of their borders. And so this text here is mentioning some of them. You even have the Chemehu mentioned here, which are Libyans, but they're the southern Libyans. So it's to the west of them, but south. And they had close ties to the people in the Nehisi region. And so this is from the inscription of Winnie, if you all want to do further research on that. So I'm just mentioning these things because it's important to know these things. But I was going to show you, I just don't have this on these particular slides. I was going to show you where they're translating Nahisi as Negro. I mean, I always show it, but I just want to show it while I'm saying it. And I think I could probably find it over here. Give me a second. I talk about this so much. Yeah, here we go. Like, for example, this is from the dictionaries in that day and time, late 1800s, early 1900s, coming from Budge all the way to Breasted. And so they translate the Nahisi as Negro, the place as Negro land. We know Negro means black. So these scholars literally called that region black land. But they weren't talking about black land. See, here's the crazy part. This is what's funny as I don't know what. When people want to talk about does Kemet mean black land or black people, that's crazy because the scholars, or they say, Kemet means black people or black land. Is they talk about the land or the people? But here we have scholars literally from way back in the day. They say that Nahisi is black land, but they're not talking about the land. They're talking about the people. In this sense, it's the land of black people. When they say Negro land, they're saying black land in the sense of the land where black people live, because they call Nahisi Negroes. They call the people blacks. So all these anachronists out there, if you want a feel good, if you want to find somebody that the scholars say is black, you already have it. That's what I'm saying. These anachronists have won on all fronts now. They already had the blacker than thou as a people and as a land referencing the people. If they wanted, it was right here. But anyway, so that's where. But just to show you, they have Negroes. So this is like a footnote in coming from Archaeologia, which is a journal of this volume 52. You can see the reference down there. But in this here, it says the country of Wawat was situated in Ethiopia. Now we know it's not talking about the country Ethiopia that we know today. Remember, at certain points in history, even in scholarly works, Ethiopia was anything below Egypt. It wasn't the country today we know as Ethiopia. All right. I just feel like I need to tell y'all that. To the east of the modern town of Korosko, it is mentioned in the inscription of Una or Winnie, where it describes as Negro land. See that? Wawat Nahisi. And so, keep on going. So just to show you that the scholars of that day and time were defining the word Nahisi as black. But these anachronists of today don't talk about that because there was never any pushback on that. It was never any pushback on that. So anyway, I just wanted to show you all that. All right. So anyway, I think that's enough. I just wanted to elaborate on that so everybody can kind of get the gist of. And that was actually a recent post inside of our Facebook group. And by the way, y'all need to join our Facebook group if you have a Facebook account. Join our group. And Imicat, if you don't mind, if you could post the link to our Facebook group. But yeah, that was posted in our Facebook group where the confusion still lingers because there was a brother that posted not pointing out these discrepancies. Diodorus Siculus, like for example, I'm gonna give you a for instance. Let me share my screen. Where is it? I think it's right here. Okay, so I'm gonna share my screen here. This is coming from Diodorus Siculus, The History of the World. And a lot of you all are familiar with this because we've gone over this many times before. Okay, but I want you all to see this. This is obviously an English translation. I'm gonna blow it up. I think you can see that. This is coming from Book 3, Theodore Sickles' Library of History. Library of History. I said World History or History of the World, but it's Library of History. All right. So this is Book 3, and it's talking about Ethiopia and Egypt. So if we go down to the famous statement, right here. This is a famous statement that a lot of people will quote, and a lot of people don't know where it's from, but it says, they say also that the Egyptians are colonists sent out by the Ethiopians, Osiris having been the leader of the colony. Now you've heard the myth where Usir, even in the myth of his death and his issue with Satuk, his brother, when that myth, the story takes place, Usir is coming back from going out, quote unquote, civilizing people, teaching them agriculture. That's how the story goes. So he's going out in the world to civilize people and teaching them agriculture. So he comes back to a festival held by Satuk, who tricks him. You know how the story goes. He tricks him, he locks him in a coffin, then he eventually chops him up into pieces and all that kind of stuff. Drowns him, chops him into pieces, and spreads him all the way out over the land. Okay, so that's the story from the, Plutarch and all the other kind of stuff. But here it says they also say Egyptians are colonists sent out by the Ethiopians, Wasir having been a leader of the colony. Those two things are in sync, matching up with each other. But they say Ethiopians, but remember, Egypt or Ethiopia to them, to these writers, is everything below pretty much where Memphis is. Not Ethiopia, the country we know today, and not even south of today's southern Egyptian border. So we just have to understand these things. So let's keep reading, because we're going to find out something else, I think. It says, for speaking generally, what is now Egypt. Now, mind you, this is at the time that this guy was writing this, or that this was published. They maintain, what is now Egypt, they maintain, was not land. Now check out what it says. You got to pay attention here. Was not land, but sea. When in the beginning the universe was being formed. Afterwards, however, as the Nile during the times of its inundation carried down the mud from Ethiopia, land was gradually built up from the deposit. It says also the statement that all the land of the Egyptians is alluvial silt deposited by the river receives the clearest proof, in their opinion, from what takes place at the outlets of the Nile. As for each year, new mud constantly gathered together at the mouths of the river, the sea is observed being thrust back by the deposited silt and the land receiving its increase. That's what I was saying before, that the delta, they're talking about the delta. The delta used to be water, swamp. And then over long periods of time, the deposits from the Nile built it up to where it was manageable, and now it's inhabitable now. People can actually be there, and it's flat, and it's very fertile, and the whole nine. So anyway, y'all can check that out. But anyway, I think we even covered this in the video, so I'm just going over the video. So let me just take this off the screen now. Get back so I can see that trophy. I need these anachronists to definitely get their trophy, boy. All right, so I'm sorry. So MK, you gotta keep me on point here. I'm going down. I don't want to get too long winded on any one thing.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there's still some questions. Which question was that? Oh yeah, we have, yeah. So you're in the right
Yeah,
spot.
okay, yeah,
You're
I'm
way
going. I'm
down
going
there.
down.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going. I'm trying to get there, y'all. All right. Let's see. Seshu piece. Do you know what color pigments ancient Egyptians used in their various art? Saw last night's live today, and I have this curiosity. Okay, peace. Nathalie. I think it's my first time coming across that name. So peace to you. Welcome. Yes, the color pigments, and that's more so actually Emiket's department. So I don't know if Emicat, because like we like right now, like I said tonight, we're going whichever way the wind blows. I don't have any books in front of me, books open or nothing. You know, we kind of just hanging out with you all. So any answers that me, I'm giving, I'm trying to be concise. I'm trying to be, give a summary, and we can elaborate if need be. It just takes a little longer for me to dig up some stuff or whatever the case is, but I don't mind. But I say that to say that the colors are known, the pigments in terms of the artist and the scribes, their color palette and things like that is definitely known. The Egyptians had terms for all these different colors in the ink well that they used, even down to the brush and stuff like that. But if Emmy Cat knows right now, she could probably let you know.
Yeah, the different colors that were used in the artwork, we've discussed them, most of them actually. So we have colors like red, which was like the share. We have yellow. There's blue. There's green. There's white. There's black. So yeah. So I don't know if you want to go into the pigments or what they are. For example, the red is like coming from. I hope I'm not butchering the word. It's like, how do you say the word?
Ochre.
Ochre. Something I feel like saying ochre. Yeah. And then there's different components of what you get with the yellow ochre, like iron oxide and things like that. And then obviously there's also like the Egyptian blue, which is like people know it as one of those uh, alias, like what you would say like it's a synthetic pigment. And that one, it was made from mixing things like silica, copper, and other things. I think alkali or something like that. I'm not sure. I have to refer back to that when we do a proper show on it. So, and then then you have all other colors like lapis lazuli, all that kind of things like that. So there's all kinds of stuff that we could go way more extensive into it on another show.
Yeah. So now, just to kind of elaborate or add to that real quick, the pigment that was used for the flesh of 99% of all adult males in the Egyptian artwork was the pigment that they referred to as dashir, red. But remember, when even today, when we say a color, it's really a category label for different shades within the same range or scope. So red, there was no single color red. In other words, okay, just like today, we don't have a single color red. Like our red, there may be a hex number for it for digital artists. We could pull up the hex number, which is a 6 digit number for it. But when we discuss red, we're not discussing a single and one and only red every single time. There's a range of reds, plural, that we call red. And so the ancient Egyptians did the same thing. So you have dashir, which is translated as red, but it also included different shades of red, components of red. Okay. And that was what was used for the flesh colors of the ancient Egyptians. All right. Adult males. The women were mainly painted in what's called khenet or khenet, which is the word translated as yellow. But we don't mean yellow like our idea of yellow. We may think of yellow as this single color, like lemons, like how lemons look. But it was yellow and it had like this golden tone to it or whatever the case is. So it's not like yellow. it could be pale. Then obviously you have Hejet, which is white, Kem is black, and you have Waj, which is green. So those are like the major colors and pigments that are used for different things. So hopefully that'll help out. Now along those lines, I do want to explain something that in the Egyptian artistic canon, and this is something that people have to study. Don't just do lookership and look at pictures and then just walk away with assumptions. Actually do some studying about Egyptian art. There's scholars who have written books on this, and we have them. Like we read a lot of stuff. We read these things. Now I would have to go back and refresh because over the years we've been through a lot of these things. And there's a lot of work out there for this. But what I want to point out is in the Egyptian artistic canon, what the artists used to do was in scenes where there's a lot of people, a lot of, Egyptians doing something, they would alternate every other person in a lighter shade and a darker shade. They would go light, dark, light, dark, light, dark, light, dark of red. So they have different shades of red. And let me see if I have one real quick to show y'all. Because I always, I like to show things as I'm saying it. So let me see if it's a quick way for me to pull up something. Let's see if I can find it quickly. Where is a picture that I have like that? And you can, you'll find it yourself. Where whenever you see a lot of people together, you'll see them alternate. And boy, when I'm looking for one, trying to be fast, I don't see one real fast enough that I can pull out for y'all. So unfortunately,
I'll give you time to look for it. Just to also add a little bit on the pigment stuff. Just even the one of the things that we do know from reading the text is that even knowing how to even mix certain minerals to get different kind of colors and things like that. That was also more like an insider trade secret or whatever you would call it among the scribes. Because I do know that, and I can pull it up real quick. If you actually go through the Stele of Irtisen, which is like more like a big biography of who he is and things, and his trade secrets and whatever, you will see him talking about stuff like when he brags about his skills and knowing the secrets of Sesh Netcher, and even knows how to make pigments and their composition and mix them in water without spoiling them, and all these trade secrets, like he says, nothing is going to be revealed to anyone except him and his eldest son, who is also going to obviously has taken is under his wing to learn to be to take over to have take over his skills and things like that. So there you will see something being said as requi iret imiut ket. So he knows everything about the imiut, like the making of pigments and things like that. So that was also something that was kind of like things that were trade secrets and something to be proud of, being able to make all those kind of lovely pigments that you see in those inscriptions and whatnot. So just wanted to add that, but we'll probably have to elaborate when we go over all the colors and things like that on a separate topic.
Okay, good. Yeah, I was just trying to find an example of what I was saying, and I'm not having luck fast enough because I don't want to take too much time because I'm already backed up on the comments. I'm trying to keep the engagement going, but I'll just verbally describe what I'm saying. If you go and you look up different pictures where you see multiple Egyptians doing any activity in the illustrations, you'll see that the artist would alternate the colors of the flesh tones of the Egyptians. One, it would be every other would be lighter or darker than the previous person. Okay, and that was part of the canon. And that's just that. All right. So if I find one before we get off here, I'll definitely show it. And
Yeah,
I actually had one
you do
before.
actually have it because you showed it on one of our videos. I can remember the title of that, but
Yeah,
you showed that
I have tons of these images. It's just trying to find them real fast. All right. So, but hopefully people will understand. Okay, let's keep on going down. I'm just trying to go down. Okay, this is another question for you, I think. Emiket, you being Kenyan and reading Medew Netcher might have a big advantage in researching or helping someone to research possible linguistic connections between Egyptian and Kenyan languages. Yeah.
Yes, that is absolutely true. And I hope to be able to do that someday. But in keeping with our curriculum, we do have a curriculum if people don't know, and it is strategically structured and created in a way that you build upon your previous knowledge. So we have going from just learning basic Sesh Netcher for beginners, and then we move on to things like penmanship and then grammar, and then it moves over to linguistics. So we do know that at some point, when we are taking up these languages, at some point we do get into linguistics. But I don't want to rush ahead of myself because if there are prerequisites that needs to be that I actually require before I get to that. But you are absolutely correct. SAT 12, I would definitely love to do that, especially with Doluo and Egypt, and then also Kiswahili after. But Doluo it will be I'm definitely looking forward to that, and that kind of hypes me up to get everything done and learned correctly, acquired all the right skills, especially we're doing grammar and things like that, have that mastered, and then move over to linguistics.
All right. So I have this one up on the screen from SAT 12 again. Seshu, the conscious community is not satisfied with by we're African. Chief X says African, but not black sub-Saharan type. But Smash and Reggie says wrong, they were. And that's what I'm saying. See, all of that, everybody that you mentioned, Chief X, Smash, Reggie, and all the list goes on and on and on. This is what I'm referring to as anachronists. And it is a waste of time. And I've been saying the same thing for years. Our YouTube channel reflects that. Like the video that I made reference to where I'm talking about the mother of Egypt, that was 2 years ago. So that's recent in terms of what I've been saying about this. The whole thing about we should disregard the word Nubia and Nubian and start using the indigenous terms, that goes way back to 2014. On Facebook and Google Hangouts and stuff, I've been saying these things. But the point is that all of these things are anachronistic ways to make the Egyptians out to be what people want them to be instead of the other way around. And it's really, really, really silly. Well, one, it's a retardation of progress. It stagnates progress because people are not going further and looking into the culture and the mindset of the people and learning about all these different things. Everybody wants to say the Egyptians are spooked out, believing in the afterlife and seeing all these things, but they don't know what the Egyptians really meant behind all this stuff. Really. And there's so much more that people don't know because they're so stuck on trying to focus on skin color and things, which is simply a modern thing. It only exists and lives in the modern era. It's a modern social construct. And that's why I play the heck out of Dr. Clark, trying to tell people, because people are not going to listen to me. And I think enough people in the conscious community venerate Dr. John Henry Clark enough to listen to him. And he's telling people to get over the black thing. Black is not an identity. He said black people, in terms of Africans, have never made such a thing. So if they're not listening to me, listen to him. He says it's a European creation that comes out of colonial, now I'm going to do a show on that. because I want to do a whole presentation on that with references and everything. It's actually the expansion of capitalism, global capitalism, imperialism, colonialism, and during the transatlantic slave trade to justify the inhumane treatment of people that they felt were not human. That this whole classification system was set up. And what a lot of people don't know is that what we're calling white people was actually very restrictive to only Anglo-Saxons at one point. Irish people, Italian people, like everybody in Europe right now, we would say, okay, everybody in Europe, European, like European now is equal to white people. European is synonymous with white people. But that's not how it was. It was strictly for Anglo-Saxons. Everybody else in Europe was not white either at one point. A lot of people don't even know that. And then how it changed, how they started to get inclusive into the category of white, and how that happened and why it happened, and what black actually meant as a category, not as a, and they were slick. I'm telling you, it's crazy. It's a very strategic thing that took place to use color terms for a category, because it implies appearance and the way something or someone looks. And then they're able to usher in the pseudo-scientific racist elements through the Enlightenment. Remember, these intellectuals went through an Enlightenment, and it was during that period of time that all this stuff comes out. So, but we're going to have a whole conversation on that. But of course, the conflict community is not satisfied with African, because the conflict community, that's why I call it the conflict community. The conflict community needs conflict in order to stay relevant. So they're not going to be satisfied with African on either side, because they got to keep arguing. That's what makes the community what it is. Notice on everybody's. Now, when I say everybody, I don't mean to speak like 100% absolutes. When I say this, I'm talking about the preponderance of the majority. When you look at all these different channels, what do you see? It's mostly made up of arguing and drama. That's why I rightfully call it the conflict community. It's conflicts galore. And it's like this. If there was no crime, there would be no need for police. So in a sense, police need crime to justify their existence as police officers. Because if you have a long period of no crime, you start looking for crime. Because you need crime to be a police officer, to justify your existence as a police officer. So the same thing with the conflict community. Too much agreement in the conflict community is not in the best interest of the conflict community. So of course they're not going to agree or be satisfied with the fact that ancient Egyptians are African. That's a given. I don't expect anything less. So I don't, me personally, I don't, that's why I say beware of the anachronists. I am anti-anachronism. I am anti-anachronist. All the people that do it. I don't get down with that. They can have it. They can fuss and fight and argue amongst themselves till they blue in the face, because it's been going on for over 50 years in its recent iteration. From Diop and the UNESCO from 1974 all the way up here till now, the arguments have been going on and on and on, just swapping different people out. And all of it is anachronistic. It's stupid. It really is. Let the Egyptians be the Egyptians. Why can't they just be the Egyptians? And then on top of that, it's also silly to think that all the Egyptians was any one type of person. Ethnically, they were all Remetch. They saw themselves as a collective self, a self-collective. But in terms of a racial category, they didn't do that. And even if we were to do it, check this out. If the ancient Egyptians were alive today, the according to the United States of America, where most of us live, they would be classified as white. Just like all the Egyptians today. It doesn't mean that they look white or anything like that. They will be classified as white. Everybody in a North African country to right now, today, in 2024, is classified as white. They will be in the classification called white. It's us. I ain't even gonna say, I'm gonna take myself out of it. It's crazy, backwards people that think that these terms and classifications is an identity. And that's what Dr. Clark is saying. Black is not an identity. And equally so, white is not an identity. None of these racial categories are identities. They're simply categories. They're simply classifications. That's what they are. Once people realize that, then people will know how to maneuver. And that's what I mentioned last night. So that whole thing, they're African. Leave it at that. Even if you are hell bent on skin color and all that other kind of stuff, there's no way all the Egyptians, all the citizens in ancient Egypt were of one skin color, of one hair type, and things like that. That is also stupid. It just is. You go over to Egypt today, forget about everything else, and you just take a skin color analysis, walking from the Mediterranean and go against the river, go upstream, go all the way up the Nile, from the Mediterranean, go all the way up to the Nile, past Cairo, go all the way down, past Luxor, go all the way down, go into Aswan, what they like to call Nubia, go all the way down there and stuff like that. And you start comparing, you're going to see a gradient. You're going to see a gradient of skin tones, of literal skin tones, as you do that. The further south you go, the darker the skin color is going to be. That's true for any place on the planet as you go from a certain latitude, going downward. They got skin color maps, statistics for stuff like that. So it's just all silly. It's just all silly. I am trying to. All right, so I'm gonna keep on going down. Trying to go down. Yeah, I'm trying to catch up to y'all because this is so. While I'm scrolling down, peace to Sean P, peace to Mika, peace to just seeing who popped in that I didn't see before, and peace to Kevin Chill Her. Kevin, if you still there, when were you last in Egypt? Because I saw some pictures and they look like fresh, recent. So Kevin, if you still there, let me know when the last time you were in Egypt, because if you're there right now, you definitely gonna have to pop up on the panel. All right, because I saw some pictures that look fresh, like yesterday fresh. Okay, so Sat 12 timestamp where Smash has audio clip of you and Shaka video. Sunday studies prove black means fertility. They can't. Mental hotel almost never. Me and Shaka must be talking about Shaka and Dougal Kemet, I guess. Yes, at 12, I already spoke on that. I'm gonna leave that to the anachronists to argue amongst themselves about stuff like that. If people need for Athmos Nefertari to be painted black as a literal representation to say that her skin color was jet black and that she is a black lady, then that's what they need at this point in time. People need it, they can have it. I don't want to disrupt people's drugs. All right. If people need, if they need that fix, then hey, at a certain point you got to just let people do what they got to do. I can't babysit people. At a certain point you have to. Mika said, I feel like I'm watching a rerun. Yeah, it is. Oh, y'all must have a conversation among yourselves. I thought you were talking about what we were doing, but yeah. Yeah, y'all definitely have a conversation among yourselves. Okay, so I'm going down, trying to find any questions. So remember, peace to everybody who came and tuned in. Basically what we're doing tonight is whichever way the wind blows type of thing. I'm trying to engage the chat, and I'm trying to deal with any of the popular questions and things related to ancient Egypt. All right, so it's like we're kind of winging it, addressing some of the things. If we need to elaborate and get down and y'all have time, then we could do that. But I'm just trying to briefly just touch on any of the popular questions and conversations related to Egypt. Popular ones. All right. So here's a I didn't see anybody ask this, so maybe y'all already passed this. Did ancient Egyptians have slaves? So somebody answer me that. As I'm scrolling down, I'm gonna get to your answer. So my question to y'all is: Did Egyptians have slaves? That used to be a popular question. Let's see, what else do we have? I'm going down. Emicat, as I go down,
Oh,
I don't want to miss anybody.
oh, okay. Well, yeah.
I'm here at Nathali
Okay.
right now. So if I missed anybody before that, so Seshu, yes, we have a variety of colors. I think that is our understanding of the ancient language that makes it look simple when it's not. Okay, I think I understand. We have variations of colors. Yep, I think that is our understanding of the ancient language that makes it look simple when it's not. Okay, I'm a little fuzzy on what's what's
I
meant.
think it's probably meaning like we have more uh shades and tones and all that kind of stuff in between the major colors as opposed to just a small variety in the color palette that we see in ancient times. I'm not sure, but
Okay, yeah. If that's what's meant, then that's definitely true. That's why they call it a canon. A canon is another way of saying like standard or law. And so there's a scribal canon and artistic canon that was used. And the red ochre was a main ingredient for use for the flesh tones. And this is throughout the world because red ochre is plentiful everywhere, like in a lot of places. And it was easier to manage. And that was used. And so you have idealization that they call it, to make an ideal look. That's why a lot of the ancient Egyptians look young in all of the depictions. Most, I mean, not all, but then you have individualizations where the artist would pick some important differentiation of an individual and include that in the art so that you can tell that, okay, it's referring to this particular person. But overall, there was a standard of how these things were done. And in terms of the coloring, that was definitely highly standardized for all of Egypt's existence. And different scribal groups had to create their pigments. Like, and I always remind people, the scribes of the first dynasty didn't make like 1,000-gallon batch of of these paints so that their 1,000-gallon container could be used by all scribes that come after them for the whole life of Egypt. Every scribal group had to create their tools. They had to create their pigments and things, and they had a formula. They had a recipe and formula. That's what Emiket spoke to before. And it was a skill set that they held to heart, to where they kept it a secret. Okay, so I'm going down. I'm still going down. Still going down. And like I said, I know, a lot of times in chat, y'all will have a conversation. So especially the Roman period Nubian virtually means Nahisi. The problem with wanting to use Nahisi is that modern people in the region today call themselves Nubian Museum in Sudan. Yeah. But that's why the whole Nubian thing is problematic. Now, in just a regular surface shallow conversation of a day-to-day, people use Nubian, there's really no misunderstanding or miscommunication. But when you're studying and stuff like that, it shouldn't be used. It just shouldn't be used. Period. Because the same way we can utter the sound Nubian, I can pronounce Nubian, I can pronounce Nahisi. Like all these words are the Egyptological pronunciations, they're easy to say. No one's forcing us to say Nubian. Why? Why not say what we mean? Why not call these people by their names? Because if we put Egypt in the center, if we put the Remich in the center, then let's use the terms that they use for these other people. The Sengir are the Babylonians. So in the Egyptian context, why don't we call them Sengir? Why don't we call everybody south of Egypt collectively as Nahisiu? That's easy enough to say. And then we want to get into individual ethnic groups. Let's call them by the name. Inu, Situ, Iram, Yam. We can say those terms. Chemehu, Chahinu. Those are the Libyans. Why can't we just say it? Egyptians, Remech. Let's call them the Remech. We're going to drill down in their hierarchy within their citizenship. Now you have the Rakit, you have the Pat, who are the bougie elite. You have the Rakit, which are the less tutored citizenry. We can say these words. Pat. Who can't pronounce Pat? P-A-T. Pat. Pat. Who can't pronounce Rakit? Remech. Let's keep going down. Wujao, did you ever maintain Nubians? Did you ever maintain Nubian is Egypt's mother? If I understand that question right, the answer is yes. Yes. In fact, there's Donnie, like I told you last night, I have old Facebook posts where I'm describing Kom Ombo and Ombos. These are two Egyptian cities. Never, ever were these two cities outside of the borders of ancient Egypt. You Romanize those indigenous Egyptian names for those cities, Nubed, Nubet or Nubt. You Romanize that term, what do you get? Nubia. The Romanization of these terms will produce Nubia. So there's two Nubias inside of Egypt. Always has been. And the one Nubia, the one that's archaeologically called Nakada, is one of the major seeding populations and cultures that created ancient Egypt as we know it today. The The Egyptians called that area Nubt. In that sense, it's just the logic is simple and it flows. That Nubia is the mother of Egypt because the Nakata culture, which is the archaeological name for it, is a major contributor to seed what we now know and call ancient Egypt. And that location is right there with the river. Let me put the map back up so y'all can see it. I just showed it. Let me see where I have it. I was just showing that map. I want to reiterate this because this, you know, I'm repeating this. This is for like the gazillionth time that I'm repeating all this stuff, and I don't mind. But I want people to look at the material, like look at the videos where we go more in depth with this stuff. And things. Y'all, people need to hang out in our archives, and like I said, we're gonna catch up. We're time stamping everything so that people can, because you know some of our videos are long, and I will definitely admit to that. And you know, as long-winded as I can talk, I don't blame people if they're not watching the 6-hour video, 5-hour video, 10-hour video. So we're rectifying that by putting timestamps within it. We're breaking it up. Okay. But I want to show y'all. So notice how the Nile, see how the Nile runs pretty much in a diagonal. It comes down, nothing major, no major. Then all of a sudden, bloop, you got this bubble out here. You see how it just bubbles out? That area right here is Nakata. You can see the word right here on this map. This is also the same area where Waset is, a very, very important, even capital of ancient Egypt at certain points outside of Mennefer, or aka Memphis. Okay. And this is a beautiful, elaborate location and temples and everything like that. We have the Temple of Amun and the whole nine is here. Then you have Nechen, which you have old artifacts there. The city of Nechen, Heracleopolis, the city of the Falcon. But what I want y'all to see is this Nubt here, and then you have Kom Ombo. So you have Ombos and you have Kom Ombo down here. This is called Nubt. You see it here in the glyphs. You see the same glyph here, which is a collar, represents the word Nub. Or Neb or Nub. All right. So you see this. And so if you Romanize these terms, this will be Nubia for pronunciation purposes. And so in that sense alone, these are two Nubia. And this happens to be the region of the genesis of what we know today as ancient Egypt, from Nakata down to the area that's called Kustul. You have the Kustul incense burner and certain artifacts that are found there that scholars have been studying for quite a while and written on, where you find Egyptian iconography that later becomes prominent in the Egyptian culture. So from Nakata down to Kustul is this area. So I just want everybody to understand that, all right? And just keep all that in mind. So I say that to say, in that sense, these Nubias are the mothers of Egypt. But what people are trying to imply is that the Nehisi, which is down here, the Egyptians refer to as other than them, that these people are the same as the Egyptians. So you have the Nehisi. Artistically, the Egyptians made a point to differentiate them artistically from themselves artistically in whatever way. Now, what anachronists like to do, they like to cite the one single time where the Egyptians artistically are represented looking like the Nehisiu. And that's in the tomb of Ramses III, where you have the 4 sets of the 4 groups of people. But when you actually study the tomb and you study, you do your literature review on what scholars are commenting about that tomb, what people don't talk about is the way that the ancient Egyptians in that tomb and in that tomb only, where they depict the Chemehu differently as well, not the norm. So the running consensus, or the majority consensus, is that, okay, that particular tomb, there is peculiar. It's an anomaly. Not in the text, because the text is what's important. It's the Book of Gates, and the text is the same. It's the same order. It's the same order in the in all the tombs in terms of the order. The Remet are always first, the Amu are always second, the Nehisiu are always third, and the Chemehu are always fourth. It's always in that order, going from east, south, then west. It's the Egyptians first, then east, south, and west. The north, they didn't worry about that. That's the Mediterranean. Okay, because you couldn't enter in that way. People came in through the east, so the Amu, and then through that pathway or gateway, you have other people that the Egyptians were familiar with. But anyway, so I don't want to dwell on this too long. All right, so let's keep on going down. Oh, proof evidence said, "Will you jump straight back into the conflict community with conflict?" No, well, sometimes you have to see. I look at it this way. Proof evidence, it's like a janitor. When you got to clean up a dirty room, you gotta get in the room, but it doesn't mean me as a janitor I'm adding to the dirt. So I'm in the room from time to time to sweep it up and clean it up. So that's how I describe it. Did you ever maintain? Oh, I already went through that. He said, "Woo, that's racism." I don't know what we were talking about there. What was racist? Okay, the experts say if they were here, they would be considered black. I don't care either way. I'm just saying what the experts say. So Tony Absu, that's not true in every sense. When you hear people say that, they're saying what people here would consider them. And that's very true. Not all of them would be considered black. But if the ancient ones were alive today, people of today, especially here in America, and especially, under the modern social constructs that's burnt into our mind and that we live under, a lot of people would consider some of those ancient Egyptians, they were alive, they would consider them black. But some of them they wouldn't consider black. Because right now in Egypt, you go to the south, you go to the Aswan area, people here would consider those Egyptians, those southern Egyptians, as black. Because within the conceptualization of blackness in modern times, there's a wide range. You got black people who identify as black, but they're light skinned with freckles. You got people who identify as black and accepted as black that don't have kinky hair. They have wavy hair to straight hair to very loose curly hair to light skin, red bones, yellow bones, and stuff, all that kind of stuff. So it's all messed up. But what I was saying earlier is I don't care what anybody would call them based on the influence of the modern social construct. I said that the United States officially which is where the rubber meets the road, which is where it matters, they will be considered white. But that's a classification. They will be classified as white because they're classified as white right now. Everybody in Egypt right now, in Libya right now, Morocco right now, Mauritania right now, all those north and the Middle East. Anybody in the Middle East and in North Africa right now is classified as white, regardless of what people say out their mouth. Where the classification rubber hits the road and where it matters, they're considered white. That's where the efficacy is, where it matters, like why they take a census and deal with demographics and the social statistics and everything. That's where this stuff actually matters and why they do what they do.
Yeah, that's crazy. Black is kind of funny because would you consider your typical person from Sri Lanka, would you say they're black?
Yeah, that's true. I've seen, go to the Indian restaurant. Boy, I've seen some people that are
Yeah,
purple, blue. I mean, I've seen some dark Indian. And people in Europe call them Asians, and that used to mess me up. I'm like, Asian, what?
Yeah,
Because
we
over
say
here,
Yeah,
no,
go
go
ahead.
ahead. Go
And
ahead.
I say, yeah, people over here, y'all say Asians. You mean going from like Chinese, Japanese, and all that kind of stuff, right?
Yeah, yep.
But in Europe, when we say Asians, we mean like Indians, Sri Lankans, and all that kind of stuff, Pakistanis, and
Exactly. And that until I was made aware of that, I could have a conversation and be totally all over the place with somebody. You see, just in that alone. Because in my mind here in America, growing up in the United States, when we say Asian, I'm thinking Oriental and Asian are synonymous, and that's Chinese, Japanese, Korean. I do not invoke Indian does not invoke when people say Asian to me. But now, knowing what I know now, I know that Europeans, especially in the UK, they refer to Indians as Asians, something that I wouldn't even think to do. And I'm like, okay, wow, that's crazy. We just say Indians, because if you say let's go to an Asian restaurant, I'm thinking we're going to a Chinese carryout. But to somebody from the UK, let's go to an Asian restaurant. They pulling up at a Indian cuisine.
yeah, we're gonna have some rice, some curry, some.
They're gonna have some chana masala, and I'm thinking we about to get chicken and broccoli, or some egg foo young. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm telling y'all. These classifications are not what they're not identity. That as long as people get that, then hey, maybe there's hope. There is hope. Oh, I had this on the screen, Emicat. It said somebody's saying it to you. Cushitic speakers in Kenya can make a connection to the ancient Egyptian language. Oh, only Sat 12 is saying. Oh no. This person is talking to Sat 12. Okay.
Sat 12, and I don't know how that don't seem right, but
Okay. Yeah.
whatever floats people's boats.
When Chief X keeps calling ancient Egyptians Mediterranean Africans, even if he says they were African, that term implies mixed-ishness with ancient people outside of Africa, but near. No, well, see, I already know why Chief X does that, and like I said, that's typical of the conflict community. The ancient Egypt or Egypt period, like we don't have to say ancient or modern. Its northern border is the Mediterranean Sea. So geographically, it's a Mediterranean country in that sense. But when you look at the culture, material culture, the elements of the culture, who who does it? Who has more affinities? What culture does ancient Egyptians have more affinities to? Those of others on the continent or those outside the continent? And anybody that studies ancient Egypt will conclude that they have more in common with those on the continent rather than off of the continent. Period. So the whole idea of being a Mediterranean, that's really just to get under the skin of people. Because remember, that falls in the supra-Sahara versus sub-Saharan. That argument, that's a silly argument. That's a silly argument. And I want to show, look, I'm going to show you all something again. So let me put this on the screen. Take that off. And I'm going to go back to our channel archive. I want to go to our channel archive. So, and I'm going to share my screen. Because I need somebody else other than me to feel the pain. To feel my pain. I'm going to take your... So this is our channel, the Sesh channel. Okay. This is the homepage of the YouTube channel that we're on right now. So I'm going to click on the tab live. So it's going to show all the live. Matter of fact, I have to make this big, right? Okay. So here's live. So you can see we're live now. So as you scroll down, obviously you're going backwards in time. And I want you all to see something, right? So we came back on the scene a month ago. So you see these recent streams, they're only dated a month ago. So right here, the first stream that we did after our hiatus was called The Conscious Community Failed You. Prior to that, it's a whole year before that. And it's only saying a year because the exact 2-year mark didn't hit yet. But it's closer to 2 years than it is 1 year, just so y'all know. But I want y'all to look at these titles. So look. This is a lesson in the grammar. So look, we say, so this video here, which is almost 2 years old, is called Athribis, Demonyms Revisited. So we're doing the video again. And then we say Athribis Relational Nisbe Adjectives, almost 2 years ago. Look at this one, Kim, The Black Wars, Addressing Claims of Jonathan Owens, Smash Rockwell. This is almost 2 years ago. This one is about the language, probably specific. Then we did, this is about the course of had the Egyptian writing system been deciphered that Emike put together, which includes our book totally refuting Walter Williams' claim. But I want y'all to see the things on this particular topic about all this silly stuff. So look, almost 2 years ago, this is when I was showcasing Dr. John Henry Clarke, Get Over Black and Move On to More Important Things. Did a whole show on that. That's 2 hours long. Then we did an after party, which is a revisit 2 years ago, after party of Asar Imhotep and Neter Neb discussing the meaning of the place name Kemet. This is a revisit. So this is a replay. Another replay. A follow-up to Asar Imhotep and Neter Neb's discussion. That's a replay. That's why you have revisited. After party, when keeping it real goes wrong. A message to Reggie and Neter Neb. This is me with my message to both of them. And y'all watch the video to find out what that was all about. What's another one? Keep on going. That's a language. Oh, rebuttal to Walter Williams plus Sudan being the black land. So this video falls into that category. Because you know Sudan, the country Sudan gets its name from Bilad el Sudan, which the Arabs call sub-Sahara Africa. It was the whole stretch. It wasn't just the country Sudan that we know. So Bilad el Sudan was the name of a bigger territory, but then now we know, okay, it just came down to Sudan, which now is broken up into North and South Sudan. But they refer to that as black land. Here we have another video. Land of the blacks, Egypt or Sudan? And I'm emphasizing this, the fact that Sudan is by definition the land of the blacks. Bilad el Sudan. Keep on going down because I want y'all to see a pattern here and how old this stuff is. I'm going down. Oh, here in this video here, I'm saying agreement is not sexy enough. This is a test that the community agoring. The conflict community needs conflict in order to be what it is. Even though I say that and people may not like that, everybody knows it's true. You know it's true. But the fact that you like it, and it's okay, but just be real and honest that that's what's needed and you like it, that's cool. The same thing with movies. Like everybody, if a movie doesn't have somebody dying or some car chasing or some shooting or something like that, it's boring. You're not going to be interested too much. The more car chases, the more people dying, the more plot twists and somebody getting killed, you weren't expecting to get killed and stuff like that.
Explosions.
Explosions, the better the movie is. So I get it. So it's like people need to stop fronting as if the conflict community is not the conflict community. Call it what it is. You like it, you like it. Just it is what it is. What else? Oh, here's an after party of Asar's the reconstruction of Egyptian, or what's the title? Or not, before comparing languages. We had an after party to Asar's show there. Anyway, I'm going to keep on going down just real quick. The book club. See, we did a book club on ethnicities in the land of the pharaohs. That's a must-have book. If y'all don't have that book, shame on you. That book right there will, and we did this. See, we do all these things to offset the arguments, the silly arguments. We're trying to save the retardedness of everything. The slowness, the short but shorty part of this whole thing. And so look, clarifying Cami or Kaman per request by Brother James. That's Pan-African Design. We're reviewing the book. What else? When peer review fails, that's us. On this one, I think this is when we were talking about Reggie's journal article.
Is that 10 hours long at least?
Yeah, it's 10 hours.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, that must be it. Yep, that's a good watch. I'm going to tell everybody to watch.
Yeah, everybody needs to watch that. When was this done? It says 2 years, but let me see. What's the date on here? Oh, it's a little longer than 2 years, obviously. But yeah, when peer review fails, that's when, look, I didn't even intend on doing any review of Reggie's work. And to this date, I haven't done any official review at all. Somebody brought it up because we had an open discussion, and somebody brought it up, and we opened it, and immediately I saw how sloppy it was. And I spoke to certain points on there. And that's why it's called When Peer Review Fails. Because everybody was like celebrating and going hoorah, hoorah for a sloppy journal article that was done as a favor. I'm like, come on now, nah. Our essay book, me, Asar, and Sanjeti's essay book was formatted and done way better than an official journal entry. Make that make sense. How you gonna put screenshots in a journal article, or what do you call it?
The watermarks.
How you gonna put watermarked screenshots of watermark stuff in a journal article? I mean, come on. But anyway,
5 minutes of that too. And, the video is timestamped, so and it's exactly 2 years and 2 months or something like that. So
2 years and 2 months old. So it's timestamped. No excuse. People, you can go watch that if y'all interested in wanting to see it. What we said on there. That's one. This is an after party for something Asar did on his presentation. Oh, and this video right here, we're talking about Neong Pepe Kim, where everybody's spending time trying their best to find anybody with the word Kim in their name. So you have Neong Pepe Kim, Seneb, Hepi Kim, Neong Pepe Kim, and all those Kim people in the, I think, 6th dynasty, if I'm not mistaken. We talk about that in this video. We talk about Riparian Zone, what that is in this video. These are the things that come up. This is over 2 years ago. Then you have Seshu Snackables, where we're talking about actual language. See, this is the kind of stuff that we trying to get people to focus on, because it's through the language that you'll understand the culture. So we mix it in. We try to clean up the dirty water or the dirt that's in the room by going in the room and straighten some things out. But at the same time, we're trying to give people information and teach about the language, because that's our major focus. And what else? I did a whole one-on-one with the sister Tiffany French. She had some questions about various things. I think mainly it was dealing with Afro-Asiatic and stuff like that.
Yep.
That was a good conversation. This one, Asar, we asked the question, is Asar a linguist? Because people were misinformed about needing a degree in linguistics to be considered a linguist. So we covered all that stuff using Asar as the focus of the conversation. What else? Did an after party of Smash Rockwell. I don't remember exactly what the topics were in there, but we're gonna have to timestamp that one. The racial lens. We have a show called The Racial Lens where I'm explaining the anachronisms that are going on. Even back then, this is over 2 years ago. Then we go into the language. What is transliteration? Translation. 2 videos on that. Don't sleep on the archives. We're trying to tell people, just like I'm going through right now, I'm trying to tell y'all, don't sleep on the archives. All these videos. This is Kim and Chill, where I talk about what this scholar was saying, and I don't even remember exactly what I was discussing, but anyway, you see the scholar's name. I forgot it. I mean, his picture. I forgot his name, but I might have to retitle that. What else? This one is good. Yep. Simultaneously being African and not African, what that means. Garfield's after party, being African and not knowing it, part 2. That was an after party, because I was on Garfield's panel when that came up, and so we did an after party show on that. That was part 2. This is part 1. Anyway, what else? We did one on Hatshepsut's birth, which is interesting. But anyway, I'm trying to.
We do actually, even once you finish that, even just because those are live videos, even in the video section, the menu, we did upload some good ones as well.
Okay. We have one, Ancient Egypt in its African context, with the brother Sadiq. Right there. We have one called Oversimplification is Problematic, talking about how people oversimplify things and not really take the time to study. And this is me saying, we got to stop microwaving all this stuff. People need to slow down, take their time. One called The Face of Egypt. Matter of fact, hold up. Do I have images right now? Let me see. Yeah, let me show y'all something. I have something on the screen right now. So in this video, in the video that's The Face of Egypt, I just want to show y'all this real quick. I'm showing things like this, right? And the point that I'm making in that video, The Face of Egypt, is because the very word face in Egypt is a hieroglyph of a face. And so as you see it on the screen, the glyph for the word face is hair. And it's a front portrait of a face, a full frontal portrait of a face. But it's flattened to where you can see all of the ears, which is aspective artwork. And I have a whole video about that. But The point of that video is to show that, is to ask the question. Here's the question. Why would the ancient Egyptians, for the very word for face, why would they use a face with these facial features if that's not the standard that they were going after for the face? So now people will look at this face and say, that's a black man right there. And they will say it because the nose is broad, wide, big, and you have some outline of the lips and so on and so forth. Just like this one here. Those features, people will say today, are African features. But they will go further and not say African. They'll say that's black man features, or they'll add the word black African, because people feel the need, the necessity to add the word black in there. Because for so long, people have been, we're aware of the racist scholarship from back in the past, to where they were trying to take the Africanness out of Africa. So we feel we got to push back times 10 and not just put the Africa back in Africa. We got to add black in there and say, no, it's not just Africa, it's black Africa. And so both sides of the silliness is bumping heads. So you got people like Chief X that will say, yeah. Now let me say it like he would say. What's happening, family? What's happening, family? Jabai. No, let me stop. Chief X be having me laughing, boy. Would y'all, me and you cool, would y'all? Me and you cool. You know what I'm saying? Me and you cool. Ha! Chief X be having these spasms. No, but anyway, back to seriousness though. People like Chief X will say, yeah, the Egyptians are African, but they're not sub-Saharan African. See, he feels the need to say that. And then on the other side of the argument, they'll say no, or they'll say, yes, the Egyptians are African, but they're black Africans. Yes, they are sub-Saharan Africans. And see, that's where the silliness. So both sides, it's just crazy. Why can't we just look at this and just know for sure that those are African features and let that be what it is? So anyway, show this here. The glyph for face. Look at the details. This is some beautiful artwork. So if the face of Egypt is not identical, look, these are not identical. Going from this example to this example, you see the differences. But these are all for the word face. And look at this one. Look at that one. They're all different. Look at this one. Different. Look at this one. Now, whoever that's supposed to represent, boy, that person can smell a cuisine from like 10 miles away. Cause man, that right there. But the point I'm making though is that these are features that people will wholeheartedly say that these are African features. Without a doubt, no, but like people will look at this and be like, hey, these are African features right here. Look at this one. All of these are for the word face, the word hair in the language. You have ib hair or hairy ib. It's cropped because I'm showing the picture. But anyway, that's it. Look at all these examples. So anyway, that is coming from that video called The Face of Egypt. And I purposely put this picture here because this doesn't match this does not match what the Egyptians used for the very word face. And look at the date, March 1st, 2022. This is 2 years ago. So anyway, that's from that video. I'm gonna keep on going down the list. So we have that, the Remich. So this video right here, we're talking about the Remich, the ancient Egyptians as they known themselves. This video, when lookership goes wrong, the short bus series. This is talking about Chief X. You see Chief X pictures on there. Chief X doing lookership, so we had to, deal with that. Here's a real-time response to Chief X's last video from February 24th, 2002. So Chief X was live, and then I went live to do a real-time response to Chief X live while he was live. Then we have zombie topics, correcting Chief X again. Now, this is something that Chief X does. And to me, this is a little bit crazy, right? Chief X will complain that nobody addresses his videos. Like he'll say he did videos 4 years ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, and this and that. He'll say nobody addressed him. Nobody addressed him. But then when you do address him, he'll flip it on you and say, "Oh, I must matter because you addressing me. Because you addressing me." It's like you can't win for losing. So outside of all that stuff, the stuff that Chief X bring up, not even to him, it's just the information we address. So anyway, I'm just showing y'all the things that we address. Then we talk about wasteful quarrels, people arguing for no reason. Then we do a good presentation. I mean, all these are good, but I'm saying we do a presentation strictly on mathematics in ancient Egypt. So I'm showing you how we mix it up. We address things. That's why we have the Sebaytdome, where we address misinformation, but then we mix it up with things that we're just sharing and informing people about. More on the side of teaching moments. And so we have both. So like Sebaytdome, we call it Sebaytdome. What else? Here's the one, Mother of Egypt, right here. A lesson for Chief X. That's the one that I recommend y'all watch as far as what I was talking about earlier. Then we have brief commentary on the tomb of Rekmi Ra, for whatever reason. We were talking about that. Then we have another one. Are the Nubians Egyptians? This is dealing with Chief X. And I believe I put his name here because I think Chief X came on the panel. So I don't want y'all to think that we're out to get Chief X and we're attacking Chief X, or whatever the case is. Because Chief X and I can have good conversations. Like, I don't know how it is with other people, but I really don't have too many problems with Chief X. It's just that when Chief X spaz out on the chat, when other people can tick him off real quick, and then I don't like that. What else? Transformation of Ra. So see, we're showing sharing information. Here's a video called "A People Equals a Culture," talking about ethnicity and things. Here's another one 2 years ago. This is over 2 years ago. The aftermath of Are the Ancient Egyptians Black? So look how long we've been saying this. Look at this. Absurd nature of racial arguments on ancient Egyptians. So I'm consistently saying the same things. The absurd nature of racial arguments on the ancient Egyptians. I'm saying the same thing. It's anachronism. That's what we're dealing with. Anachronists. These are people who do this all the time. The Netcher light bulbs explained. That's a good one for people to watch. We revisited that. Talking about the Egyptians had electricity and light bulbs and stuff. See, this one I'm saying, black or white, who cares? Like, who cares if the Egyptians are black or white? And the point of that is like, man, all these arguments are silly. So you see the theme. Same thing. This is part 2. This is part 1. Black or white, who cares? We got part 1 and part 2. What else? All right, I think that's enough. I just wanted to show you all. Now let's go back to the old ones. I'm gonna go back to some old ones. Look at this. 3 years ago, over 3 years ago, were the ancient Egyptians black? 3 years ago. And notice I have short bus, shorty bus on there. What else? Go to another old one. Go to old. I'm trying to find an old one. Old ones. Appeal to authority versus defer to authority. You got people who started a cult with the gospel of I rely on the experts. That's the gospel cry. We make sure people we did this video to make sure people don't violate the logical fallacy though, and know the difference. So we talk about that. Then we talk about solutions to the community's comedic conflicts. So we did part 1 and part 2, trying to talk about solutions, and 3, part 1, part 2, part 3. Look at that. We did 3 videos 4 years ago on solutions about the Kemetic conflicts, all these arguments and things about Kemet. So nobody can sit here and tell me that me or Emicat or anybody on the Sesh that's been involved with these videos that we have not been solution-based, trying to address, correct the misinformation, clean things up, and try to urge and push people forward. Get over it. Been saying it for too long. Here I say Kemet is unmicrowavable, meaning stop trying to speed through Kemet. You got to slow down, take your time. Anyway, I think that's enough. I was looking for the one we did on Diop. Here's one that I was talking about Jabari and Raborn, literal versus figurative, and I was using their conversation because they had a good conversation in this video. So we did some commentary on that. Yeah. So, here's one. June 2019. This is over 4 years ago. The so-called Table of Nations. Talking about the so-called 4 races in the tomb of Ramses III. We talk about that. Here's one 5 years ago. Check out the Diop, the Egyptians as they saw themselves, where Diop proposes or is given the information that Kemet means black people. That's where it all comes from. Talked about that 5 years ago. Here's another one 5 years ago. You see 2 videos on this on that. We addressed some claims made by Zion Lex 5 years ago. Kemet is a toponym. Here's some more teachings about the language and stuff like that. Kemet is a toponym. Brief lesson on toponymy. Wine labels in Egypt. Emicat gave a presentation on all that good stuff. Here's 2 more videos addressing claims made by Zion Lex 5 years ago. Yeah. Here's the video. So whoever asked me about the spaceships, we did a whole video. It's called Royal Titulary. Are there flying crafts, UFOs in ancient Egypt? This is 6 years ago. So definitely you want to check that out because that's the breakdown. That's the video. It's only 1 hour and 50 minutes. Okay, so check that out. Whoever asked me about that tonight, that's the video right there. And that's, I mean, you know, I can keep going down and down and down. I was trying to find what's an early video where we start talking, where we're trying to address people with this black stuff. And I think all these other things, yeah. So I can tell by our videos when the black thing resurfaced and became popular. So see down here, you don't see us addressing it.
Yeah, it was really just back then, just reading the glyphs and doing questions and whatnot, and then people came in and put a bump in the road.
Yep.
And they've been adding more bumps ever since.
And here's another good one about aliens and UFOs in the glyphs. This is over 7 years ago. So y'all want to check that one out too. But yeah, see, all these things we were sharing and doing information, and then we get caught up in these filthy rooms that we gotta clean up. But I'm trying to see, yeah, Goldwasser. See the book club, Goldwasser. That's a good book. We did a book review and stuff on Goldwasser's material, talking about the classifiers. That was good.
Right, that was good too. Yeah.
I'm just trying to find the first one. Well, this is one 5 years ago when we started talking about toponymity. So right in here is when that, so right around this time frame is when that whole Black Egypt thing started to resurface. Right around here. Because in order for me to do a lesson on toponymy, that was the motivation behind that. And I can tell by portmanteau morphs, grammatical gender, when people are saying, the feminine T, people didn't even understand the feminine T, talking about feminine T. I'm like, you don't even know about the feminine T. If there is the feminine T. So I break down feminine plural and graphic transposition, a whole video on that. And grammatical gender, a whole video on that. Talk about portmanteau morphs, whole video on that. And then we did a review on the book, explaining the book, the essay book that we did. So anyway, that's enough. So I just want to show y'all all that good stuff.
Now make sure you show people, because I know some people just end up on the live section, but the video
videos,
section has some really good educational stuff. Yeah.
Yep. So on this one, you got Get Over Black, move on to more important things. You got the new TLA. This is 11 months ago. This was Emicat breaking down the new TLA that people are using now. They'll TLA you to death with it. We were one of the first ones that was utilizing that. And I say that because what was interesting is that when me, Asar, and Sanjeti, we published an essay, and we literally did that in one day. We published it for the ASCAC conference, right? And I think the brother Reggie and Ned, instead of them reading the book and trying to write a review of the book and stuff like that, they accused, at some point in time, they accused us of plagiarizing the TLA or something like that. And then and ended up contacting the TLO people to try to sick them on us. And we call that an attempt snitch. An attempt snitch, because it wasn't true, so it's not exactly snitching or anything, but they attempted. And I'm saying they because I don't want, we got some sensitive folks out here. Telling the emailing the TLA people to shut down our book because they're accusing us of plagiarizing from it. But unbeknown to them, we already have a relationship with the organizers of the TLA. And they the ones that let us know that they were contacted and who it was that tried to say that we plagiarized. They said that we didn't, we're not, and not only did we not plagiarize or anything like that, they gave us access to the new version of TLA prior to while I was in its beta stage. So I say all that to say that, we were playing around with it in its beta stage, and then they made it all public and everything like that. And then Emicat did a quick video on it, letting people know about it, and did a course about it. So she talked about her course. So if anybody wants to learn how to use the new TLA, go to Sebaytdome University. Actually, just watch this video, and then it's going to tell you. It's going to tell you.
Yeah, I think that one that's 12 minutes long. That's a good introduction. But you know what's funny is true to character, because y'all introduced the legacy version to people, right? And we saw how everybody butchered that. But true to fashion, because nobody was using the new version, obviously, because they were not aware of it. Nobody in this community or whatever. But true to fashion, as soon as I have put that video out there, letting people know that I put a course together for the new TLA that just came out, the next day, because I received on my inbox, people, the same people overusing the TLA right now, acknowledge the fact that, okay, they didn't know about that and they're checking it out. But true to fashion, they started trying to find faults with the new version because they're not the ones who introduced it. And because the videos were sent to me of people saying that, okay, they showed us this in on this YouTube live, and there's some problems on the new TLA. And I looked at it, and it was so bad because everybody was rushing to put it out for a minute, like don't use it because it
They
got some
weren't the
errors.
one. They weren't the ones to do it. Like that's the thing.
It got some errors, and they butchered it. They didn't even know how to use it. Like they just rushed to kind of figure out what does this new TLA do, and then it's like, see, here is an error, and then but it wasn't even an error. It was just because they didn't know how to use it
They
yet.
know how to use it,
But
but now they use it to death, though, right?
and now they use it to death. But I'm gonna tell you, that's true to fashion. That's what they do.
So I'm just gonna play. I don't know if y'all can hear this. Let me know if y'all can hear this. I'm just gonna play a little bit of this. This is Emicat talking about the TLA.
Greetings and welcome to the Sesh channel. My name is Emiket, and I'm excited to be here today to announce the release of my new TLA crash course, which is available on Sebaytdome University. This course is all about the new TLA, which was released late last year. I've had a few months to utilize these features within my own research, and I can honestly say that it is pretty amazing. That is what this course is all about. Now, I've made this course in a straightforward manner for anyone to just jump in and follow along. And as is with all my other courses on Sebaytdome University, I've included extra reading material. The accompanying ebook covers essential topics such as grammar analysis, linguistic glossing, morphology, syntax, semantics, pragmatics, and so forth. So without wasting any more time, head on over to Sebaytdome University and enroll. But in the meantime, I'm going to leave you with an introduction on what this new TLA is all about.
All right, so did y'all hear it? Nobody, I'm playing it. I hope y'all heard it.
Yeah, we had it.
You hear it? Okay. All right, so anyway, that's that. I think it's enough review of our channel here. But there's a lot. Hold up, I actually didn't finish going. You said you were going through the You said to go through.
Yeah, the the videos there because we had a lot of good. If you scroll down and all that good stuff.
So we have the TLA. We have what is Sesh, which is a tool to create the glyphs themselves. Another course we have Asar Motep and Wajal's critique on Reggie's discussion. Now this is an upload, but this is old, and so we did a review. And here's the brother Reggie's discussion on the meaning of Kemet. We did a review of it. This is Asar and Nev's discussion on the meaning of Kemet. Here's a revisit again. Religion or not to religion. What else do we have here? Yeah, the Theban mapping project. This is a video where we're correcting the Theban mapping project website. This is something that Chief X, I don't know, for whatever reason, he still don't understand to this very day. But I did a whole video on that of talking about Ramses the Third's tomb and stuff. Then we had the misrepresentations of Ahmose Nefertari. So Sat 12, if you're still in the chat, we did a video on Ahmose Nefertari, the overcompensating. What is the title? The misrepresentation of Ahmose Nefertari, overcompensating against scholarly racism. That's the title of this video. This is 3 years ago. So y'all have to understand that one, we're not new to any of this, and two, these are years ago that we're addressing it. So to see it keep going on and on and on, that's why, you probably hear it in my voice. It's like, it's just disgusting. That's why I'm kind of more dismissive now. I'm like, I don't care if they need Ahmad Nefertari to be black to make themselves feel good. Then hey, let her. She's black to them. That's fine. And that's the whole thing. It's like you do it till you vomit. So here's me and the brother Adrian, Asarim Ka. We had a discussion on the Nation of Kemet. This is a video I did on. Now a lot of these videos I upload on YouTube, but I originally did them on Facebook. So this is 5 years ago. Does the word Tamahu mean Europeans or white people? For the life of me, I don't understand why people still use the word Tamahu for white people. It doesn't mean that. It's the word for Libyans. It's either two possibilities. Chemehu is a confusion between the word Chemehu, which are Libyans, or Ta-Mehu, which is Lower Egypt. Those are Egyptians, not white people. So that's crazy to me. Did a whole video on that. And I don't understand why people still use that. What else? Then my Facebook Live, what do fairy, spirit, and aliens have in common? Did a video on that. Now this video I did on Facebook, Kemetic yoga postures. Boy, look at that. This video has 15,000 views. I think this is probably our most viewed video, if I'm not mistaken. I got a lot of I won't say pushback, but I got a lot of
heat,
yeah, from this video right here. The whole yoga community contacted me. Trust me, boy, my emails were blowing up. My emails were on fire. But nobody can refute anything I said in this video. And just go to the video. Just look at the comments. You're gonna see salty people get real salty about it, but nobody can refute it at all.
Yeah, you know about that video? Because I did Kemetic yoga before, and in the UK, my Kemetic yoga instructor did a video discussing this video, and he actually broke it down really well. He said, he actually bigged up this video and said this is right. Like he had no pushback, no nothing about it. He actually used it to educate people within his circle, and that was
you need
great.
to find that video so we can link it in the description there.
Okay.
You need to see that, yeah. Then we have the chakras. Did a video on chakras because people are always talking about the chakra system and it tied into ancient Egypt. So I did a video on that 6 years ago. And so on and so on. So, I think that's enough. But a lot of these videos on the video tab originally were me on Facebook, doing videos on Facebook. Because I used to go live on Facebook.
I like the video, the geography one. That's actually a good one too. I recommend people watch it. It's short and sweet, and it's just nice. Like the
orientation and geography. Yeah.
Yep, that's a really good one too.
Right. So this is the orientation. All right, but let's get out of here because I'm trying to see what people saying in the chat. Because I'm probably boring everybody to death going over our channel. But it's listen. This is a must because this is the thing. Here's the thing. I already know. And I say this all the time. What we do is not sexy enough. What we do is not dramatic enough. What we focus on. Now, time to time, see, we're faced with a challenge because we have to put our toes in to the mess to clean some stuff up, but at the same time, not to be confused with the mess itself. And so that's really tricky to do. But what we want to focus on are things like this that you see in these videos. And I know it's not sexy enough. I know it's not dramatic enough. And so we're not as popular as the dramatic anachronist and the conflict folks in the conflict community. So we don't get a lot of quantity of viewership. So we value quality over quantity. And so the only thing that we can ask people to do is that just at least check out our archive. Check out our archive. You got questions. We welcome the feedback. If you got questions about anything that's said in any of these videos, if you think that we made errors in these videos, all of that is welcome. That's why we have them there. We're not putting something out there and try to hide our hand or sensitive enough. If you find a mistake, that we're gonna get mad and stuff like that. So that's the thing. That's the only thing we can ask, and we ask people to share. Share it out, because what we're doing is not the popular thing. It's not the popular thing to do. So just keep all that stuff in mind. Matter of fact, let me take this face off of here. Now I'm gonna leave this one up. This will make the anachronist feel good. Let me leave this one up. Put that one in. All right, so let's keep on going down, man. I was talking for a lot.
Yeah, two questions that were way down. You're not gonna find them. It wasn't. I think one. Ramza did ask me, and maybe you can respond as well. It was, how much of? I think you'd say something like, how much of the Nile is man-made? And,
how much is the Nile is man-made?
Yeah,
that's before this one. This is Babylon.
The Nile River. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, it's way down. So I don't. It doesn't even appear anymore. But I did copy.
Okay, so what's the question?
How much of the Nile is man-made?
No, I'm still way down though. I'm still way down. So what I'm showing on the screen is before what you're saying.
Oh, I do. Okay, well, because I wasn't sure if you're gonna find that was way past a while.
Okay, but let me go down from here because I'm further back than you. Because I left my cursor way back there. It didn't.
Okay.
So I'm gonna eventually get to it. So, okay, I'm just trying to make sure it says, okay, Sat Chief X says they're North Africans. Yeah. Oh, the Egyptians are North Africans. Yeah, that still goes along when people say they're not sub-Saharan Africans. They're still Africans. Like, who cares if they're North Africans, East Africans, West Africans, or South Africans? Africa is a continent. People live on the continent. They inhabit the continent. That's not what's important. It's about the culture and what the people did or did not do and stuff like that. If you're interested, if people are not interested in ancient Egypt, then leave it alone. That's just the thing. Okay, so Babylon Dunn says, Wujao, the Athribis video is where Smash and Shaka makes you look as if you lied. So what? Keep it moving. Because the video speaks for itself. The video clearly shows that there's a comprehension problem going on. And that was a perfect example. Comprehension problems going on throughout the conflict community, but that was a clear example. So Babylon Dunn, you need to do this. All right, do this. Let me go back to our videos. Which one was it?
If you're looking for that, you're gonna have to go to the lives and look for reading comprehension, very recent.
Which one is that? That is right here.
Right there, right.
The importance of reading comprehension. So Babylon Dunn. Go to this video, Emiket, if you could post this link for Babylon Dunn. Watch this video where I'm playing the videos that from Jehudi Ma'at's channel, where he took the video and put all the clips together. Just watch that, because you have to understand how old this is. That conversation, when I appeared on Smash's channel, it was 2 years ago. That's when I had the conversation with him. But I went on his channel because he was doing a critique of an older video where we were critiquing or speaking about Brother Reggie information and presentation on the place named Kemet and Athribis and stuff like that. So these things are old. So at this point in time, there's nothing left to say. Like they, in your comment, where is it? You're saying that is where it makes you look as if you lied. I mean, listen. I mean, I don't care. So Babylon Done, if you're still there, because I'm way back in the comments. If you're still there, Babylon Done, instead of making comments like that, type out. Tell me exactly your question. Your question. Okay, if you have a question, then you ask the question. So if they did a video where it makes it look like I lied, then ask me the question about whatever it is that you think I lied about. Don't just say, that, because I could really care less about stuff like that. At this point, it's just real silly. So I just want everybody to understand that. Just ask your question, Babylon Done. Don't be a middleman. Benny San, peace. Peace to y'all. I asked a question a while back about Heliopolis and the Ben stone. Oh, okay.
Yes, so you wanted to know what we know about that.
Oh, okay. Well, when you say the Ben stone, there are a few of them. There are a few of them that are models of the Ben stone, which is supposed to be the first emergence of land or whatever out of Nu or Nun. Supposed to reflect that. And so if you're talking about a specific one, because you have the top of the pyramidians, and there's some exist in the museums of different ones that they refer to as a Ben stone, but if it's a specific one that you're talking about and want information on, you have to let me know. All right, unless if I understand your question right. So and I know what I just said is probably not very helpful to you. But if you're still in the chat, I'm making my way down. So if you have a further question, Benny San, feel free to just repeat. Ask your question. Egyptian from pre-dynasty had not to answer. Okay, y'all having a definite conversation among yourselves on that. I'm gonna keep on going down. Yeah, y'all are definitely having a conversation among yourselves, boy. That's what happens. Okay, Sesh, if you want to use Nahisi, someone would say then you have to consistently use one of the Egyptian words for Egypt instead of Egyptians. But have you been? No. So Sat 12, let's reverse it. So, and I made this clear before, so I'm just gonna say it again. If we are to use ancient Egyptians as the people, referring to the people, and we say ancient Egypt referring to the place, whenever we use that, then we also have to use ancient Sudanese for the people and then ancient Sudan for the place. So to keep it consistent, and to that, I'm going to say, yes, that's how I use it. So if you hear me say ancient Egyptians or ancient Egypt, when I refer to Sudan or when I refer to the Egyptian word for Ta-Nehisi, I'll say ancient Sudan or the ancient Sudanese people to keep it consistent and keep the logic on firm grounding. So that's that.
Yep. And when we say Nehisi, we usually use Remech on the contrasting side.
Exactly. So if you hear me say the Nehisiu, I will say Remech. The Nehisiu, I'll say Remech. If you hear me say the ancient Egyptians, if I ever have to refer to the southern people, I will say ancient Sudanese folks. All right, we got to keep it consistent. So that's that. What's another one? Yeah, see, y'all, people are talking about DNA. I just said, see, this is what happens, and this is what I'm talking about. This is the problem. It's happening in our chat. People are talking about DNA. Listen, I'm going to tell y'all this one more time. Whenever DNA is invoked, people are taking the conversation. That's a totally separate conversation. That's a totally separate conversation. I keep saying that. This is how you know that people really, really, really just don't know how to discuss these things. I'm not even going to say they don't know what they're talking about. It's how you talk about. Like the DNA is a separate issue. It's a separate issue. We just went over that. You can have the same exact DNA ancestry and affinities, but be two distinct people. What makes a people is not your DNA. People are trying to reverse engineer race on top of DNA stuff. That's the reverse of what scientific racism did. Back with the Hegelites and folks that was trying to say that they try to tie science with behavior and mental capacity and stuff like that, especially when they're doing the cranial stuff. The size of your head dictates, your intelligence and this, that, and the third. Boy, I tell you, man, scientific racism is at version 5 nowadays. But people have to listen. That's a mistake, y'all. Everybody in the chat who is talking about DNA right now, you're making a mistake by doing so. DNA has its purpose and it answers a lot of important questions, but it addresses totally different things. You're not going to be talking about some ancient Egyptians and stuff like that and discussing DNA. I mean, man, people got to catch up to the thing. The Egyptians did not collectively self-identify based on DNA. They didn't even know. They weren't mapping human genomes and stuff. Sesh, some of these super black Egyptian advocates can be quite light. Yeah, that's true. That's definitely true. Now I'm considered light skinned, and I've seen people lighter than me that are blackety black anachronists and champion this whole thing, which is it's just silly. It's real silly. Yep, but anyway, I just want y'all to know, because I'm scrolling down and I'm seeing all this DNA talk. Y'all need to just cut it out. For real. You have to cut out the DNA conversation. But I know. Go ahead.
Oh, no. I was just going to crack a joke. I was just saying that I might as well start discussing what type of calculator they used in ancient Egypt. Did they use the Casio calculator? Did they use the Texas calculator? Which brand? Because it's just, it doesn't make sense.
Yep. But look how the DNA, see, I'm scrolling down, right? And I'm looking at how the DNA conversation took over the chat. And that's what happens every time. That's what happens every time. Invoking DNA in a conversation about the ancient Egyptians and stuff like that is retarded. But I know it's going to continue because people don't understand how wrong that is to do that. They think that has meaning for that conversation. That's a separate conversation. It addresses different issues. It really does. Let the Egyptians be Egyptians. Why can't the ancient Egyptians be the ancient Egyptians? Why they just can't be that? Like, for example, why people can't, and notice that they don't talk about like individuals. Why can't Ramses II just be Ramses II? Why can't his father Seti I be Seti I? Why can't Hatshepsut or Ma'at Ka-Ra be who she is? Why can't Thutmose I just be Thutmose I? And why can't we just learn about what he did? Why can't we just learn about his tenure as king and what he did? Did he uphold his duties as king? How good of a king was he? Did he uphold the requirements of kingship? Did he expand? Did he make progress with the kingdom? Was he faced with challenges? Did he overcome the challenges? How did he overcome the challenges? Are any of those challenges similar to anything we face today? Can we learn from it? Why can't these people just be them? That's the crazy part about it. I'm telling y'all, people are focused on the wrong thing.
Okay, now you got two questions on that you definitely I think we should address that actually on the top. So you have one from Everything is Everything and one from Sat 12. So then you could go back to the other ones, but that's everything.
No. All right, once I just remember where it is, because once I go down, I can't go back up. So I'm trying to go down quick as I can.
Okay.
So I'm trying to go down as quick as I can. Like, this is where I'm at. I'm at your comment where you said Duluo and Kiswahili, DL and Kiswahili is Mbuzi, blah blah blah. So that's how far back I am.
Okay.
So if you think I'm catching up, I'm gonna be catching up. But see, look at all these comments, and I'm just saying, I'm just pointing it out. All the DNA conversations is really irrelevant. Maybe that's the better word. It's irrelevant to these conversations. It has its importance in its place. Like DNA and biogenetics and biological anthropology is very important. It's a great set of tools and everything, but it addresses different issues. People are just using it wrong. That's like trying to use a hammer to eat a bowl of cereal. It's like you're using the wrong utensil, or I should say a fork, to try to eat cereal, or people trying to use a fork to eat some soup, to drink soup. It's crazy. I'm trying to go down as fast as I can, so because I'm seeing a lot of the conversations about DNA. Yeah, and that's just crazy. All right, here we go. So I'm down here now. Wujao, what do you think of the new reconstruction of Amenhotep based on genetics? I don't have any thoughts on that yet. Everything is everything. So I can't answer that right now. All right, so I know that doesn't help, doesn't help, at all. But just like that, I could see one thing about me, not one thing, but something that I be consistent at is, if I don't know enough about something, you're not gonna see me trying to bamboozle or fake the funk. So I'm not familiar enough with that, but now that you brought it up, I will try to become familiar with it enough to where I can speak on it. All right. And that's Amenhotep. So I'm gonna write that down. Hold on, let me see. You said Amenhotep. Which Amenhotep? So everything. Just clarify. Which Amenhotep you're talking about, or give it. Well, I don't know if you could post a link. I think you can in our chat. So, a link to it. Yeah, but there's some more DNA talk and stuff like that. Okay, Babylon done. Sesh, can you translate the Namir palette? Babylon done. There's little to nothing on the Namir palette to translate. All right, but we actually did a show on the Namir palette. Man, that was. I didn't show that on my screen when I was going through the archives, but we actually did that. I mean, we went over the Namir palette. But when you say, can you translate the palette, it's little to nothing on there to translate, because it's no text on there. It's just a lot of it's a large illustration and vignettes and things of that nature. Namir in a procession with his sandal bearer, conquering other people, and then below that you have the what look like fortifications being trampled on, and all that kind of stuff. We talked about all that, and there's a lot of there's a lot of papers on that. Okay, so hopefully I don't know what you expect to translate, unless you're just asking for commentary on the palette and interpretations of the imagery and stuff like that. If that's what you're asking, yeah, we did a video on that already. So Emicat, I don't know if you could find that. I know it's on our channel somewhere.
Yeah, it's on our channel somewhere. I just can't pinpoint it, but I will keep looking.
We got Yehudi Ma'at in the building. Yeah, Babylon done. Get with Yehudi Ma'at and get him to show you the link to the videos about that Athribit stuff and that lack of comprehension, and Shaka Ndugu Kemet coming in to read the French and stuff that Smash said didn't exist. He matter of factly with authority said that it don't say Athribis and it don't say this, it don't say that, and then it's right there clear as day in the French. He tried to say that I didn't read the book that he had or something when we the ones that introduced the book. And that's another thing. Let me say this: a lot of stuff that people are doing, and see, this is what's a little bit frustrating too. See, like I said, we don't do the dramatic, sexy stuff. We don't do all that. Like, we try to bring solutions and teach, and that's boring to people, right? So we don't do all the fussing back and forth and everything like to do all of that kind of stuff. So what we do is not seen as much as what other people do. But what's crazy is the things that other people do and the stuff that they use, a lot of that they wouldn't even know about if it weren't for us. They wouldn't know about, like, people arguing over linguistic stuff and the Negro Egyptian language family and stuff like that. They wouldn't even know anything about that if it wasn't for Asar Motep introducing Mboli. The TLA itself, people wouldn't even have known about that if it weren't for one of us. A lot of books that people are citing and going to, they wouldn't know about it. They just wouldn't. And then arguing over things that we bring up. Like the whole Kemet thing. I'm going to tell y'all, Asar Imhotep is the blame for all this ruckus about the word Kemet. And I say that because it's his research question that he laid out to the public that is causing what we're seeing now. Obviously not the original arguments and stuff, because he's addressing the different hypotheses that existed before he came on the scene. But all his recent stuff is people are trying to address Asar Imhotep. Once the dust settles, people are really trying to address Asar Imhotep. They really are. And so a lot of these arguments and things that people are talking about is things that are introduced by Asar or one of us and whatnot. And not to say that people don't learn and don't have tools on their own and stuff like that, but a lot of stuff I've seen people use. And what's crazy is people will get into an argument with you to learn. That's how they learn. They learn through conflict. So they'll become your adversary and try to battle you, and that's their way of learning. And then they'll allow time to go by and then use what you were saying in that particular battle as if they were never wrong in the first place. They act like they've been saying that stuff all along. I've seen it too many times, and I could show y'all, especially on Facebook. Babylon done. When you react hostile to a well-worded statement put forth for your response, then you look like you are a what? P.S. Keep all the name-calling middleman to yourself. Yeah, I don't know what you mean by the first part of the question, but you said keep all the name-calling. How is middleman name-calling? Babylon done. You cannot be that sensitive to where you think that the phrase middleman is me calling you a name. So let me clarify it for you, since that must have rubbed you the wrong way that you're that sensitive. When I say middleman, what I'm saying is, instead of you asking me what you asked that I had on the screen before, I'm saying it's better for you to ask me your question. Ask me a question. Don't refer to me to a what somebody said in a video that you're not saying what they said. You're not quoting anything. So what am I to go on? All you said was Smash and Shaka played a video or said something to make me look like a liar. That's all you said. Like, so what? How am I supposed to respond to that? So my point is, if you yourself, if you as Babylon Done, if you have a question, because you're the one that saw whatever video, I haven't seen a video that you're talking about. So if you saw the video where you claim that they are making me look like a liar or whatever the case is, then you ask me a question based on that from you. That's what I mean. I'm saying don't be a middleman by just saying somebody did a video. So
Yeah,
hopefully that clarifies what I'm saying.
see how Sat 12 asked her question and regarding a video. She said, she said, specifically was it about the was it Neftari? What was it again? No, what's the video? What's the question that she had with the black and the fertility?
Oh, well, I forgot.
Yeah, but Sat 12's question was very specific, even though it was referring to a video. So it didn't just say anything random where it's kind of hard to answer. So yeah, I'm gonna have to find out that whatever. But that's all. That's all that Wujao is saying. Like if you know which, if you think that them saying that Wujao lied confused you on a specific issue that you thought you had together, then ask that particular question, then it's easier to kind of help. But if you just tell somebody that they said you lied, lied about what, and then Wujao actually appropriately told you, well, go watch this video where we actually clearly had everything laid out. So then if something is missing, then you still have to ask a concrete question. It's kind of easier. But yeah, I wouldn't take it that personal.
So everything says, but the so-called experts just use DNA to reconstruct Amenhotep. Was that pseudo? DNA and biogenetics is not a pseudo endeavor or anything like that. The point with that, what makes it pseudo, is for people to think that DNA can tell you if a person is Egyptian or not, or DNA can tell you what language a person spoke. That's where it becomes pseudo, because it doesn't answer those questions. There's no gene in anybody's body that's going to tell you. You're not going to sequence a human genome and come away with a sequence of a person and find a gene that's going to tell you what language that person spoke, or what collective, conscious collective self that they were attached to, that they saw themselves as. So that's where it becomes pseudo. As I said before, and I keep saying this, biogenetics, DNA, and everything that it encompasses are very important and great tools, but they answer certain questions and they deal with certain issues. And when people try to misuse that and pull it over into another category, that's when it becomes pseudo. That's when it becomes pseudo. So I just hope everybody understands that, because it's going to go into, let me just address Babylon Done again.
Oh, but real quick before you do that, with what everything you were saying, because DNA obviously doesn't tell you like the person's what shape of their eyes, what their nose looks like, and their lips. So when you're doing reconstruction, it's not DNA that people normally use. You're either going to be using a skull skeletal stuff, or you're going to be using, if there are descriptions written like in some artwork, some written text of the person's description, then you're going to try to faithfully reconstruct what you see, the description into some kind of face or whatever. But it could never be a DNA, because the DNA will never tell you those kind of features of a person.
Yeah, and what I would suggest, right? I would suggest that one of these YouTube channels, because people seem to be interested in it. What I would suggest is that one of these other YouTube channels, they reach out to a reconstructionist, a forensic reconstructionist, a person who actually reconstructs the faces and whatever of people, and they're experts at it. I would suggest that somebody reach out to one of those people that is well known and whose work is very respected. Get them on the channel so they can explain how that's done and why they do what they do, how they do what they do, and so on and so forth. To me, that would be the better way to bring information to the online people. That's what people should do, because I know that people misunderstand that, and how it's a lot of subjectivity in that. And let them explain it. Let them explain how do they remove the bias, how they remove the subjectivity of the reconstructions. What is objective about it? What is standard? Why and here's another test of it. Why not get two reconstructionists? I'm calling them reconstructionists. Why not get two expert reconstructionists to try to reconstruct the same person, the same deceased person, whether it's an ancient person or whatever, two different ones, and see what the outcome is. And if they different, why are they different, and what causes that difference between the two results, and things like that. To me, that would be the better approach. That would be a more next logical step. But yeah, using DNA to reconstruct, because it was crazy, because when I first read this, I'm thinking like Petri dish, like they brought the dead back to life. Like they used DNA and just regrew the person. but you're saying they use DNA to reconstruct I'm assuming the face or something. I know you ain't talking about the whole body or whatever, but that's crazy.
Yeah, unless they're looking at stuff like genetic markers, like for skin color, hair, and things like that. But that will still not give you. It will not be a faithful reconstruction with those kind of information.
Yeah, but that's what needs to happen. They need to get somebody on there, because right now we're in an era of people reaching out to experts, right? So why not reach out to a couple of those? Babylon Dumb, would y'all, if you yourself are tired of these questions, then question the echo chamber you are in. Question the echo chamber you're in, not one who has his own questions. Obviously, I listen and watch. Okay, Babylon Dumb, you're still explaining yourself. If you, so I already made my point. If you have a question, then I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting to see it. So maybe as I go down, you've asked your question. But so far, Babylon Done, I have not seen a question from you. I've seen you make a statement about a video, and I've seen this statement right here. So if you have a question, then yeah, I'll get to it. So I'm still going down. All right. Looking forward to your question, Babylon Done. Sesh, your DNA is part of a multidisciplinary analysis in anthropology. That is very true. The raw physical data can be interpreted with racial bias or with proper scientific objectivity. That's also true. So yeah, I have no problem with that, Sat 12. The problem that I have is when when it's misused, and I see it misused a lot. Okay? So yeah, in anthropology, you have two major road paths. You have cultural anthropology and all of its tools and subdivisions, and you have biological anthropology and all of its subdivisions and tools and things like that. And they do have informative overlapping in the whole scheme of things called anthropology. That's why they call them anthropologists, full stop. They don't single themselves out and say, I'm a bioanthropologist or I'm a cultural anthropologist or whatever. Ordinarily, they just say I'm, anthropologist or whatever the case is, unless they're in a specified field or whatever. Then you may hear that. But the point is that the tools need to be used properly. That's just it. Okay, that's just it. You're not gonna drink soup with a knife. All right. Although you need a knife for other things, but you're not gonna use it for soup. So DNA is very, very important. Babylon Box is correct. Simply stop talking about it and let other channels spend 300 years on what Kemet means. Oh, that is correct. Oh, she's saying that is correct. Or he or she is saying to Babylon Dawn. I thought that was to me. Yeah. Now, okay, y'all having a conversation among yourselves. I'm trying to look at this. Okay, everything is everything. It's Amenhotep III. Okay. I'm going to check it out. Everything is everything. I'm going to check it out. Judy Mott puts up a link probably to the thing. Okay. So I'm looking for. So Babylon Dun says, Sat 12, facts. I will take your advice and not ask questions about a Thribis video. Abu Jao talks about as the other channel walking contradiction. Yeah, all that stuff is really kind of mumbo jumbo to me. Babylon Dun, all I can tell you is if you have a question for me, ask your question. I could definitely see your question because you type in all caps. So all you have to do is just at the Seshu in the chat and ask your question. Let's just keep it real simple, because right now you're operating from a defensive position because you feel like I offended you by saying the word middleman. And to me, I don't know why that offended you, but if it did offend you, I clarified is that you telling me about another video, that's not enough for anything. What am I supposed to say to that? So I'm asking you, what is your question about it? What is your question about it? I asked you this last night. You said the same thing last night. Matter of fact, Babylon Done, yes or no? Can you come on the panel? Just let me know if you can come on the panel. I'm going to give you the link if you can come on the panel. That's how we solve that real quick. Grown folks around here. Oh, that's Sosa World. Oh, he changed the name. That must be King Sosa.
That's messed up.
I'm trying to keep on going down. Sosa World said hit the link. I didn't post the link yet, Sosa. Yeah, but I'm getting down. But Babylon, if you're still there, hopefully you ask my question. If you can come on the panel, because that's how you take care of that real quick. That way you don't have to feel offended or misread what I'm saying. Okay, well, Jao, you keep saying they. Who are they? Who I said lied on you? Look like you lied means I said you told the truth. Yeah, see, I don't see that's like just speak plainly, as they say. Just what they say, Miket, how they say it on those gladiator shows.
Oh, float your tongue.
Yeah, float your tongue. Speak plainly. But see, again, Babylon Done. I've read 4 comments from you so far, and I don't see a question. If you're asking me who's the they, Why are you asking me who's the they? You brought to my attention that you said Smash and Shaka are in a video and made it look like I lied. That's what you said. So why? So who's? You know who the they are? Like I'm confused. So just let me know if you can come on the panel. Let's just get this. This is quick. This is quick. All right. Next thing I'm seeing, look like you lied. You equals you told the truth. However, they, namely Smash and Shaka, lied. However, made it look like you lied. I just wanted you to know the truth. Okay, see, you should have led with that, Babylon Done. Because you got to understand, one, you type in all caps, and then you use a lot of emojis and stuff like that. So this is plain. I can understand this. Because you're saying, quote, when you said looks like you lied, you really meant that I told the truth, but they, namely Smash and Shaka, they're the ones that lied, but they made it look like I lied. And you just wanted me to know the truth. Okay, cool. I appreciate that. See how easy that was?
Now you can remember that Ujao don't know nothing from nothing, so you are letting him know what happened.
Yeah, I'm not watching these videos like Babylon Done. If you think I'm watching all these other videos, I'm not. So when you said a video, I don't know nothing about a video. So you gotta just keep that in mind. The Sesh, the new Amenhotep 3 reconstruction is a joke. Can you bring it up now? Just Google Amenhotep reconstruction. All right, let me do that. Let me bring it up. Cause y'all definitely want that. Okay, Amenhotep the third reconstruction. It must be a big issue, boy.
They must have made him look not black. You know.
Okay, wait a minute. No, y'all cannot tell me I'm on the right page. Hold up. I need to wait a minute. This can't be it. Wait a minute. The expert said Amenhotep III was an obese, sick, and sedentary man who was almost bald and suffered from dental problems. So somebody tell me, am I in the right spot? Wait. I'm trying to find just a picture because it took me to a blog. Wait a minute. It can't be. It can't. Oh my goodness. Is this it? Are you serious? Are you serious? Unveiling the face of Amenhotep III, the richest man who ever lived. Oh, come on, man. Okay, I'm trying to click on the picture because I want to share the picture. I want to share the picture. Hold on, let me go to images. Oh my goodness, man, this is now I understand why people will have a problem with this. All right, here we go. Y'all tell me if I'm right. Oh man, goodness gracious. Y'all, listen, this is what I'm talking about. This is why, look, oh man, I can't even say it. I'm a loss of words. MC Ironlung has lost his words. All right, hold on. Let me put this on here. MC Ironlung is at a loss of words right now. Can y'all see that on the screen? So everybody in the chat, is this the right picture? Am I in the is this the right picture that y'all talking about? Is this what y'all talking about? And I'm gonna get down to the bottom. I'm gonna skip to the bottom now because I want to know. So I'm at the current. I'm at the current comment. So So everything is everything has confirmed that that's it. Sosa World says that looked just like him. Yep, Sosa came back from the past. Sadiq says yes. Peace to the brother Sadiq. Peace to Sosa. Peace to Black Alchemy. Peace to everybody who's hanging out. It's 2:00 in the morning, so we're gonna do this for at the most another till 2:30. All right, so we're gonna kick it for another 28 minutes at the
Okay,
most.
so are the people's chats in the comment about DNA, are they vindicated now?
Listen. Looking at this, I'm gonna have to take the high road, and I'm gonna say, listen, you all are justified to bring up DNA and talk about it all you want to. Just go ahead and flood the chat with all the DNA conversation you want to. No, but all seriousness, no, that don't change anything. This actually proves more of my point. Okay, this proves my point. This helps to prove my point. It supports my point. Because listen, imagine a world where everybody just let the Egyptians be the Egyptians, the ancient ones, because none of them are alive anymore. And we have records of their accomplishments and what they've done. Imagine a world where we focus on that to learn more about them and what they did, what they didn't do, the great things they did, the messed up things they did, and everything in between. Imagine if we were to just do that. Do you understand how better conversations would be, how better our knowledge would be? But yet, we're so caught up on the race of the ancient Egyptians that you got people producing stuff like this. So this right here is supporting the problem, or supporting the reason why the focus on the race of the ancient Egyptians is a problem. Because for somebody to produce that, that's going to cause more controversy like it's doing right now. That's why y'all brought it to my attention, because it's my first time seeing it. And I'm glad I didn't see it, but now I'm gonna blame y'all for showing me this stuff. Like, seriously. Because one, I mean, somebody is gonna have to interview. What's his name? Hold up, let me go to the page again. What's the person's name? The person who did it. Somebody said it in the chat already. I'm trying to get his name. It is Cicero Morales, Brazilian graphic designer. So he's a Brazilian graphic designer, Cicero Moraes. Probably a better way of pronouncing his name. Somebody needs to interview that person so that they can explain how they came up with such a reconstruction. Now I would be interested in watching that interview. So if such an interview already exists, somebody point it out to me, please. Other than that, there's nothing else. There's nothing to talk about, because one, these reconstructions, think about it. Why are deceased people reconstructed? What's the purpose of that? What's the purpose of it? Like, think about it. What's the purpose of reconstructing anybody that's deceased? What's the purpose? And now I'm not saying there's not a valid purpose. I'm genuinely asking, what is the purpose of it? Like, why do people reconstruct people? So hold on, let me keep up in in the comments. Sesh, he is also credited with the reconstruction of King Tut, the controversial one. Okay. Yeah, I thought the name was familiar. Even that one was like you rightfully said, Sadiq, it's controversial. I guarantee you, Sadiq, let's make a friendly wager. I'm willing to bet you a friendly wager that as controversial as King Tut was, that this one is going to outdo it. Are you going to take me up on that bet? Are you going to be on the opposite side of that bet, Sadiq? What I'm saying is that between this one and King Tut, this one's going to outdo King Tut in terms of controversy. Sadiq, you gonna take me up on that bet, or do you agree with me? MK, you want to take me up on that bet?
Nah, I don't want to lose.
Yeah, the only reason why King Tut may out controversy this one is because how famous King Tut was, though. Because King Tut was very famous. Like, if you think about it, if you read all about King Tut, the popularity of King Tut is not a result of King Tut's accomplishments. It's his popularity is obviously due to his intact tomb and how popular archaeology made him and his tomb, because it was intact and it's a beautiful tomb, So that's why King Tut is so popular. And Amenhotep III, his duties and stuff should make him popular, but it's the opposite, because Amenhotep was the man. Amenhotep III. But boy, this reconstruction is gonna cause havoc. Look, it already did. That's why y'all bring it to my attention. But listen, y'all have to understand. So look, let's get back to seriousness, though. Seriously, this speaks to my point, y'all, that the focus and the preoccupation with the race of the Egyptians is causing havoc. It really does. And y'all know it. Y'all deep down, you know it. It's just that you may like the controversy. You may like the arguments. You may like to see people joust at each other and stuff like that. And because you like it, you want it to continue. We just gotta be honest. Now, I'm not trying to push anything on people, but if it fits, just let it ride. Just let it be what it is. And I get it. But you got to acknowledge that this is a problem. This is a problem. This is a problem. But hold up. Let's flip it. Let me make sure I didn't miss anybody's question or whatever, because I'm trying to monitor the chat, but I'm so caught up looking at this picture, y'all. So hold up 1 second. As a matter of fact, since we only we got like 20 minutes. We're gonna keep rocking out for 20 minutes, y'all. I'm gonna put the link in the chat. Give me 1 second. Let me gotta find the channel. Gotta go back to our channel. Okay, so I'm going to put the link in the chat. We're going to rock out for another 20 minutes. The link is in the chat. And I'm going to try to pin it. If I could pin this link. All right, there we go. Okay, so yeah, so the panel link is in the chat. So anybody want to come on the chat, go ahead and hit the link. All right, I pinned it up. Okay, so my point here though is because of the focus and all the attention on the race of the ancient Egyptians is preventing people from getting past it to really, really appreciate the culture and the people, what they did, what they didn't do. Like I keep saying, the richness of the culture. And I'm a guarantee that everybody who's gonna fuss and fight about this picture, about this reconstruction, they're not gonna be able to tell you much about Amenhotep III though. I'm gonna repeat that. A lot of people are probably gonna argue about this reconstruction of how it looks, how Cicero did the reconstruction. People are gonna argue about that, right? Till they're blue in the face. But those same people are not going to be able to tell you much of anything about Amenhotep III as the king, what he did, his accomplishments and stuff like that. Watch. I'm not saying everybody, but watch, because I've done it on this whole black thing. I told y'all I do these social experiments. People who are arguing about the Egyptians are black and stuff like that. When you let them have it, because I've done this. I say, okay, you would say the ancient Egyptians are black. If they were alive today, you as an individual would say that the Egyptians are black. I'd be like, okay, fine. Now tell me some things about what the ancient Egyptians did here and here and here and here, and they can't do it. Because people are so tied up, so caught up in quicksand about the race of the ancient Egyptians, they can't tell you much of anything else. All the surface stuff, the 3 pyramids, Khufu, Khafre, and all them, the Sphinx, and the temples. I know about the Temple of Amun, the Dendera Temple, Hatshepsut, she was a queen. Oops, king. Yeah. They can't go. I know about the Book of the Dead. Of what's his name? Whatchamacallit? Annie. Yeah. But they can't really say much of anything. It's all surfacey stuff. All right, let me get back into the chat, because I thought somebody was gonna come on the panel, boy. We got 15 minutes now.
You know what I think is kind of because I was just reading the article, and a part that's kind of interesting is obviously where's the part? Let me scroll down to it. In order to bring Amenhotep's likeness to life, Moraes first reconstructed his skull using data and images from his mummy. He then used data from living donors to approximate the dimensions and positions of the king's nose, ears, eyes, and lips. And that was
Can you in the back chat give me the link so I can share it with everybody?
Okay, cool.
Because I may be on the same page. Are you on Economic Times?
That was a New York Post, but I did go through that one as well. But
okay, well, the one you just read, give me that one. Yeah, I don't know, New York Post. I think I gotta subscribe to that. They could probably go.
It's just a lot of ads, but you can read it.
Okay, all right. So we're gonna pull it up. All right, so I gotta stop sharing this one and share this one. All right, so I'm gonna pull up the article, y'all.
Yeah, it's the same article from Economic Times. I think some people have that one, Economic Times as more legitimate, but it's the same exact text, so it doesn't matter.
Okay, well, I'm here now, so all right. Boy, you're right about these ads. I'm gonna have to go to the other site. Okay, so how do people read these? Like, seriously, like, how do people read these blogs when all these ads and stuff come out? I'm a web developer, like with sites and stuff like that, and this is terrible. Like, like, man, it's like this is a no. It's like ads everywhere. You can't even read. Look, this popping up on the side. This popping up in the middle. Like, nobody wants to deal with that. Like
Yeah,
this is
but
overly. This is too much done. It's like got Google AdSense everywhere.
say you want it for free. There's a price for free. But yeah, right there. I think that's what I was reading. In order. The way it says in order.
Where okay, let me make it bigger so we can all read this. Yep, it's asking me to sign and hopefully it ain't gonna kick me away. Okay. Oh, these pop up. These ads pop up. Okay, here we go. So y'all can see that?
Too.
Is that big enough?
Yeah.
Okay. So it says, in order to bring Imhotep's likeness to life, Moraes first reconstructed his skull using data and images from his mummy. Wow. He then used data from living donors to approximate the dimensions. Wait, he said living donors? Wow, okay. To approximate the dimensions and position of the king's nose, ears, eyes, and lips.
And that's why they're all kind of weird. Because I don't know how he was
What
collecting living donors. But
what would be interesting, or what would be more complete, is if he provided a frontal and profile shot of the donors themselves. Like who did he choose as donors? That would be interesting. And I mean, I'm just my first time saying, so maybe that's included somewhere. I don't know, but let's keep reading. It says, based on historical knowledge, Amenhotep III had a robust appearance, which is why we use data from individuals with a high body mass index. So check this out. They didn't use individuals with a high body mass index because of something from his DNA that told him that genetically. They're saying based on historical knowledge, whatever that may be, that Amenhotep must have had or had a robust appearance. And that's the reason why they use data from individuals with a high body mass index. So I don't see here where they say they use DNA to make these determinations. They use donors from living people, and they're going based on their interpretation of historical information. And it says, describes the tech wizard who finalized the digital doppelganger by throwing on clothes and jewelry. Boy. Viola. King Tut's grandfather was finally visible in the digital flesh. Wow. That's your boy. That's your boy. Man, and you know what's crazy? Is I guarantee you that the other side, let me put this on the screen, that out of the anachronist, that the Eurocentric, whitest, supra-Saharanist side, I bet you they are celebrating. They are celebrating. They probably boy, I'm surprised I haven't seen that picture before tonight. I'm gonna blame everybody. I'm gonna have nightmares tonight. I'm gonna blame everybody. All right, so since nobody coming on the panel, just checking the chat. Y'all got any last questions, comments, and whatnot? Any last questions, comments? So while y'all digging up questions or comments, I'm just going to do a quick recap, of what we discussed. So remember, tonight was a go anywhere the wind blows night. Nothing prepared to talk about. Just trying to engage the chat, hang out a bit, and talk about the popular issues. So, are the ancient Egyptians black or not? I mean, that's a popular question. Are the ancient Egyptians black? My answer to that is that the question itself it forces an error in anachronism, and so the question should not ever even be entertained or asked. The ancient Egyptians, at the very best or least, since people need something to grab onto, they're African. Okay, ancient Egypt is an African civilization, and the ancient Egyptians themselves were Africans. That should be enough to keep the party cranking. All right. And I see, so because we have somebody online now. All right, Babylon done. So what's good? Now you can, hopefully you can hear me and I can hear you, but now you can fire away whatever questions you may have had. You there?
All right.
I,
Peace,
I
y'all. How
can't hear
you doing,
everything.
brother?
Okay, there
I
we go.
said
I can
peace,
hear you.
y'all.
All right, peace. Yep. So you got the
Peace.
floor, man. You got the floor.
Okay, peace, McCat. Hey, watch out. Listen, I just think that like I do got like kind of like I don't want to say what you call it, but I have my own style of writing.
Oh man, I think he lost his signal. Babylon, Done,
Yeah,
if you still in the chat or you hit the other side, you gotta come back in because I don't know, we lost you.
yeah, he'll come back. But he's definitely right. You can always tell Babylon Duns. Even if you don't put his name, you would definitely tell that I think he got signature type. Oh,
Oh, his
right.
style of writing. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's cool. That's cool. But you know what? Everything is everything, and Babylon Done got a similar style. I ain't gonna lie.
Only difference. That's why. That's why everything was filling out. So in a way, when you said some type of way, when you said
Oh, the all
somebody
caps.
with the guy, it was like dang, he was catching strays. But
No, listen, I get it because check this out. When you type in all caps, it's you don't have to mess with the shift. So I get it. It's just easier. And to me, people don't get offended, but it's more lazy. All you gotta do is just hit cap locks and just type. Like look, like you just go for it. You know what I mean? That's easy.
yeah, no, but how you differentiate? See, they all have one language, but like a language type, but with different dialects. So everything is everything. Always got them Kepera stuff going on, and the fire emojis. So that's that's everything is everything. you know. And then Babylon Dan got a whole different set of emojis. So yeah.
See, I'm typing it in now, boy. All caps, boy. That's the easy route to go. That's the easy way to go.
So
So
say you've
yeah.
been typing all caps too. So it's the all cap crew.
Oh, everything said he is non-conforming. Yeah, but see, in the digital world, see, I come from a time when all caps was considered shouting. So for me, it's just weird. It's just weird. But I get it. I understand. I ain't complaining about it. I mean, I could read it, so I'm not complaining. But for real, that is two things. It was perceived as shouting at one point. It may not be anymore, but that's where I come from. Typing all caps is a way of shouting, like a digital shouting metaphor. And then all caps, where I come from, that's lazy because you hit all caps, you ain't got to worry about shift and capitalizations and all that good stuff. So yeah, but I get it. I'm not complaining about it. But yeah, the brother of Babylon Dunn, I guess we lost him. I don't know what happened. He must have lost the signal altogether because I don't even see him he's not typing in the chat, and he didn't come back. Yep, neither one. He didn't come back. So, but yeah, back on. He said I shout in small letters. Sosa. So, okay, but back on this thing. So, but listen, that reconstruction, it just stirs the pot. It just further adds to the problem. And I'm trying to, and I know I can't do it as an individual. Like I'm not delusional, so I'm letting y'all know that I'm not delusional or crazy to think that me as an individual or even just a couple of us is gonna make any significant change. Really, all I'm interested in is people who see it the same way and are willing to move past the race issue. That's it. That's all I can ask for. And reasonably ask for. Because I know, see, here's the thing. This is what like a person like me is up against. Drama and conflict. One, it sells, it makes money, it draws a crowd and everything. So if I was interested in those two things, then I would be doing the same thing. Likewise, if for me, if it was all about money, listen, I could come up with the most pseudo-ist thing and sell and make a lot of money because pseudoism sells. I would create a cult. I'd become the cult leader, and I would alien people to death. I would talk about aliens, spacecrafts, and whatever else that pseudos, I don't know what, because I can make it sound good. I could do all the graphics myself. Video editing, graphics, web development, mobile app development. I would do it all if that's what I was into, because I know it works, because that's what makes money. That's what draws a crowd. Look at Gaia. Look at what's his name? What's his name? Billy Carson. Is that his name? William Carson? Billy Carson? Bill Carson? Y'all correct me. Billy Carson. Look, recently with what's his name? What's up, man? What's his name? Well, I can't think of the brother's name right now. I see his name in my face, in my head right now. Emika, help me out.
Oh, what does he do again?
He's known for saying man. What's up, man?
Sound familiar.
What's up, man? That's all I'm gonna say. What's up, man? Somebody in the chat. Who is that? What's up, man? The recent pseudo that Neil deGrasse Tyson addressed. Terrence Howard.
Right.
Terrence Howard. So, Terrence, what's up, man? Howard. That's his name. Terrence, what's up, man? Hey, man. But him, look how he blew up. Prior to Neil deGrasse Tyson, giving commentary on that, and he was really forced to do that because Terrence Howard put Neil deGrasse Tyson's name out there, and it made it seem like he didn't address him or whatever the case is. So Neil deGrasse Tyson had to set the record straight, say, listen, this was 8 years ago. I gave him a constructive critique 8 years ago, and Neil deGrasse Tyson had to do that. But Terrence Howard, prior to that, Terrence Howard was on and popping. He was viral all over Twitter, all over YouTube, all over Facebook. It was like he developed a new math. He all of that stuff. So my point is, pseudoism sells. We all know that. It's very attractive and it sells. So that's, like I'm saying, a person like me, this is what, or anybody like me, or what have you, that's what we're up against. We're up against the sexiness of drama, the sexiness of controversy, the sexiness of say anything type of stuff, the sexiness of laziness, lazy scholarship, that I'll say anything as long as it's believable. It's almost like magic. Like, I'm just going to say something, I'll sound convincing, and that's all that's needed. You can make a lot of money doing that. Everybody does it. And guess what demographic, I'm going to ask y'all a question in the chat. Which demographic of people, and I don't care if you use racial terms, ethnic terms, or what have you, which demographic of people are most susceptible to pseudo indoctrination? Going once, going twice, going 3 times, or I should do the Jeopardy thing. Do, 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 do. We're playing Jeopardy here. Y'all got 10 seconds to answer. Which demographic of people seem to be more susceptible to pseudo indoctrination and are looked at as a cash cow at the same time? Donnie Williams says, don't hip wrestle. Now I don't know what you mean by don't hip wrestle, but I think you're answering my question, which is what I'm asking. You said white folks. So Donnie feels as white people or white folks. Everything is saying white folks. Black Alchemy says black people. Any more answers? Proof Evidence says poor white folks. King Sosa says Asians. Now, King Sosa, I think you're alone on that one. You are alone on that one. But the fact that you all answer me, period, you know that it goes on. Like this pseudo indoctrination of pseudo information and things like that is spread out among multiple demographics of people, but it affects those demographics differently when it hits them. At least I think we can all agree to that. So, but my point is that that's the fastest route. That's a way. Look at Scientology. Not to say, every bit of it is pseudo, because I can't speak on everything about Scientology, but look at those things. A big one, a very big one, and fruitful. That's a lot of money is in it. Is Gaia. Are y'all familiar with Gaia? Gaia. Let me pull that up.
Yep. I am.
Gaia. I'm definitely spelling it wrong.
It's Gaia.
Gaia, yep. Gaia.com. Yep, this is it right here. Hold on, let me share the screen. That's it right there, Gaia. Billy Carson is associated with that too. Cause I see the advertisements all the time, and man, you know what? I just went to the website. That means I'm gonna get more advertisements all over the place. I just did it to myself.
Yep.
Seriously, I just got rid of all of them. I just did it to myself again.
Yeah, you just gotta take out them cookies after, if you can.
Yeah, but here, look, Hidden Origins, Michael Tillinger, the guy who wrote Adam's Calendar. Claiming stuff like that. But look at all this. And they have subscriptions. $299 billed annually, $300 a year for subscriptions. And you know how many people are involved with this? Like a part of this on the production side, and then just the members, just people.
Yep.
It's
they
a
make
lot.
really good stuff. Like their stuff is like movie ready stuff. Like it blows you away.
Yeah, and they have sound effects. They have very professional and polished videos and stuff like that. Like,
top
yes. Look, Ancient Civilizations, Initiation with Matthias De Stefano, Rewired with Dr. Joe Dispenza, Superhuman, The Invisible Made Visible. Look at that. I'm surprised they don't have Billy Carson on the front somewhere. All right, so I think we got somebody in here. It's gonna be a last bit. Let me stop sharing this. So Babylon, I think you're back. I don't know what happened.
Yeah. I don't know when I got cut off. How long I talked? What you heard?
Oh man, you shut out right after you said you got a certain writing style, and that was it. That's all we heard.
Man, come on. Ah.
No, seriously.
Okay. So I don't know, man. Your thing is kind of different. I don't know about this restring thing, but check it though, would y'all? Okay, I'll try to say it again. See, I fell off again, bro. It ain't gonna work.
Now, I
Can
mean,
you see me now?
I can still hear you. Now I can still hear you.
Okay, because mine went all white. I got my screen up. I'm just looking at it, make sure I don't get cut off, making sure everything stays straight. Okay, so
Okay, we can hear you.
basic.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, so basically, Wujao is is that the where should I start? Okay, I wrote the comment because I wanted you to know what was happening outside of here and how you were being made to look. It just, and I said clearly in the chat that it looked, they made it look like you lied. So look like you lied. I thought you got offended by that, by the look like you lied. And all I was saying was look like you lied equals I'm saying you told the truth. I see that you told the truth, but someone is making it look like you lied. So if somebody make it look like you lied, I'm saying that I just want to point that out to you. If you don't care about that, if you no longer talking about that, if those things ain't no longer important to you, it's old news, anachronistic, puns intended, then I'm willing to accept that. I just thought it
No.
make for good content. I want to
Okay,
go
so
ahead.
no. Now you kind of already cleared it up in the chat. So I'm clear on what you were saying. So you were saying just what you just said, that you were basically telling me that whatever they're doing, they making it look like I lied, but it doesn't mean that I lied and stuff like that. And no, I wasn't offended by it. It was just that I was just making a statement that what I was saying was they're like them making videos, if it's recent or not, that's just what happens all the time. Like I can't keep up with them, because what happens is every time you speak on something, somebody's gonna make 3 or 4 videos about it, and then it's gonna draw people to those 3 videos, and I can't address every video. Otherwise, I won't be able to get on with life and do things I want to do. So that's where I was coming from. Like I can't, at a certain point, I just can't keep, I can't care about it at all, really. But now I was interested if you had a question about it, or if you had a comment or question from yourself. If you had
Yes, I
anything,
do.
I was telling you to go ahead
Yes,
and
I do.
ask or whatever. Yeah, I'll say so. Go for it. Go ahead.
Okay, when you say when you were saying, and I wrote it in the chat, I was saying that when you say they, I mean I know who you be talking about. So then when when you mentioned the after this video, because that's exactly the video that I'm referencing right now. I'm referencing the after this video. Now, not necessarily your original activist video, but the video where you say on there that you pulled up on Smash Rockwood, that you put handlebars on Smash Rockwood. So at that point, I was like, yeah. So I basically agreed with everything you said in the video, all of the points you made. However, when Shaka came on, he made it look like you lied. Now, Smash just, you say it's old news, but Smash just played that video the other day when he just came back. And he basically only played the clip where Shaka was saying, trying to talk to you. So they using that as a win against you and as an L for you, a W for them and an L for you. So I just was just like, trying to say like, hey, would y'all look up,
Yeah,
look at this. You wait, hold up, one thing. You did an excellent video, first of all. The you pulled up right on him. You pulled up like you were supposed to, like a real G. You took care of business. You handled every question. You cleared up the thing about Dr. Beatty. You cleared up the thing about the word activist. You cleared up. You did a good job in clearing it up. But remember, that video was very choppy because y'all was going back and forth and arguing. I know what you were saying. I heard what you were saying. But when somebody take the video and they play the part with Shaka, and you like, you still focused on the video, and it can make a person look like they're tripping up on their words or not really being straightforward. another person coming in. This was you and Smash, and I was you smashing Shaka, different things like that. So I just wanted to know what I wanted you to go through that video and let us hear it and let us hear the point for points where you made and show where he was wrong. But if you, like you said, if you're no longer
No, but
interested,
no, that
I'm
part.
just,
No. On that note, that's I'm not. It's not that I'm not interested in that, but it's the fact that we already did it. I literally
okay.
already went through that video and talked about it, and I made the same points about Athribis in several other videos where I talk about Hut Heri Ib, I talk about what it meant. I talked about the demonyms and how the original Kemetiu in the pyramid text that Reggie tried to impeach Odin Gole about. I discussed that stuff, multiple times already. So it's not that I'm not interested in it, because obviously I am enough to talk about it as many times as I already did. But all I'm saying is that I can't keep on talking about it, because at some point I have to just stop, because what happens is when people don't do formal debating and they don't experience debating, because I come from a debating team, like a formal debating team in college, and in outside of that environment, when people argue, somebody has to have the last word, even if they win or lose. And I mentioned it jokingly last night. As far as with women, people like everybody who got a girl or a wife, like us men, we, no matter how wrong or right we may be, or how wrong we could be, we could concede to an argument with a woman, but a woman still has to get the last word in and still keep the argument going. And so at some point you just got to know when to say when. And just let the information just speak for itself. So that's all I'm telling you where I'm at. So that's where I'm at with it. So I'm not
Well,
I'm not
you know
disinterested
where
in
I
it.
stand at on that.
I'm very much interested.
I'm with you on everything except for your analogy.
What analogy?
I think the other day you asked in the chat like somebody to comment on that similar analogy about women. I plead the ninth.
Oh,
You're
please, you
beyond
please,
the
you please,
fifth.
you please. Oh yeah, nah, I get it.
Yeah,
Listen, I
yeah. I
listen.
have
I
no
know.
words to say in that chauvinistic type of
And
thing right now.
you said chauvinistic.
Yeah, that's
That's
what
not.
they gonna call it.
Yeah, but that's not an accurate description of of that. That's just, I'm saying it in gist, but that's just a
You
stereotype. It's not
won't win, Wu
chauvinistic.
Jiao. Yeah, it's
No,
a stereotype. Oh, the
but I'm
fact
not.
the
But
fact
I'm
that you call it a stereotype, you will win. You will because you
yeah. I'm
admitted
not.
that.
I'm not
I'll agree with
right.
that
But I'm
word,
not.
stereotype.
Yeah, but I'm not. But I'm saying I'm not. When I say it, I'm not trying to win anything. That's just a stereotypic statement, and we live in a world of stereotypes. Like we can't pretend like the stereotypes
Yeah.
don't
So
exist.
let's get down to business, Wu Jiao. So about this whole thing now, you told me to come on the panel. I just want to be clear on this too. Now,
Yeah.
we got. I mean, I respect your intellect, your intelligence, and your manhood. So when I write in the chat, I write Wu Jiao with a man with a crown on it. I don't write Wu Jiao, the middleman. No real Netcher Wu Jiao. No real Netcher wants to be called a middleman. So I said, and I figure that a middleman, right? You from DC, but you live in the ATL, my hometown. So in the ATL, like we say, talking about, where you have like a middleman, you have like a man on the right and a man on the left. But this is not a good situation because when we say middleman, we're talking about basically like in a car. And so one man sits on the right and he could spread his legs, and the other man could sit on the left and he could spread his legs, and the man in the middle, right? The man in the middle, right, gets
Oh
the
God
literal and
dang.
figurative short end of this stick, right? So then we don't want to do that to your brother, man. I'm your brother, man. I ain't offended.
Wait,
I
hold on.
just don't
Wait,
want you
wait,
to
wait.
say it.
Wait, please pause for a second. Pause for a second because
Yes, yes.
this is a perfect. Hold up. This is a perfect moment for the different upbringing and environment. Because your
Facts.
story,
That's why I brought it up.
what you just
No.
said would have never came across my mind. Because when I said middleman, I'm talking about relaying information where you hear it from one person and then you pass it on to the next person. I would have never imagined, because I know what you're talking about, the middle of the back seat where you got to keep your legs closed and everybody
Yeah.
and
Because it's the hump there. It's the hump there.
it's the hump there. So you gotta you can't put your feet together, but your knees gotta be together because
Yeah.
the other two can open their legs. That's funny as all outdoors to me.
Oh
But
my
see,
goodness.
that that's a
That's messed
total
up.
different. I would have never thought that. So I understand. But that's a perfect example
So no
of like different like a different meaning behind
lingo.
things.
See,
Yeah,
that's a
Yeah.
different
good
lingo.
example of how language works because it's crazy. Like it's the form on this side is exactly the same, but everybody was talking of different concepts attached to the
Yep.
form. Because I was thinking middleman, I was telling everything is everything, like a broker, like an agent,
Yeah.
like
Like a
just
manager.
No,
like an
no,
add-on,
no,
Like a manager.
like
no, no.
So Babylon
No.
done. All right, so now that you've explained your like what you know that to be, then let me retract that middleman statement then.
But wait. Let me say this,
Let me
Mucha. Let me say
erase
this.
it.
I did not.
Let me
Yeah, but
take
I
it
did
back
not
and
take
erase it.
offense, brother.
Well,
Okay, but I did not
I
take
know you
offense.
said I know
But I
you
do
said
want to
that,
say this. I
but
do
I'm
want to say
saying
this. That I do want to say this. That also though, on another level, watch this. Now this is where I did take offense. Let me explain. Now this is where I did take offense to the word middleman. Because on another level, I thought like, dang, is Wu Jiao accusing me of being the middleman between Smash and Shaka on the left? Is this what he accused me of? Like of coming over here spreading day trash over here? I was like, no, man, that ain't what I'm about. I just come over here to see like if you gonna address these things. Like I'm gonna tell you something that you do though, and this ain't a fault of yours. We all do it, but you say like, because if I say be good or this is how you be good, then I'm showing the other person or the child how not to be bad. So we all understand that. So when like when you telling us like, yo, um, they said this and they doing that, and I'm ready to move on. You having to talk about that along the way. Now I don't know whether you realize that or not. That you
okay.
having to talk about the things that you telling us that you don't really want to talk about. And
No,
so
here's
then along the go ahead.
okay. Let me just speak to that point real quick. So here's the difference. When I say, see what I'm doing, I'm advocating for others to move on because I'm more than capable of moving on without any problem, but I choose not to because I'm trying to encourage others who are not moving on to move on. If I was only concerned about myself and did what I want to do alone as an individual, then I would never talk about that stuff again and I would move on to other things as I'm perfectly capable of doing. And I do that to an extent, but like I said tonight and all the time, I said in order to address misinformation and problematic issues, you gotta be present in it. But and it's tricky because you don't want to add to it, but you got to be in it at the same time to remove it. So my analogy I always use is like a janitor or somebody who cleaning up a dirty room. If a room is dirty, you can't clean it from the outside. You have to go in the dirty room and clean it up from the inside without adding to the dirt. So that's a challenge to do that. And so that's how I see some of the things that I attempt to do is like I'm addressing some of these things, but I'm not adding to the drama or any of that kind of stuff. So it's like the black stuff, because we have enough conversations about it to where I'm at the point where I don't even have to address it anymore. All I'm doing is putting links now. Like that's why I took time to show some videos in the archive. I'm just pointing people to videos now. Like, listen, if you want to hear what we got to say about this, boom, watch that video. You get about this, watch that video. That's the point I'm at now, because we already been there,
Okay,
done that.
but see, like, and I agree. Now, and I love the little thing we all say. I got a video for that. Like that's like very catchy to me. I think that's funny. However, on the other hand, like it's people out here that you have to respect the fact that they do research and they look into these things too, and they done heard both sides of the argument, and they still may not be clear on that object. Out of
Yeah,
all of the rhetoric, go
I
ahead.
welcome. No, I welcome people to bring those fresh questions. Yep, all the time, every day, all day. If some let's put it this way, if somebody watches a video by John Doe about a topic, and then they watch a video I did about that same topic, and they have questions after doing that, then I'm all for that. Come see me. Come check me on that. Come build with me. Come question me. I'm all for that. I don't have no problem with that at all. But that's not what happens. What happens is people in this what I'm calling the conflict community, it's not built, it's not made that way. People don't try to study or research and try to discern. They will watch a video and roll with whatever somebody say, and then people click up. There's a whole bunch of clicks out here. That's just real. I mean, people just gotta admit it. That's what happens. But if that's done properly, I'm all for that. That's why I even said
Okay,
tonight. Like
okay,
anybody that watch a video I've done and got questions, or video somebody else has done and got questions, and trust me, my email and my Facebook Messenger inbox, I do get questions. That's what motivates me to do some of these lives when I go live. I go live out the blue because people, I get the same question from people. I'm like, okay, this must be a hot thing to talk about. So let me go live and address this or address that.
so all right.
Yep.
I was just gonna ask and make sure you saw my question because I wrote a question in the chat the other day. I said, "Will you and in the cat do a video, or will y'all at least look into it if you feel like it?" But it's along y'all lines. It's along your lines, and it's along the topics we talk about. But I mentioned Karl Popper and Thomas Kuhn, so they've
Or
already given a. Go ahead.
no. Go ahead. I wouldn't interrupt you. I could say this. Type their name so I can know how to spell it. Type their names in the
Okay,
chat if
I'll
you can.
type it in there.
Yeah.
Okay,
But go ahead. But go ahead. But
ain't
go ahead.
slick, ain't yeah, ain't that good with this computer with my phone, so I'm gonna leave it right here and ain't gonna touch nothing. And when I hang up with you, I'll go on there and I'll type it in the chat.
Oh,
But
right. Okay. Okay.
It's Carl Popper and Thomas Kuhn. That's
But I think I
Popper,
spell
just
it.
like pop. Yeah, Popper, like pop, and Kuhn, like in Kuhn, something like that. Kuhn, you know. But they talk about a lot about these things. This is old school, basically philosophers, but they had a big argument about science and
Wait. Are they?
whether go
But
ahead.
when you no, just real quick, because as you said it, I'm trying to pull it up to find out what's what. But are you asking me to check out? Are you asking me to check out a particular video that they're in, or what? Like I'm,
No,
or
no,
or,
no,
or
no.
just
Just check out, just wiki them two names together, and just look at their argument. It'll probably take you like 10 minutes to skim through it on a day. It'll take you like 10 minutes to find out whether or not
oh,
you
so these
interested in
these
even.
these two people are at odds, debating each other. Am
Yes,
I right? Okay. Yeah. So you didn't.
yes.
Okay. So all
And
right.
I think that the points they make are very relevant to the community. And I done asked a couple of shows. This ain't the first show I done asked because they have these same things. I hear a lot of people talking about appeal to authority, you know, ad absurdum, and like logic and they ontology and epistemology, and I hear them talking about these things, but they just throwing the words around. So and I hear them talking about like this is science, and this is what science says, and this is what science is, and this is how you do science. This is the scientific method. And so when I listen to Karl Popper and Thomas Kuhn, them, I don't hear these people that are scientists saying none of what I hear in the community. None of it. You see what I'm saying? None of the stuff I hear in the community. Not how, and they talk about how to handle debates. They arguing and they actually talking about arguing. So it's like a meta argument. They arguing and they talking about argument. So different things like that. So yeah, so and what else I was gonna say? So yeah, that's a little bit of part of it because those people ain't that important to me. Sure, there's a lot of people I like for us to look up, like because you deal with language. So I would like to know if you heard of Wittgenstein, Ludwig Wittgenstein.
I'm sorry, you broke up. Say it again.
I said I would like to know if you ever heard, just shortly, because I got a lot of other stuff I want to talk to you about. If you ever heard of Ludwig Wittgenstein.
Nah, the name doesn't ring a bell. But Kuhn
You
Popper, that actually I heard about the 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 argument about arguing and things like that. So, and I think I actually have a book on that, on where their debate about arguing is referenced and referred to. I think it's in the
okay?
textbook that I had from a while back. But
Yeah,
so
but they talk a lot about science too and about
I'll look into that.
consensus. Like, they talk a lot about. I'm sorry, Wuja. They talk a lot about consensus and different things like that, and whether it's a proof, whether it's truth, whether are facts, how they establish what's a scientific fact, rather than another type of fact, and why, who establishes this, who says that it is a fact, and how is it a law? What is a law? What is a property of a thing?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, they
No,
so
no,
these are the
it's
things.
because
Go ahead.
from no, I'm saying because in even in debating when I was a part of debating team and stuff like that, we have to cover things like that, but we focused more so on the logical processes and inferences and premises and logical fallacies and things like that. But we have to dive into epistemology. How do you know when you know something?
Yes,
What is
facts.
knowledge, and when do you know that you know, and these kinds of
Ontology.
questions and things like that. So we have to deal with all of those kinds of things, and so they set up rules and standards on making these determinations for any particular inquiry or argument, and we deal with argument theory and stuff like that. So yeah,
I wanted you to look at the part about the
I'll
foundations
check
of
it out.
science. Okay, I want you to look at the parts where they well not look at. I want you to talk about because you talked about AI. Let me make the reference, the relation to this, in case ain't nobody making the relation. They think I'm just talking. No, you talked about AI, and you talked about how to use AI, and you talked about how it's a correct way and a wrong way, and how it could be good or it could be detrimental. You talked about the same thing with Wikipedia and using the wiki tabs and the blue links that they have attached, talking about sources and references. So so uh, I think by like if we could put all of these things together and talk about them, like we could talk about this, all of those things, and we could talk about the foundations of science. Like that's another thing they sort of talk about, and that I'm really into. It's like are these things established? Like people say, like cause and effect. Like, do you know that that's nowhere established in no science book? Nowhere. Nobody has ever seen a cause or effect. This is not philosophy. These are the facts. Like you just quoted something when you say every action there's an equal or opposite reaction. You think you quoting a law? Where is? Show it to me. Show me this. Show it to me. You see, so none of these things are established. But
Well,
I hear people, especially
there's people that address there's scholarly work out there that address the stuff like that though. You know,
yeah, I wanted
so
us to do it though. I
no,
know
I'm
you
saying
be because I
yeah. I
heard
mean
you in
that's fine.
Osar in OM Hotel. I heard you Osar, you Osar Hotel, Sanjay and you. I heard y'all talking about mathematics. I be
Yep.
hearing y'all talk about you know
And what do we say
large
about
language,
math?
large well, some things Asar says is like, he links the mathematics and the logical thinking to being able to handle the linguistics and being able to, you know, like being able to comprehend certain mathematical techniques, like let's say the Pythagorean theorem, I think he mentioned. Then by even understanding that, you can understand, you could grasp linguistics. You can grasp language. You can learn to talk about it. But
No, no.
so
Well,
go
no.
ahead.
The in the comparative. Remember, Asar Imhotep is a comparatist, so historical
Facts.
comparatist. So
Yes.
when you're doing historical comparative linguistics, it is actually like a mathematical process because you're setting up equations of regular sound meaning correspondences, and you can actually write out these equations and things like that, and it's very logic dominated. So that was with that. And science is evidence dominated. You can't prove anything in science. That's something that a lot of people don't realize or come to know. Science is about evidence. It's about setting up ways to bring about the evidence to test and falsify different hypotheses based on observations and running tests to do that. And that produces evidence of whatever you're dealing with. So you got two different domains: mathematics and deal with logic, and science deals with evidence. That's the ruling factor in both of those things. That's why they work so well together because they help inform each other. That's why a lot of astrophysics or physicists they're also mathematicians or they rely heavily on math because for the things that you can set up an experiment on, you could set up a logical premise and work out the logical flow from argument to argument based on premises and go it and then come away with certain conclusions to later on when instrumentation and technology is available, then you could start testing things out in the observable world,
Facts.
and that's what happens. So that's just understood. And as far as AI, I wasn't speaking on AI in general. I was speaking about specifically ChatGPT and how people are misusing ChatGPT because one,
Yeah.
ChatGPT is not elevated to the level like you can't cite ChatGPT if you're trying to write a article, paper, whatever. You can't cite ChatGPT even if you use it. You can't cite it. It's not something that people. It's not at the level or arrangement or organized in a way where it can be cited. Wikipedia can. You can actually cite when you access Wikipedia and the articles because they're static or whatever the case is. ChatGPT is not. So it's just a different instrument. It's a tool. It's a useful tool, but people are using it for the wrong things. They're trying to argue and debate online using ChatGPT when ChatGPT is fed. I can make ChatGPT say just about anything I want to. Like
Facts.
literally, I could pull it up right now and make ChatGPT say all kinds of things about anybody in the chat. I could literally
Yeah,
make
facts.
ChatGPT do that.
I was just watching a video where scientists was talking about that and about how vulnerable Chat GPT is as far as having real answers. It's just a database. It don't have true answers. It basically goes with what it has in the database, and they literally said it gives you more what you want. Chat GPT is not there to debate you or alter or try to find alternate things to what you ask. It's there to find what you ask. So most people are asking questions like, Chat GPT, show me a rabbit with a hat on. It's gonna pull up a rabbit with a hat on. You have to give it content,
Yeah.
and you have to. You see what I'm saying? You got to show ChatGPT what you're looking for, but then you have to be a responsible looker because you have to know, like what I'm telling you about, like what Popper and Kuhn was talking about. Like one of the things you do is a proof by contradiction. You see, like you do it,
Yeah, all of
you
those
prove things
things.
by the contradiction
And the
and not
idea
try to
of
prove yourself right. Yeah, you
falsifiability. Right.
falsified it.
Right. That's what you try to do. You try your hardest to falsify. You want a competitor. And see, this is where the game of chess
So you're
comes into
right.
play.
ChatGPT trash in the hands of anybody that does not know this.
Right.
So that's why we have to inform the community
and
that
that's what we did.
it's not like that.
And that's
Okay, yeah.
what and
Go ahead.
that's
I'm
what
listening.
that's no, I'm saying, and that's what we were doing. But we get pushback for the people from people who use it and think that we're saying don't use ChatGPT ever, and it just everybody hyperbolize everything and exaggerate and everything what we're saying. And that's how come I gotta say
Everybody we really
it.
talking about is Unc them, right? Because Bobby Baker them is the ones that be saying that, like and Sosa Rural and Shepard and Garfield or Russell. They be saying about you that you basically said, and I know you didn't say that, but they try to make you look like you told a lie, and they say that you and Osar and Hotep are saying that people shouldn't use ChatGPT. They just
Yeah,
leave
but
it
see,
at
okay,
that. I know,
let's
I know you
no,
didn't say that.
let's use
I
that. I know,
know you didn't
but
say
here's the thing. So let's use that as an example. That's a perfect example. So me and Asar, we were live, and the live is recorded unadulterated, and it's still online. It's still on our channel, like his channel, and I did one on my channel, on this channel right here.
that. I heard it,
So
both of them.
so no, but hear me out. This is what I'm saying. So we said what we said, and it's recorded, unadulterated, and it still exists on our channels. Then you have another person on a different channel will say whatever, right? And it's not what we say. So let's say it was said that we said don't use ChatGPT, which we never said. So here's the perfect example. This is why I want to use this example. So if we were to then come after that video and have to do another video to explain that we didn't say what they said we said, then now it becomes extra work. And so imagine that happening over and over again. So what happens is now we're being controlled by other people in what we address and don't address. And so that's
I
that's
like
where we
that
have to
point.
that's where we have to stop. So what I ask people to do is just go straight to our video. And so I'm at a point where if people are going to believe what other people say without checking out our video, then I don't necessarily want those people around me anyway, because that's not the critical thinking mind that I'm looking for. Because right now I'm fishing for critical thinkers. So I know if I heard, like, if I watched a video and somebody saying somebody lied and said this and that, I'm going to seek out the original video. That's just how I operate. But everybody's not like that, and I don't expect everybody to be, but that's not who I'm looking for. So that's it. That's just how I got to be.
I can
So
do
now,
that.
so we, and the crazy part is in my video, I even said that somebody gonna say that. Somebody gonna say that I'm saying don't use ChatGPT, and I'm not saying that. I said that I use ChatGPT when it was in beta mode. I use
I'm
ChatGPT when it
laughing
was
because I was gonna say you said that. I was gonna
in
say
beta
that
mode.
you anticipated that, so you already knew that they would twist your words, and I know you
Exactly.
knew that, and you kept. I saw the whole thing. I saw it unfold,
And and
and
and
when I
and
went
and,
over to
and,
their channel, I saw they
and
had twisted it, and I laughed
yep.
because I knew they would do it. It's
And
funny. It's cool.
specifically, and what's crazy is specifically Unc, when I went back on one time, Unc even said that I said that I'm not saying don't use ChatGPT. So that's crazy. It was like 3 layers deep. And see and
I
when
like
stuff
that.
gets
I like it.
when stuff gets that weird, that's when I have to just remove myself from the scene at that point. To come back later or something. But I got to exit at that point. So it's so much like we're too old for that now. Like
They be banking
I
on
can't
that
deal
from
with
you
that.
too, John. They know they be banking on that. They know they gonna wear you down with a lot. But it's okay. You're
They
right.
won't.
Because
They
once you
won't.
put out the truth, you don't have to. Well, you're right. They won't wear you down. But I'm saying, like, they know they going to make you say, like, man, I'm not going to argue that point no more. I showed y'all the truth. Y'all should know. Y'all still going to say the
Yeah,
same
and
thing.
then
I'm
time, and
moving
then
on.
time, and then time is gonna go by. Then people act like they never said it, or they act like I never said something, or they after a year they agree with what I originally said. You know,
Yeah.
I've seen all the above. I've seen all the above. I've seen people will fight me when I say something, only to find them a year later saying what I said that they fought on before without any in between explanation. They just flip, call them flippers, flip floppers. You know what I'm saying? People flip
Flip
flop a
floppers.
lot.
That's funny.
They flip flop. They
That's
flip
funny.
flop a lot in the conflict community. But nah, but
That's
let
funny.
me just deal with this question real quick while you're here. I mean before it moves up too fast.
Well,
It
I
says
got something else to talk to you about. So don't throw me out. I'm
no, I'm
listening
not.
though.
No. You right here now. I'm just want to see this before I move forward. Sat 12 says a lot of modern Egyptians did not like the Netflix Cleo depicted by an African looking woman. You could add a third category, anachronist, modern Egyptian national. Yeah, Sat 12, you got to kind of explain that because I don't, when you say they did not like Netflix Cleo depicted. So maybe you typed it.
He said he basically saying that you know the thing that Jada Pickett them did with the black Cleopatra, that Netflix them didn't like it. So basically, he said that was an anachronistic anachronism in itself because they had a black Cleopatra during that time, which would have been great times, I guess. You see, you get it.
I guess, yeah, but I guess it's just a comment and not really a
But
question.
I
So,
want to
yeah,
say this to that though, because
but
this don't never get said. Hollywood job is now you gotta understand. I said something earlier. I mentioned the word re-reverse. So yeah, people got to get used to the counterintuitive, the counterfactual, like the counterintelligence that's going on in the world. You got to counter the counterintelligence. So what's happening is that it look if the person is a real artist, they done mastered their craft and they know how to act, then to Hollywood, to they demented minds, they believe if you could be something else, then you really acted. Because you could play a man, of course. You could play a strong man, of course. But can a strong man play a weak woman? That's what the type of twisted thing that Hollywood want to see. So the same thing apply to characters. They don't care about seeing. And I heard Denzel Washington speak to this too on the same level. They don't care a black woman play a black role as it really is. That's not intriguing. What's intriguing is for a white woman to play that role. What'll be even more intriguing is for a white man to play Cleopatra. Now that would be the movie. That's how they think.
he
So
said a
I
white
just
man.
want to, yeah, this is how they think, bro. So I'm just saying that to, I think that was Sat 12. I just wanted them to know that that's on a higher level. That's just propaganda. That ain't really got nothing to do with the real Nubian, I mean ancient Egyptian argument, however words you want to use for it, the Kemetic argument, the whatever.
But see, here's the thing about all that too is that the function of TV and cinema and movies and everything like that is in the realm of psychology. Is well
Yeah.
understood the high influence that these things have. You know, it was less understood when they first came out, when television first came out. Before television was radio and all this other kind of stuff. But television, period, the psychological impact that it has, especially now with the internet and streaming everything, they understand social evolution and how to plant seeds for it to slowly evolve and change over time. And so
Facts.
all these different things are slowly accepted by the masses, with outliers resisting and not accepting things, but it's just the majority. And that's what happens. But the problem with creativity and art, which is which is what's going to be invoked by these producers and directors and stuff like that, that they are free to do what they want. And if they feel like it's going to be a hit and make money or whatever, that's their focus and bottom line. And so at any given time, if they feel like what you said will make a lot of money, and whether it's controversial on a negative or positive, it's gonna make money. If they got the budget to do it, they're
Facts.
gonna do it. Now it depends on the genre though. So if they're trying to do a historical piece, and it's more like on a documentary type of side, then they should do their best and due diligence to try to represent everything as accurate as they can. Even though
They won't.
sometimes they won't or whatever the case is. So
It
well,
ain't in
yeah,
them.
we
That's why I
already
call
know.
them demented. It ain't in them. But
Okay,
go ahead. I mean,
let's
I'm
get
listening.
no. I'm gonna give you an example that people that to the level of detail that people don't even pay attention to. So let's say let's say a documentary about Harriet Tubman, and I know there's a movie about Harriet Tubman and everything. So if you're gonna do a movie or any representation of the life of Harriet Tubman, then you would think that they would get an actress to play her that is a bona fide African American, not just a black actress, but get an African American actress. So in stuff like that, if they were to get a British actor, a British actress, somebody from the UK or whatever the case is,
Is
or
exactly who they'll choose.
or somebody from the Caribbean or whatever to play Harriet Tubman,
Yep.
people who pay attention to this stuff would be upset, and rightfully so.
Yeah. Yeah.
But a lot of people, as long as she's black, playing a black person on the level of flat blackness, they're okay with that. And so that's
Which
the
will
issues
jump.
that happen.
Allow my interjection with y'all, which speaks to the pictures of the photo or the statue that you put up of the Brazilian man artist who made those renditions. That was ridiculous. I mean, like you could see his Brazilian touch. You could see even in the gait and the stand of the man and his shoulder width and his head proportion to his body proportion and his neck head proportion to his neck, the little neck, the big head on the short stump body. He almost wanted to put a Brazilian picture. So he did use those models because that man looked Brazilian. I put in the chat he could pass for a Mayan. No disrespect to Mayan people, the real Mayan people, but he could. Yeah.
Yeah, he don't even look Brazilian to me. I mean, the Brazilian people that
I
no,
agree.
seriously,
No,
because
I ain't saying
Brazil.
Brazilian. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but I'm saying Brazilian. Like he, like this don't even look Brazilian though. Man, but regardless, see,
I think you're showing
I
it,
don't
but I can't see
suggest.
it. How I gotta go to YouTube.
Yeah, I'm showing it, but I don't even suggest stuff like this is done. I really don't. I don't suggest that this stuff is even done unless somebody's going
I
to take
agree.
a mold, an actual mold, create a ceramic mold of the skeleton of the face of the
I
deceased
still
body
don't
if they
trust it.
could. No, but I'm saying if what I'm saying is that if they're going to do something like this, it has to be meticulously and carefully done, with a lot of other
Yeah.
factors than what's going on to this, because this is just the
I
new
really
controversy
don't
now.
find the necessity in doing it other than to create confusion because I mean they have already painted themselves, they already have left statues, and we already have the skeletons. Now, if somebody want to be a phrenologist, which like they put in the movie Django, You know what I'm saying? Then they could go ahead and do that, but I mean, like the cranial and all of that. What unless you test them for like what Sheikh Etienne was doing, and he went to melanin because bone structure don't phenotype don't really tell you nothing. It won't tell you about the people. You've been talking about DNA. Phenotype will tell us nothing about the people. They looked at Ethiopian skeletons and said called them Caucasian because they said they had Caucasian long aquiline nose. Then come to find out where these people live at contributed to the factor of their nose, their height, and different things like that. They no longer should be called that scientifically. But you still got people walking around saying that on these channels.
Hold on, let me
But
put
one thing I wanted to talk to you about, John.
yeah, okay, but hold on, let me just tell you.
Okay.
We got 10 minutes, and I'm gonna do a hard cut in 10 minutes. So go for it. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay, because you mentioned a lot, so I'm gonna come back on the next time because
Okay,
I
no
want to
problem.
make sure we talk about stuff, and I want to make sure you know where I'm coming from. But one thing you mentioned, so now, okay, I, this don't mean nothing to nobody, but it kind of means something. You know what I'm saying? Like Babylon down outside the box or beyond the box. Like that's I think beyond the box. I teach beyond the box outside the or so I'm saying like if I say let's look at the normal palette, I'm definitely not talking about what we already heard. So now I'm watching a video the other day of Smash. I see the brother Eddie King come on. Eddie King shows Norman palette. They talk about it a little while. Eddie King says that the harpoon shaped thing on the Norman palette is wash, is the word wash. And he says that that word is in reference to something, a gnome, he said. So Smash says, no, it's not. It's in reference to another pharaoh. That could be a pharaoh's name. The reason why I brought up the Norman palette the outverse and the reverse. See what I'm saying? The reverse, the outverse side and the reverse side. I wanted you to talk to us about it. Now I know it's not a lot that what you will call translation going on because it's not a lot of what they call letters. I mean, a lot of glyphs that's considered writing or words on there. However, in the context of it, you mentioned interpretation. So I wanted to know your interpretation of the Norman palette. I want to know your
Yeah.
interpolation of
No, I
the
got.
Norman palette. I want to know what you
No, I
felt
got
like,
that.
what was happening.
Yeah,
Okay.
I got that from your thing, and all I was saying was like when you say the translation. Remember, a translation is of text. So I was just saying that there's little to no text on the palette. So I can only assume that you're talking about the interpretation of the imagery and stuff like that. And when I was saying that, I was just simply saying that we've that we've done commentary about the Numbers palette before in the video. So I think Emicat, I don't know if
Yeah,
Emicat
yes,
found it.
but I mean, but do you remember recall specifically talking about the wash symbol and whether the wash symbol specifically was related to a gnome or whether the wash symbol was specifically related to a pharaoh's name and whether that was even possible? Like, I know you went over the tablet, but just because y'all went over the tablet doesn't
No,
mean
no,
that
no.
new
You're
information
saying
and
no, but
go
check
ahead.
this out. See, everything
Yeah.
you're saying now, you're mentioning the wash symbol and the hook and stuff. You never said this in the chat, so I'm just telling you how the conversation went in the chat. What I was addressing, what you said in the chat. You asked me about translation of the Namar palette. I'm just telling you why I responded the way I did. Now, while you're on here, now you're asking about specific things on the palette. You see that difference? That's the difference.
Yeah, I know that. You know I can't type everything I say in the chat, so that's a non
No, no,
sequitur to me. So
I
I
know,
just
but
want
I'm
to talk
saying
about
I pointed to the video to you while you were with your comment that you had in the chat. Now with what you're saying, now you're here. You're asking me specifically about the palette and stuff like that. And so yeah, so
Yeah, but no,
we
I'm
could.
not asking you. I
I don't
want you to
mind.
answer now. I would like to talk to you about it. I don't want you to try to just come off the top of the dome. I want to talk about the Norman Palette. I want to
Yeah,
talk
that's
about
fine.
who those people are. I want to ask you. I want to sit down
You
and
said
talk to
those
you,
people.
and I want to
Okay,
say,
that's fine.
"Hey, would y'all who those people are who Norman conquered?" I want to talk to you. I want to ask you straight up. I want to say, "Hey, would y'all?" Norman is from the South. Is this correct? Yes. Okay. If Norman from the South and he's conquering the North, is that a unification or a conquering? Is Norman the South conquering the North, or is that a unification? Why are we calling it a unification if it's the South conquering the North?
Well, to that
You see,
answer,
I
to
just
that,
want to
well,
know
no,
what you.
no, no.
Go
Yeah,
ahead. Okay.
we could talk about it more in detail. I don't mind that. But to address that part, um, conquering, like we say conquering, but
Hmm.
the symbolisms and things of people being conquered is a way of unifying territory and things. So you would think, okay,
You ain't about
conquer
to play the semantic
how
game on me now.
no, not at all, not at all.
Okay, let's go.
Because
I'm listening. Go.
okay, because here's the thing. The question is, here's a question: that was Egypt two things united as one? Yes or no?
That's right. That's a good question. I like that question. That's like the questions I'm answering. I like the way you word that logic. Take all the bullshit out and just ask, was it two things at once? Yeah, like, is that even possible? That's why I said, was it even possible? Is it even logical to say that a person lives in the South and they already ruling it, and then they come from the South and they conquer the North? Are you saying that's a unification? Why are you calling that a unification?
No, but
I
see,
mean,
here's
just
the
like I mean, I know
no,
why people
but
do it because old scholars did it, and that's what they wanted to do because of their racism, and they never wanted to say that the South could ever conquer the North, or that the South brought knowledge and brought unification, brought knowledge, brought Egypt to Egypt. Because if Norma is the first Pharaoh, according to them, Menes, Scorpion King. We could go back and back and back. We know the whole story, but we're just talking about Norman right now. So yeah, if Norman is the first Pharaoh or the first dynasty to them, and that's what they got recorded, then this would mean a lot in respect to what was going on and where his practices come from, and stuff like that.
but
And just to touch on one more thing, his legs and the muscles in his legs and the art and the way the art is formed, it sort of looks like it relates back to even, Sumerian days. And the shape of the tablet is the same thing like in Sumerian. And the bulls on the tablet, are they Sumerian bulls? Are they bat bulls? Are they Hathor bulls? Why are the horns curled like that? And who have bulls with horns curled like that? Is that the black bull? Because the black bull in the temple that you show all the time, Ramses 3, I think, he has curved temples, the black bull, and then all the other bulls. I don't know if you noticed, got wavy horns, but that black bull, the one that's called Kim, he got the curved horn. So I just want to know is are we can we talk about things like that more in depth, not just like on the surface, that same old jive ass argument about Narmer and no, I ain't want to talk about that. I want to talk about the river.
oh no, I'm saying that's fine. But what I was gonna just kind of prep for the conversation is we have to consider that conquering is also an act of taking possession of. So remember, the Kemet proper is strictly the narrow, the area around the river that's close to the river, that the area that had access to water. That's Kemet proper. The desert was really not considered Kemet. But they took possession of it all because the desert acted as a buffer zone, as a protector and a buffer zone for the more isolated Kemet part. So they saw Kemet as more of an isolated possession, and the desert allowed them to keep that isolation going for as long as it did. So the desert provided a natural buffer and defense mechanism for the inner part of Kemet, and so Kemet is all along the river. for the entire duration. So
Yeah.
unification is also an act of taking possession of something. And so it's a process. Like everybody talks about this unification as if it's snap crackle pop, snap your fingers and it was done. Nah, this is over a period of time. This is over over a period of time for these things to for it to take place. I'll give you a recent kind of small example of that. Right, Jean-Francois Champollion. Everybody's familiar with that name who deals with Egypt, Champollion. He is given credit for deciphering the glyphs.
Yeah.
So his name is attached to deciphering the glyphs. But he wasn't the only one that did it, and it took a lot that led up to it. But his name reigns supreme for giving the credit for it. So we can condense it to one person. So Namir
Yeah.
being a name given for the responsibility of the unification of Egypt is in a similar way, similarly done. Namir is not
I
the
like
only
that.
one. Namir is not the only one. He didn't go from the south to the north himself and just start making people lay down, like get down or lay down. You gonna be with us, or die. Get down or get down, lay down, and go from the first cataract all the way up to the Mediterranean Sea and did all that kind of stuff. That was a slow, gradual process that took many chieftains and other things that was going on. But his name sticks out, and he's given the credit. Same way Champollion today with the decipherment, and that's how it
I
happens.
agree.
So
When Thomas Young
we just
should be
gotta
given
be
some of the credit. 'Cause
we gotta
The
yeah.
physicist Thomas
Thomas Young.
Young.
Thomas Young and Lepsius. Lepsius is the one that
Yes.
confirmed Champollion's finding and falsified some of it. So I mean,
I,
the whole story about it, it's a lot of people that came in between that, and then
I
Champollion
agree because I know some
used Coptic
Arabs and stuff like
used
that.
Coptic.
That's how.
Yeah. They used Coptic sources. Champollion had to learn Coptic and with Coptic speakers and all kinds of stuff. But see, you don't hear about that. All people focus on or hear about, and it's cool to do it, but all they hear is Champollion. So the same thing is happening with Namir. And if people understand that, then it's nothing to it. It's no sweat. That's just it. Namir is just the name that's attributed to unification. But nah, it took a lot more than Namir, man. Trust me on that. He
Yeah. So, and then one thing I want to point out is something like this right here too with y'all. Like, okay, something else I got a question. You see the people that number is got on their knees and got their heads cut off and stuff like that right there.
hold
Those
up. We
people.
gon' no.
eh,
This is what we're gonna do. We gonna next time I go live. Hopefully you're available and around. We're gonna talk about that another time because I need a hard stop. It's 3:30 in the morning, and I need to
Okay.
definitely shut it down. But nah, I
But
appreciate you coming
listen,
and everything.
those
So
people
yeah,
are. I will just say this:
you
those
still
people,
trying to get it
if
in.
they are, listen, yeah, I got to let you hear this. I'm gonna forget. If those people, if those people are another people, then why are they saying Norman is conquering the North? Are those people? I'm just saying. Now, listen to what I'm saying. We're looking at the Norman palette. They're telling us that Norman is conquering the North. The North will be other Egyptians or either the Egyptians.
Nah.
But
Mm-mm.
according to what's on the palette, there are other people on the tablet, not the Egyptians. So now,
Well, there's no Egyptians at
go
that point.
ahead, Houston. What? No, no. Now we're doing semantic anachronistic. I think you know what I'm talking about, though.
No, no,
I
no,
don't want
no,
to go
no,
through that.
no,
I'm
no, no,
thinking
no.
like
What I'm
me and you
saying.
on the level where I don't have to go back and say, well, hey,
No, listen to what I'm
these
saying.
are this particular group of people.
No,
Say what I'm
no,
saying.
but
It's already
no.
difficult enough to explain that the people on the normal palette are not what you would render as Egyptians. So I'm saying, who the hell is Narmer? Who on the tablet that Narmer got conquering, and then who are the Northerners in Egypt? Because the people on the tablet that's Narmer is
It's
conquering are
it's
not the
simple.
people of Northern Egypt. Go ahead. And now I'm with you.
Okay, no, I'm saying it's simple. I was just saying because see, we gotta make sure that I try to keep it tight, right? So I'm saying that the Egyptian emerges with the polity
Don't
itself.
answer it
So
now.
No, I'm
Please.
not.
I
I'm
don't think.
not. But you look,
Okay.
I just said I'm trying to end, and you say you gotta get it out before you forget. So
Yeah,
you
I
got
just
it
wanted
out.
you to hear the question. You heard
Right.
it. You heard my
But
question.
you still have to remember it because whenever the next time I go live, and if you're available, you got to bring it back up.
I
So
will be.
you got to remember it. So just write it down. It's easy.
Yeah, I
So write
listen
it
to
down.
almost every show
All
you
right.
do. You and
Okay.
God's Cat do.
All
And
right.
you
So let
mentioned
me.
Kemet and the unification of Kemet. I just want to say this about Kemet, bro. That when you say that though, that Kemet became the North and South, it was unification of Kemet. I agree, but I just want to know
No, I
what
was saying
is
Kemet.
being unified North and South.
Yeah. Okay.
Because
So
you
we're gonna
said
get into
East
that.
and
We're gonna get
West.
into that.
You said East and West became the borderlands. I agree. So then you said, can two things be more than one? Or more one. So this my question: is it more than one Kemet? Is it a big Kemet and a little Kemet? Because we say
Wait. See,
Kemet
now you're going
and
on. Hold
Deshret.
on. No,
No,
no.
Kemet,
See,
Kemet and Deshret, and
That's what
then
I'm
you
saying.
got a big Kemet
Write this stuff
overall.
down.
So is
Write
it
this
a
stuff
little
down.
Kemet and a little
Write this.
Deshret and a big Kemet overall? Because that's
Babylon
two
done.
things in one.
Okay, Babylon done. You get it. You
I'm gone.
bring this up
I'm
next time.
with you.
All right. So I
All
appreciate you
right.
coming through. Let me. I'm gonna close out with this picture I got on the screen. I appreciate you
All right.
coming through. All right. Hotep.
Peace, y'all.
Peace. All right. So I'm gonna close it out, y'all. But I wanted to bring up the picture. This is Sat 12 had mentioned Cicero, the actual reconstructionist. This is the picture of the person who did the reconstruction, is responsible for the digital reconstruction. And so, where is the other picture? So this is the picture of his rendition of Amenhotep III, and this is an image of him. So I think some people in the chat were, I think Sat 12 was making the connection with the similarities and how they look or whatever the case is. So yeah, that's just interesting. But I'm gonna go ahead and close out, and I appreciate everyone tuning in. But remember this at all times: beware of the anachronists. And I'm trying to give the anachronists a way out. I'm trying to encourage people to move past the argument about the race of the ancient Egyptians. It's irrelevant to the progress of knowing about the ancient Egyptians, what they're about, because they are or they were who they were. Like, we can't do anything about it, whatever that may be. And so focusing on that and arguing over that for over 50 some odd years in recent time, from 1970s until now, is utterly retarded. And so take your win, because it's a consensus among all of the active Egyptologists of today that ancient Egypt was an African civilization and the people of Egypt were African. This is all over the scholarly works of active Egyptologists today. And that was the whole point, because early Egyptology tried to remove Egypt from its African context and try to say the Egyptians were not African. So for it to move from there to where everybody has the understanding that the opposite, that ancient Egypt is a homegrown African civilization and the people of Egypt were Africans, then you've won. The argument is over. Take your win and take your trophy and keep it going. I created this trophy. I put the, I iced out the unk for everybody. Take the trophy and move on. Move on to other topics. That's my suggestion, and that's what I'm trying to get across to everybody. But MK, you got any closing?
Just like to thank everybody that has, been watching with us this whole time, and good questions. There was, I did learn a lot as well. So yeah, keep that up. So if you have more questions, make sure that you join our Facebook group, and just post, ask questions and things like that. And I guess I'll see you all next time when we are live. So get an affair or back an affair if you know if it's morning already, and share a motor.
And this is the irony of it all, and this is the trap. The Europeans began to manipulate history when they rose and began to expand into the broader world in the 15th and the 16th century because they had to justify the slave trade and they had to justify the colonial system that followed. And modern racism has its incubation in that period. You cannot enslave a man and say he's a human being, but he has humanity. Black people have never written any definitions of race, any definitions of what a people. They have never said that these people with these kind of traits belong here. Because modern racism had its development in the pseudo-scientific development of intellectual Europe after the 15th century. And they began to say that certain kind of people belong to certain kind of race, and they created the concept of race and racism itself.
You saying, in essence, that there's no such thing as a race?
Oh, I maintain that race is the phoniest issue ever invented by the mind of man. The European invented, developed the concept of race. There's really no such thing as a race because nature created no races. Race is a man-made thing.
Could we say that being called black was a political term?
It's a political term and a term which indicates our self-awareness at this juncture in history, and I think we really need it. We need to really bathe in blackness for a while, but I wish we'd get the bath over with and go on to something a little more important. We need to really bathe in blackness for a while, but I wish we'd get the bath over with and go on to something a little more important. Black in itself is not an ethnic term. Black tells you how you look, but it don't tell you who you are. We are essentially an African people. Wherever we live on this earth, we're essentially an African people. And we relate to the millions of African people throughout the world, including the uncounted millions of Africans in Asia. The word Afro-American or African-American would probably be more appropriate and more honest and more in keeping with what we actually are. Because all of us are not positively, physically, real jet black. And so the argument now sometimes is between the supernationalists and the mild nationalists and blacker than thou. When blackness is a state of mind, a state of attitude, a state of approach to things that can exist in almost any of us, including from the blonde black person to the jet black. And the jet black can be traitors, and they can be patriarchs, they can be a whole lot of it. See, we've been everything in history from saint to buffoon. We are complete people, and we need to start looking at ourselves as a complete people. And I think that once we convinced ourselves that we're black and beautiful, we'll stop saying it and just go ahead and be black and beautiful and release a whole lot of energy for more important things.
Could we say that being called black was a political term?
It's a political term and a term which indicates our self-awareness at this juncture in history, and I think we really need it. We need to really bathe in blackness for a while, but I wish we'd get the bath over with and